So, have you ever designed a semi-detached duplex in Autodesk Revit?
No.
If you haven't, this video is the right video for you. Hello, my name is Henry and this is Architect Piper. In this channel, we cover exclusive Revit tutorial videos and also visualization tutorials. In this channel, we break down the step-by-step process and guide beginners from the beginner stage in architectural softwares till they become masters. So in today's video, we're going to be handling a semi-detached duplex. So this is a residential unit of 2 units and it can accommodate 2 families. So in this video, we're going to cover the conceptual stage, the design stage to the modeling stage and the presentation stage of this project. We are going to be using the software called Revit. Obviously, from the thumbnail of this video, you must have seen it. So if you are wondering what Revit is, I'm just going to give you a brief explanation of what Revit is. So Autodesk Revit is a building information modeling software, aka BIM. So what this building information modeling software does is that as it's not just about modeling the buildings. As you model your buildings in this software, they give you information that can help you execute the building project and give real-time feedback and track the progress of the project easily and seamlessly. So this tool is very important and I assure you that Revit is one of the best in this aspect. Okay, so I'm just going to give you a brief story. While I was learning Revit, I didn't have anybody to teach me initially. So I was just doing trial and error and just trying out things and failing. But in this video, I'm going to cover off all those gaps so you will not have to do it because I've already done it and I have guaranteed experience in using Autodesk Revit. So if you haven't done so, make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to this channel for more content like this because we'll be dropping content like this consistently. Don't forget to hit the notification bell, share with your friends, and let's start designing and modeling. Okay, so this is the interface of Revit. As you can see a lot of projects showing here. So this is showing my recent files. So it shows like the top 10 most recent files I've opened. So you can see all these projects. Some of them includes my full courses I've done on this channel. You can also, it does the same thing for the families. Okay, so in Revit, you need to open a new Revit file. So you are just going to go over here. You are going to see these models and you're going to see these families. So we want to open a new Revit file. So we're going to click on new here. Then this icon is going to pop up. So once this icon pops up, it's going to give us the opportunity to choose between imperial or metric. Okay, so if you work in a part of the world where there is imperial system, where like USA, where they use the imperial system, you use imperial template, you can still select metric template because I work in a part of the world where the metric template is used. But while you're in the project, you can also change it so it doesn't matter. So even if someone sends you an imperial template and you work in the metric system, you can simply change it. It's very easy in the project. So now we want to create a new project file, not a project template. Okay, so I'm still going to talk about templates, but for now we are just going to click on this project and we're going to click OK. Then Revit is going to open a new file. Okay, so now we have done this file. I would suggest the first thing to do once you open a file is to click Ctrl S to save the file. So it's going to open your file explorer and you're going to navigate and select which folder you want to save the file, which in this case, I'm just going to save it as semi-detached. So after you have given it the name you want, you are just going to click on save and it's going to save the file. So now let's talk about template. So template is like a background or foundation for what you want to do. For instance, if you open the Microsoft Word, let me see if I can do that on my system. Then you just click on Word and you open it. Okay. Then you're going to see things like this. So all these things are template. For instance, you're seeing this agency letter. We are going to see this agency report. So it already comes with a lot of presets that is going to make achieving a task you want to do easier. For example, if you want to create a resume, you can start working from here by clicking on this and it's going to open some set out template for you to work and create a resume. So that is what basically template is. So if you bring it to the context of Revit, using a template in Revit makes things faster. For instance, in the template I have, they already created wall types, they already doors and windows, they already some cutting wall systems and some mullion system that once you are working in Revit is going to make work easier. So in this project, I did you guys a favor. So I always drop my template file. The link will be in the description below and it's for absolutely no dime. It's totally free. So you just go to the description and you just click on the link to get the template file. Then you are just going to do what I'm going to do now. So now we are going to click on file to open the template file. We're now going to click on open. So this template file is not really really a template file per se. It's actually a project I've worked on. So what I want to do is I want to open that project and transfer the template from that project, so it's going to make our work on this project faster. So I'm going to open the folder where the template file is. You are going to see something like this once you get the template file from the description below. So you are just going to click on it and we're going to click on open. So after clicking on open, if you click on 3D view, just click on this icon here. I don't know if you saw it. So one thing you'll notice that, let me just close this first. One thing you notice, once I open this file, you're going to see another tab will pop up here, similar to your browser. So yes, this thing basically means in this Revit we have opened here, we can switch between two different projects. Like this is the semi-detached project we want to work on, and we will just simply click on this tab to access the template file we just opened. So that is just something you should keep in mind. So if you want to access 3D, there are different ways to access the 3D view. You can access the 3D view from this point here, and you can access it from here. I'll still go more on that when I'm explaining the interface of Revit. So for now, we are just going to click on this house icon here, which is the 3D. So you are going to see the template file. So to zoom in and zoom out, you are going to hold the scroll key on your keyboard. Okay, and when I clicked on this, I left clicked. So I'm just going to click on the left click on your mouse, and you're going to just select it. That is what to select. So you can zoom in and zoom out by scrolling on your keyboard. So you can see this is actually a full course I've done before, a minimalist duplex. So you can check that out. But this is what I usually use as my template file. So what we're going to do, we're going to go over to this tab here, left click back here and go back to the semi-detached project. I hope you are just following this as I'm doing, so you are not going to miss a step. Then we're just going to hover around these top tabs, and we're going to click on this manage tab here. So once we click on manage tab, we're going to scroll here, and we're just going to look for this transfer project standard. It's just here. If you just go to this second column from this manage side here and click on it, double click on it, then you're just going to see this icon is going to pop up. So once this icon pops up, it's going to say select items to copy from. You're now going to see this a second file that is open in this same Revit file, Revit application we open. So if you click on this drop down, you're not going to see anything, because you know why? Other than this semi-detached project, the only project we have opened is this Revit mini, which is the template file. So we're just going to make sure everything is checked on, just so we'll not leave any gaps unchecked, and we're going to click on OK. So it's still going to ask you override or new only. I'm just going to click on override. So it's going to, the same things that are in this file and that file is going to override from that file and make everything like that file. So we're just going to wait a minute for it. So while we're waiting for this, I'm just going to explain the Revit interface. So looking at Revit, you might be overwhelmed that there's a lot of buttons, a lot of tabs to access, that you might get confused. So just ignore this. Sometimes it shows, just close this after you have transferred. So we'll start from this side. So on the left side here, depending on which position you are, some people may say this is the right side, but anyways, from the left side here, this is the properties panel. So what does the properties panel do? The properties panel describes the properties of anything you're selecting in Revit. For instance, if you select this reference plane now, so you are going to see this properties panel is going to showing what it is, showing the name, showing the subcategory and all those stuff. If you click on this thing here, you are going to see the same thing. If you click on this section line here, you are going to see the same thing. The properties is going to show. So now we have we understand basically what the properties panel does. Let's now go to this other wing. So this is the project browser. So what does the project browser do? The project browser explains to you or shows you, gives you access to different views of the project. So for instance, we're in a floor plan, which is this L1. If you go to L2, that is another floor plan, which is controlled by the levels. I'm still going to explain what levels are. We have more floor plans here showing the site plan. We have the ceiling plan here. If you just click on this plus icon, you're going to see we have the elevations, which are going to show us our 4 distinctive elevations. We even have the 3D view. If you want to click on it, then we can just access the 3D view from here. Although you can still access the 3D view from here. It doesn't mean one is better. It just means it's just 2 easy tools to access the 3D view. Then we now have the top tab. So this top interface contains all the tools for work in Revit. So let's start from this. We have the file. If you click on it, you are going to see the option to create a new file, the option to open a new file, the option to click on save, the option to save as a different file, the option to export depending on what you want to export to, the option to print, and the option to close the file entirely. So we are just going to left click out. So we're done it. So we now have the architecture tab. So this basically contains all the architectural tools for creating an architectural model, mainly the walls, the doors, the windows, the components. You can create some custom components if you want, the architectural columns, the roof, ceiling, floors, cutting wall system, cutting grids, the munions, and all those stuff. We even have the rooms here, and you have many other tools, but we'll get to them as we work practically. We have this structure. So the structure contains mostly the structural tools, including the beams, the walls, the columns, the floors, the trusses, the beams, and all those stuff. We have the steel, which contains all these steel components and the steel modeling, all the bolts, the welds, and all those stuff. We have the precast, which have the precast tools. We have systems where you can create piping systems and all those stuff, even mechanical. So some mechanical and electrical engineers use some of these systems in Revit, so it can be helpful. So we have this insert. So this insert basically talks about bringing things outside Revit into Revit. So you can link other Revit files, you can link IFC, you can link files from AutoCAD, you can bring in PDF files, you can even import the PDF, you can link the PDF if you want, you can even link topography files. Then we now have the annotate. The annotate basically covers some graphical aspects of Autodesk Revit, where you can use tools like lines, dimensions, field regions, and even legend components, and even color legends. So we also have the analyze, which is for more detailed beam analysis. We have the massing and site, which you can use to create site topographies, site components like trees, parking components, and you can even do the massing in place, which is for parametric modeling and more complex modeling. So you have this collaborate tool. Revit gives you the opportunity for many people to work on a single project simultaneously. So this is the tab for it, where you can collaborate, synchronize on timely intervals, and plenty people can work on a single project without much hassle. We have this view tab. So this view tab controls the views. You can create a view template here. You can save a view template. So from what I explained on templates, view templates are like presets for views. Okay, so it's just a micro template within this Revit file. You can create them. We now have the manage. So this manage is, you can see we could transfer projects. It kind of works with the inventory of Revit. So you just get some tools like that to work on the line tools, which whether you want to create new lines, whether you want to transfer templates and all those stuff, even the project unit, you can change it here. You now have these add-ins, which you can convert RFA to format. We even have this D5 render tab. This D5 render tab doesn't come with a Revit. It's me that installed the D5 render to Revit plugin. D5 render is a real-time rendering software. So if you want to work seamlessly from Revit to D5, you need to download the D5 Revit plugin. Once you install it, it's going to pop up on your Revit like this. The same thing for this Lumion plugin. So this modify tab is basically for trimming lines, just for line and technicality in line works and graphical works. So this is basically the interface of Revit. So now we are done explaining the basic interface. We're now going to be working practically, and we're going to be setting the levels for this project, which is the next step of this our tutorials. Okay, so what are levels? Levels are vertical reference points in a building. So these vertical reference points can be the foundation, it can be the DPC or the damp-proof membrane, it can be the first floor, it can even be the lintel level, or the ceiling level, or the roof level. So all these are vertical reference points in a project. So it's very important you create levels for them. And while creating levels in Revit, these levels can also be viewed on floor plans. For instance, if you create a DPC level, you are going to see the thing will appear as a floor plan. So you cannot view that DPC level. So that is basically how levels work. So we're now going to show you how to create a level in Revit. Okay, but before we do that, we're just going to set some things up. Well, on this view, firstly, we're going to go back to this level 1. Then we're just going to L1, we're just going to click on this section line and delete it. So after we have deleted this, We're now going to go to any of this elevation. We can click on east. So once we click on this, we are now going to see the levels. Normally they don't appear in these graphics, but because we transfer template, you can see them like this. So now we are just going to click on this L2 and we're going to click on delete, and it's going to ask us, it's going to delete all the corresponding views. So for instance, since we are deleting this L2 level, this default level that comes with Revit, you can see architectural, plumbing will be deleted, lighting will be deleted, and you're just going to click OK. So that shows that this level is very, very important. So we're not going to go to this level because in Revit you cannot delete every level. One level has to remain. Okay, so we're just going to start by calling this, changing the name. To change the name, let me just click on cancel. So you see what I did. I just hover around this name here, double click, then I'm just going to change this name to 01NGL. Okay, so the reason why I'm adding a numerical value to it before I name this level is because Revit recognizes numerical or alphabetical order. So if I'm naming these levels, for instance, I can name this lower level NGL and an upper level as first floor. But in the alphabetical order, F comes before N. So if he's arranging on the floor plan, he's going to put that first floor level before the natural ground level, which I don't want. So that's why I add this numerical value to make everything more organized. Okay, then once I've given it this name, now I can now go here, right click and click on rename. Normally it's meant to ask us whether I want to rename everything automatically, but since it didn't ask, we're just going to manually do it. So I'm just going to double click. After double clicking, name this NGL2, this first floor. So after doing this, now we are now going to create a new level. To create a new level, we are going to go to architecture. We are now going to go to levels. So once we go to click on this level, we are going to go over to this properties panel. We are going to click on this drop down and we are going to select 8mm head. So now we have selected 8mm head. We are just going to click on edit type. We are going to just make sure these two symbols are checked on. Okay, I think one symbol is enough. Then we are going to hover around here. So you are going to be seeing a blue temporal dimension. So this serves as a guide. So now I want to make the DPC 600mm above NGL, which is 0.6 meter if you convert. Okay, that should be about 2 feet plus. So I'm just going to, once it's at 600mm, I'm just going to left click first, zoom out, scroll out. Then once I reach where I want to reach, I can zoom in for accuracy and just left click again. Then I'm going to click on escape. Then I'm just going to double click the name and I'm going to call this 02 DPC. So it's going to ask us, will you want to rename corresponding views? I'm going to click yes. So it's going to rename all the corresponding views. So another thing you can notice is that this NGL and DPC, they are kind of clustered together. So I'm just going to click on this level here. I'm going to zoom in. Look at this zigzag icon. I'm just going to click on it. It's going to displace this. So I can click on this point and drag it to anywhere I want. So graphically, this just makes sense. So we are going to create other levels. I'm going to click on levels again. So this time I'm going to be creating the first floor. So in creating the first floor, you should put the thickness of the floor in mind, because once you create floors in Revit and you place it on a level, that floor thickness is going to offset downward. So if you are placing any level, you should add the floor thickness with it, so you are not going to get miscalculations. For instance, in this first floor, I want the distance between this floor slab here on top of this floor slab to the bottom or the soffit of this first floor to be 3.3. So I'm going to make it 3.450. Since I'm adding the 150mm thickness of the slab, click on enter, then drag, zoom out, scroll as I'm dragging this out, then zoom in once I'm close to the target, then just place this once it's snapped together. Then I'm going to click on escape and I'm going to name this 04 first floor. Okay, then I'm going to click on yes. So you must be asking, why did I name this 04 when I named this 02? The next is supposed to be 3, which you are very correct if you ask that question. But the reason is that I still want to create an intermediate level of the lintel here. But for now, I'm not creating it. I just want to establish the main levels first. So I'm going to click on level again. And the next slab we're going to be going to is the paint floor. So this paint floor, the same thing, 3,450. Click on enter. Drag this here up to this point here and click. Then I'm just going to name this 06 paint floor. So after naming this point floor, I'm just going to zoom out again. I'm going to click on levels again. Then I'm now going to create the ceiling level at 3.3 meter. Since there is no slab on the ceiling level, I don't need to add the 150 millimeter extension from the slab thickness. So once 3.3 meter is at this once I reach 3.3 meter in this temporal dimension, I'm just going to click on this. Then I'm just going to zoom out, scroll, and once it reaches here, click on this. Then I'm just going to call this ceiling level. Okay, let me name this, 08. Okay, so now this has a name. We are just going to click on yes. We're now going to create the roof level. So I'm going to click on level again. You can see all the corresponding floor plans are showing here. We are going to hover around here. Once it's 600 millimeter, we are going to click on this second point. Then I'm going to click on escape, and I'm just going to call this 09 roof level. So now we have the roof level. We still have one more level. I'm going to click yes. Oh, sorry, we still have some levels, but one more level above the roof level. So I'm now going to click on levels again, and this level is going to be 1.5 meter above the roof level. Once 1.5 meter is highlighted here, I'm just going to left click again here. Then I'm just going to call this 10, put dash, and call this parapet level. And click yes. Okay, that is good. So now what we're now going to do is we're going to start creating the lintel level. So just like every other thing in Revit, you can copy levels. If you don't want to click here and start dragging it, you can click on this level now, zoom out, click on this level. You can see this dimension is going to highlight. Then once you click on this modify tab will automatically come out. Then you're just going to click on this copy here. So once you click on copy, you are going to left click on this point. Then you are going to impute the distance you want to copy it to. If you go downwards, you impute the distance downward. If you go upwards, you impute the distance. Automatically, Revit will snap it to just align vertically like this. Then I'm just going to put it at 2.4 meter as the lintel level height. Then I'm going to click on escape, and I'm going to click on double click on this level, and I'm going to call this 03 lintel 1. Then I'm going to click on this. So after I've created this level now, I'm now going to click on this one here, and I'm going to click on copy, and I'm just going to make sure this multiple is checked on. So in copying, you don't necessarily need to always select the thing you're copying. You can select another reference point that is going to help you. For instance, now if I select this DPC level here, let me go here and select it so you see it clear. I can pick this point and pick this point, so it's going to copy this. Like you can see how I use this as a reference point. Let me do it again. I clicked on this, clicked on copy, pick this point, then copied it here. So it means it's going to copy it this same distance away. This one is away from this one to this place, the same distance away. So I'm just going to rename this. Instead of 03 lintel 2, I'm going to call this 05 lintel 2. Then I'm just going to click on copy again, pick this point here and pick this point. Then I'm just going to call this 07 lintel 3. Okay, so now this levels is done. If you go to this floor plan, you are going to see some floor plans, but it's not yet complete. We have 0, 1, 2, we don't have the 3, 4, we don't have 5, we don't have 7. So what we are simply going to do, we are going to go to this view tab here. We're now going to go to plan views, click on this drop down, and we're going to click on these floor plans. Then we're just going to hold Control and select these 3 floor plans. Then I'm just going to click on OK. Then you're going to see all the floor plans here. So let's go back to NGL. So in this NGL, we're going to set this NGL up. So the first thing we're going to do is we're just going to select things we don't need. And the first things we don't need is these 2 reference plane. I'm going to select both of them and delete it. So this scope box, I don't really see the need for it, but for now, I'm just going to click on it. I'm going to right click, hide in view by element. Then I'm just going to select this elevation. So these viewpoints are very important. This dictates the elevation. If you click on this view here, this line here serves like a camera shot, so it's going to dictate this elevation here. So this represents probably the west or the west elevation. So if you click on this is the south, click this the north, click here, this is the east. So it's very important. So what we can just do is just to left click, hold. Once we've highlighted one of them, we can now right click, hover around this hide in view by category, then all of them is going to hide. Then we are going to click on this scope box. We are going to go over here and we're going to change this scope box from view overall to none. Then I'm going to click on this clipping and say clip with outline, and I'm going to click on OK. Then I'm just going to select this north arrow and I'm going to delete this. So I'm going to click on, before I click on this to hide this, I'm just going to go to annotate. I'm going to now click on detail line. Then I'm just going to hover around this and click on this rectangle too. Then I'm just going to select, visually use my visual prowess to select like the center and draw a box here. Then I'm going to click escape. Then I'm just going to hover around these bottom icons here and I'm going to click on do not crop view. Sorry, I'm going to click on, I make sure I clicked on this again. So I'm just going to click on hide crop view. Then I'm going to select this scope box, hide in view by category. So I'm just going to hit Ctrl save to save the progress we have made so far. So now we are going to start working on the project. All right, so we are going to start sketching our semi-detached or making the draft. So firstly, we are going to give this a site and we're going to give ourselves a brief. So we want to design in a 30 by 30 meter site, which is 2 plots in where I'm from. Okay, so I think 30 by 30 meter is about 100 feet. If I'm 100 feet by 100 feet, something like that. So I'm just going to go to detail line now and I'm going to click on this box tool. In this detail line, you can choose any of these tools to use to draft. So I'm just going to click on this box tool and I'm going to draw a box over this one. We could have edited this box, but it's still the same thing. So I'm just going to left click from this side and delete here. Then I'm just going to click on one of these lines here, change this distance here to 30,000. Okay, I just reduce the brightness of my screen, which I'm going to undo now. Then I'm going to click on this second line and change this to 30,000. That is 30 meters. So after doing this now, we now know we have our site here. So what we can now do now is these lines, we can just select it, or we can just go to architecture. We can click on model line. So the advantage of using model lines is that model lines is not only in 2D, it also drafts in 3D. So if I draw this model line, if I go to any other view on the lower floors like the site plan and the 3D, I'm supposed to see it. So I can click on this box too. I can click on this drop down and scroll down and change this to site line. So if you have transferred templates from the template file, you're going to see this site line. So I'm just going to use it to draw a box here. Then I can click on tab, select these 4 normal thin lines. How we'll confirm it's thin lines is that if I go here, I'm going to see the thin lines is highlighted. Then I'm just going to delete it. So we have these model lines here, which is good for our site. So if you even click on this site plan, you are going to see those same model lines here. So that is the advantage. So if we go back to NGL, we can now start sketching some things from there. So I'm going to go to annotate. I'm going to go to detail line. So in doing a semi-detached, of course, we are going to start from the middle of the site, okay? Because a semi-detached simply means a unit of duplex on one side and another unit of the same duplex on the other side. So the way we're going to be working is we're going to fully design and model one wing first, then mirror everything to the other wing, which is very simple. So now we're going to start drafting with main works. So one thing you should consider while designing a semi-detached is there is only one side that, or 3 sides that is going to have access to ventilation, unlike a normal duplex that is going to have 4. So you are going to prioritize putting spaces that don't require cross ventilation on this face that is not going to be able to be ventilated. So you are going to put spaces like the staircase, spaces that don't really need cross ventilation like that. Even though if you don't have any option in some cases, you still find to put them. So let's just start sketching and start going practical. So we are going to draw a line from 3 meter here. Once this dimension is highlighted at 3 meter, this is like a setback. We're also going to do another setback for this point. This is 50 meters. So 3 meter from 60 meter is 12 meter. Then we're going to do a setback from this approach to about, let's use 12 meter. here. So let's just say hypothetically this is going to be the space where we are going to be able to develop in this semi-detached. So now we have this space in mind, although it might not even reach this size, but let's just see how it goes. So I'm just going to go to detail line now, then I'm going to start drafting. So I'm going to draw a line from here up to 1.5 and here. Then I'm going to extend the line from here up to 3 meter or 3.6 and stop here. Then I'm now going to draw another line here. This is up to 4.3 point something and draw here. So this space here is going to be our staircase. So now we're also going to draw another line here and we're going to draw it up to this point and draw another one. So this is now going to be our visitor's toilet and our anteroom or ante-lounge. So we are going to have the ante-lounge here. We're going to have a trap lobby and a visitor's toilet. We're also going to draw another line representing our visitor's toilet duct. So now we are going to have another space here. We are going to draw a line here up to here and here. Then we are going to now draw another line. So this is now going to be our terrace and this is going to be our kitchen. Then we are going to draw a line here. So we're also going to bring out, click on this line here and offset it by, let's say 900, or let me just use 1.2. Okay, let me just use 900. Then I'm going to uncheck this copy and I'm just going to offset this here. The reason why I did this is I'm going to click on annotate again because I want to do some character here. So I'm going to bring this wall out by 900 and maybe stop this here and here. So now we have this. I'm now going to draw another line up to this point here. Okay, I'll draw another one here and draw another one here up to, let's say, this point. So now we now have our living area and our entrance somewhere here. So I'm going to go to detail line. I can now draft a nice entrance from here up to, let's say, 1.5. Then I'm just going to click on trim and trim this. So this is basically a draft, and this draft is very important because it will help us know which spaces is which space, and it's going to give us like the foundation of us and how we are going to design these spaces to details. So now we have this. Now we are now going to start drafting walls. So to draft walls in Revit is very simple. We are going to go to architecture. We are going to click on walls. Then once you have set walls, you are now going to select the kind of wall you want to use. Typically, if you didn't use a template file, you can click on edit type and duplicate this wall. Then you give it the name you want. Then you now start putting the properties of it. Okay, let me just show you. Let's say we change it to generic 2. We're going to click on edit type. You can change this thickness to whichever thickness, which in most cases is 225. That is 9 inches block. Then we are going to now assign a material to it. You can now give a wall paint or anything you want, but you get the gist. So I'm just going to select any material here because I'm just going to click OK. So the reason why I just rushed showing you how to edit wall is because we don't need to. If you click on this drop down and you have transferred this template, you are going to see this wall I've created from the other template 225 wall. So I'm just going to select it. So after selecting the wall, the next thing we're going to do is to set the constraints. So the constraint basically controls where the wall will start from. It's under the properties panel. It controls where the wall will start from and where the wall is going to end vertically. So it starts from this base constraint automatically because we're in natural ground level. So its base constraint is natural ground level. So we're now going to set this top constraint to first floor. Okay. If you created the levels accurately, it's supposed to go like this. Then we're going to start drafting our walls here. So we're just going to be drafting out the major walls here. So for this wall now, I'm going to hit Ctrl Z. I'm going to draw a 225 wall here, and I'm going to draw another wall to this point here. The reason why I left this space is just because of ventilation. So there will be ventilation in this space that is looking kind of tight here. But for this wall now, I'm going to be putting a different kind of wall for this wall, demarcating these conveniences. So I'm going to click on this drop down. I'm going to select 150 millimeter wall, which I've already set. The constraint will still be at this NGL to first floor. So I'm just going to draw a wall here. And I draw a wall here. So if you notice, I'm not paying too much attention to accuracy, which is fine. The reason why is I'm still at the line work phase, so I don't need to pay that much attention. So I'm just going to left click from this point, hold, select everything here, click on these filters here, then uncheck this wall and leave only these thin lines, and I'm going to click OK and just delete the thin lines. So the reason why I did this is that the thin line is basically for drafting and I don't need them anymore. Alright, so what we're now going to be doing is we're going to be clicking on each of the walls and adjusting the dimensions manually. So we're just going to click on this first. We're going to make sure this is 3 meters. You know, the reason why it's not more 3 meters is because once we drew the line 3 meters from there, so we drew this wall from the center point of that line. So that is why the offset of the thickness of the wall now made it reduce from 3 meters. So we need to put that in mind and pay attention to that. So I'm going to click on this wall here, and I'm now going to click on this temporal dimension. Just hover around this point, left click and hold, then just drag it to this point. So the reference will now change from this point to this soffit here. So we're going to change this to 900 millimeters as well. Then we're just going to try and just align this wall to this. So now we are going to click on this wall now, and we're going to change this distance to, let's say, 3.3 or 3.6. The internal distance between the wall. Then I'm also going to click on this wall here, and I'm going to change this one to 3 meters. Then I'm going to drag this one and try and make it meet here. So after doing this now, I'm now going to click on this, drag this temporal dimension to this point, and now make this 3.6 as well. Okay. Then I can even delete this line here because I don't need it. Then I'm going to click on this wall and make this wall 3.6. So after doing this now, we are now going to click on this wall here. This is 3.6. We are going to click on this wall and make this 1.5. Then I'm just going to click on this wall and drag it to align with this. So I'm going to now click on this wall here, and I'm going to make this space in between from this end to end 1.2 meter. So after making this 1.2, I think this is about 3.7 meter, which I think this is fine. I'm just going to make this, instead of 1.2, let me make this 3,750 into N. Okay, so after doing this now, we have a little bit of issue because I'm just thinking of how the convenience is going to be placed in this space. So what I'm now going to do is I'm going to collect more dimension from here. So I'm going to select these two walls, and I'm going to click on move, and I'm going to be moving them by 1.2 meter. Okay, so I think 1.2 meter is enough. Then I'm going to click on this one. I'm going to change this to 1.5. So it's going to give this terrace more space here. Okay, so now after doing this now, we can now click on this dimension here, click on this wall here, and we can now change this wall to, let's say, 6 meter or 6.6 meter. It's always good to start from a big living room. Then I'm just going to go to annotate, go to detail line, and I'm going to check the distance from this point here. This is 11.1. Even though it's not the biggest distance, but I think it's still fine. So I'm going to click on this, and I'm going to extend this here. I'm going to make this this dimension from this point here to be, let's say, 2.4. Then I'm going to click on this and make the dimension from here to here at 600 millimeter. Then I'm going to click on this. I can even make this 450 since this is a duct. So I don't think this needs to be big. So I'm going to click on this as well and make this 1.8. Okay, so now this is done. I think we have done a nice job here. So we have basically drafted the ground floor spaces of one of these So we are now going to go to DPC. So it's in this DPC now, we are now going to start doing some other stuff like adding the doors, adding some fenestrations and adding some doors. So I'm just going to click on this wall and I'm going to, I'm going to click on this wall here and I'm going to drag it to this point here. Then I'm now going to click on this wall here and I'm going to reduce this to, let's say, 900 millimeter into in. So I'm going to click on this one. I'm going to click on copy and I'm now going to copy this wall to this point. Then I'm going to click on modify. I'm going to click on split and I'm going to split this wall here. Click on escape, click on this wall and drag it to this point here. Click on this wall and drag it to this point. So the reason why I did this now is I want to create an access to this kitchen. So the dining is going to have its own separate space and the living room is going to have its own separate space. Then the only open space will be the lobby and this staircase. And this has just practically reduced the lobby space. So the lobby is just a small compact space. So the only way we're going to light up this lobby is we're going to pass light through here and we're going to put a nice sliding door at this dining area. So after doing this now, we're going to start placing some doors. So before we place some doors, it's very important to put this in mind. We need to collect doors from the template file. But let's try and let me just show you how to place some doors in Revit. So to place doors, we're going to go to architecture. We're now going to see this door icon here. We're going to click on doors. So it's going to give you the option to click on this drop down and select any kind of door you want. Okay, but I'm just going to click on escape here. So I'm going to click on file and I'm going to open the template file, which I think is open. Then I'm just going to click on this ground floor plan, maybe the ground floor presentation. So you can see I used to drop all the files that you probably need for modeling. So we can start from holding control to copy this. Hold control, left click, hold control and select everything here. Also select this, select this. The reason why I'm just doing this, I'm just selecting as much family I potentially need. Select this here too. Select this chair. Select this wall here because you cannot select doors on their own because these doors are hosted to walls. So you need to just select the wall. So you have this sliding door here. And I think if I select this door here, if I select this wall, I'm going to have access to all these doors on this wall. So I'm just going to hold control, select this one too, select this wall as well. Then I'm going to start holding control to select some family components. So I'm going to hold control, select this dining, select this kitchen worktop, select this sink, hold control, select this gas cooker, hold control, select this wall here. Also these windows, we may use it. I'm going to hold control and select this here and select this TV here. I'm also going to hold control, select this here, select this. I'm going to go over here, hold control, select this bed here. Then hold control again and select this wall here. Then we're going to select this WC. So this WC is also attached to a host. So after selecting all these components, what we can just do is we're just going to click on copy to clipboard. Then once we click on copy to clipboard, we're now going to hover around this tab where we have the DPC here. That is on this other project. Then we're just going to go outside where the floor plan is mainly. And we're going to hit Ctrl V. That is paste. So once we paste this, we're going to see a lot of things paste. We're still going to copy one more thing from here. I'm just going to paste this somewhere here. So after pasting this somewhere here, we're just going to select all of this here and we're just going to delete it. The only thing we're not going to delete is we're not going to delete this kitchen worktop. So we're just going to select everything here, delete this. Then we can even delete this as well, delete this. Then we're simply going to click on this kitchen worktop. Is an extrusion, is a model in place component. I'm still going to show you how to create it. But for now, we are just going to click on edit in place. Click on OK if it shows you this message. Click on it again. Click on edit extrusion. Then we're now simply going to draft our kitchen shape or just delete, select everything here, delete it. Then we're just going to simply draft our kitchen cabinet shape. So I'm just going to draw a line from here, draw a line to this point up to 2.4. Click on escape, draw another line here up to 2.4. Then click on offset. Then we're going to be offsetting 600 millimeter. Check this copy and offset from here, here, and here. Then I'm just going to draw a line here and I'm just going to fill it up here. and just trim this together. So you can see this trim tool I use. This is trim and extend. So I just used it. Let me hit Ctrl Z. So I just clicked after I drew this line and I clicked on offset. I used this line to close this loop. Then I just clicked on this trim extend to corner. Click on it. Then selected this line and select this line to trim it. Select this and select this to trim it. So the extrusion end is set at 750, which is okay. The material is kitchen cabinet, so I'm going to click on finish. So it's showing error because the lines did not loop, which is very important. So I'm going to click on continue, and I'm just going to use this trim tool again. Trim here, select here, and select this line, and it's going to trim. Then I'm going to click finish, and I'm going to click on finish model. So now this is done. Now we're now going to start. So you might be asking, why did I delete all those things I brought in? The reason why I deleted them is there is no need to start dragging them from that point now, because once you copy a project, copy components from another project into a Revit project, the component saves in the inventory of Revit. So if you want to access them now, I'm just going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to, let's go to doors for instance. If I click on this drop down, you are going to see these two doors and even this sliding door called D4 I brought from that project. So the fact that I've copied it here already means it has saved in the inventory of this project. So you don't need to worry about that. So that's why I say just follow as I do. So I'm just going to click on this D1. So this D1 stands for the normal conventional single swing 900mm door, and we're going to be placing it in some spaces. So we're going to start by placing it in some spaces like this bedroom. So once we hover around this wall here, because we cannot place the door anywhere apart from walls, so once we hover around the wall, we can click on space to change the swing and place this here. Then we're going to place one here in this kitchen. So what we can do, since this kitchen is tight, we can click on this and change this to 1 meter. Then we can click on this and now change this to, let's say, 50mm from this point here. So after doing this now, we can click on doors again. Can click on this drop down, select this sliding glass door and place this here. Okay, so after doing this, most of these doors, remember I said the lintel level to be 2.4 meter above the any floor it's at. So if you click on this door, we're just going to make sure the door height is at 2.4 meter, which I think, okay, the height is 2.1, so I'm going to change it to 2.4. Click on OK. I'm also going to click on this one, click on edit type. Then I'm going to change the height to 2.4 meter. I'm going to click on apply and I'm going to click on OK. So now I'm just going to be clicking on this door here and I'm going to click on this drop down. I'm also going to try and place some double swing doors. So double swing is like double leaf doors. So I'm going to click on escape and I'm going to click on this ground floor tab of this template file project. Then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to select this wall here. I'm also going to select this cutting wall with this cutting wall embedded double swing door. Then I'm going to click on copy. Then I'm going to go to this DPC and I'm going to hit Ctrl V and paste. And paste this somewhere here. So after doing this now, I'm just going to select these two and I'm going to click on delete. Okay, so now I'm just going to go to door. I'm going to click on this drop down and I'm going to scroll down and be looking for this double swing door, that is this day 3. Then I'm going to place this here and I'm going to place the door here. I'm also going to go here too and I'm going to click on space and I'm going to place this door. So one important thing to consider while placing doors in a space like this ante room is that you need to create a space where there won't be much movement. So this space is where people are going to sit down. Okay, so what we can now do to make that very possible is that we are just going to we are placing a door here and we're placing another door in one side. So it means the movement part will be primarily here. Okay, so if you want to change that movement part, we can move this door to this point, which is not possible because a staircase is going to be here. So it's better the door is here. So what we can now do is just to put the sitting area here and just put maybe a TV here. So what we can now do is just to move this door a bit by 600 and move this door a bit by 600. Okay, I don't think this will work, so I'm going to hit Ctrl Z. So now I'm just going to click on this wall here and I'm just going to drag this wall back to, I think, 3 meter here. Then after doing that, I'm going to go to annotate. I'm going to go to detail line. Then I'm going to click on this drop down and I'm going to change this to overhead line. So I'm going to indicate there is going to be a beam overhead this. This can be used to represent beams or arc. I'm going to draw it up to 1.2 and draw it to this point. Then I'm going to click on this wall and drag this wall back to this point. Okay, so now we have this. Now we have doors here, so we are going to put a door to this living room. Okay, so this is also very important because this living room is basically where most of the movement is going to be. So we are going to also, because from this anteroom we have to have, the anteroom is meant to direct people to the living room as well as also direct people to this main central lobby here. So we are going to click on this door here. We are going to click on mirror, and we're going to just click, make sure we check this copy. Then this mirror tool is called mirror draw axis. So we're going to pick this point and we're going to draw the axis to this point to mirror this door here. So we have two doors here. So what we now need now is to put another door here. So I'm just going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on doors. I'm going to save the project as usual. Then I'm just going to place this D3 door somewhere here. So what I can now do now is to click on escape, click on this door, click on this drop down, and I'm just going to change it back to normal single swing D1 door. Then I'm just going to make sure this is at okay. I think this distance is okay. So we have three doors here, even though this movement space is going to be a bit kind of tight, but I think it can still work. So what we're now going to do now is we're going to try and move this door just a bit. We're now going to go over to this space here. We're going to click on this sliding door and we're going to click on this mirror draw axis tools. So we're going to pick this point here and draw a line 45 degrees. So this sliding door is also going to mirror here. So we are going to have a nice link from this living room to this dining space. Okay. So after doing this now, we now have door to this entrance. We have door here. So we also need the door to this store. Okay, so this laundry store is very important. So I'm just going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on door. Then I'm just going to click on this drop down and I'm going to select the normal single swing 900mm door and place this here. Then after placing this here, I'm going to click on this wall here and I'm going to change this to, let's say, 1 meter. Okay, then I'm just going to click on architecture. I'm going to click on door. Then I'm just going to place another door here. Then I'm going to place, so I'm going to click on escape. I'm going to change this door, click on this drop down, change this door to this D2. That is this 750mm door. And I'm going to change this dimension here to, let's say, 50mm. Then I'm going to click on doors again, click on this drop down and change this to D2. And just place another door here. Then I'm going to click on escape, click on this wall here, change this dimension to 50mm. All right, so looking at this now, I think so far we have placed a lot of spaces. So another important space we forgot is we forgot to place a convenience for this bedroom. So I'm going to go back to NGL and I'm going to go and draft some walls again. So I'm going to architecture, I'm going to click on wall. Then I'm going to click on this drop down and I'm going to select this 150 wall. Set the constraint from NGL to first floor. Then I'm going to draft from this point here up to this point and up to this point. So I'm going to click on escape and I'm going to click on this wall and I'm going to change this dimension to 1.5 meter. Click on this one, change this dimension to 2.250. Then go back to DPC. So if you click on this dimension, you're going to see the distance between this wall and this wall. So this is quite tight, but I think we can still manage with it. So I'm just going to click on architecture door and I'm going to be placing this D2 door and place it here. So another issue you might have noticed is that we are not seeing the hinges of these doors and these walls don't have a good graphics. So what we're going to do is we're going to change some things first. So we're going to go over to this icon here and click on this detail level and change it to fine detailing. Then we're going to be seeing the hinges of the door. So after doing that, we're going to hit VV on our keyboard. That is a shortcut for visibility graphics. So we're going to scroll down on this, just click on this drag here. You can see this icon here. You can click on it to scroll down. Then once we go under this row called walls, we're now going to go follow this line here. Then we're going to go to under this pattern, click on this override and change this pattern. Click on this drop down and change this to this solid fill pattern. Then we're going to click on this color and change it to almost black, but we're going to click on OK and click on OK. Then we're also going to click on these lines here, this override here. Then we're going to change this weight of these lines to 5mm. Then I'm going to click upon OK apply, and I'm going to click OK. So this wall will now have better graphics and it's going to just look better. So now we have done this now. I think we have done justice to placing the doors and spaces. Okay, we have not done justice. So let me just click on this. There are still some spaces we need to work on. So I'm just going to click on this and I'm going to click on move, and I'm just going to move this to this point here. So this can help us accurately while placing these doors. So I'm going to click on this and move this too. All right, so now this is done. We're now going to go to doors again. We're going to click on this D2 and we're going to place one door here. So I'm going to click on this and I'm going to click on move, and I'm just going to move this here. So after doing this now, we're now going to start creating floors. So the floors are also as important as the walls. So floors is basically where human beings we are going to be working on and using. So what we're going to do, we're going to go to architecture. We're going to click on floors. So remember what I told you about floors. If you are drafting a floor on this DPC level, the thickness is going to offset downwards. So you are going to keep that in mind once we go to the subsequent floors. Then I'm just going to click on this drop down and I'm going to select this floor main. So they are different, just the same way we have different kind of walls, where in this template file we have already created a floor that I used to use. So it's called floor main. You will see it once you have transferred project standards from the template file. Okay, so if you want to edit floors, it's the same way of editing. Or click on edit type, click on duplicate. You don't even need to click on duplicate necessarily. You can even edit the one you have. So you can change the thickness and change the material. You can even insert new layers on top to add maybe floor tiles. Then just click on up and make sure it's above this current layer. You can even set a thickness, let's say 10 millimeter. Okay, then you can assign a new material, let's say ceramic tiles, whatever. But I'm going to click on this and delete this now. I don't need to do it. So I'm just going to click on OK and click on OK. So now I'm just going to click on this line work here, and I'm going to draft a line from here to this point here to this point. So typically, let me hit Ctrl-Z. I just need to explain something. If you are creating floors in Revit, the ideal way to create floors is on the external of walls, because once you are casting slabs in real life, it's going to be casted at the external of these walls. But personally, I like drafting the floors at the internal of the walls. The reason why I'm doing that is simply for visualization and easy clarity purposes. Once I come into detailing, I always try and make up for it graphically by using tools like field region. So don't say that this is the proper way to do it. This is not the proper way to do it. It's just me doing it by placing. So you need to place your draft your floors at the surface of each wall, just like this. So this way I'm doing it now is the proper way to do it, but I usually like drafting it from the internal of the walls just for visualization purposes. So I'm going to draw a line here. I hope that is clear. Draw a line to this point, up to here, also reach at this point here, then go to this point, go here, draft another wall here, draft another wall. So we're not going to be entering this duct. Draft another wall here and up to, let's say, 1.5. Draft the wall here and draft this here. Okay, so after we have drafted these floors here, we're just going to click on finish. So now we have the terrace here. We have the entrance terrace and the kitchen terrace. So now we are going to go back to NGL and we're going to be drafting a wall here just to serve as a dwarf wall for this point here, so it will make sense. So I'm going to click on walls again. I'm going to click on this drop down and change this to 2254. So after doing this, I'm going to go to this location line and change it to finish face exterior. Then I'm going to set the constraint from NGL, click on this and change it to DPC. Then the top offset of the constraint is going to be 75 millimeter. So I'm going to pick this point here and pick this point. You can see how the thing works once it's finish face exterior, and pick this point here. Then I'm going to click on escape. So after doing this, I'm now going to go back to DPC and you're going to see that this has formed a dwarf wall here. So we can now put a railing here. So to put a railing, I'm just going to go to architecture, click on railing. Then I'm going to click on this drop down and I'm going to be selecting this minimalist railing. So if you have transfer templates, you're going to see the minimalist railing. So I'm just going to draft this profile to this point here and click on finish. So now we have done a lot of work to some extent. So if you want to see the 3D of what you are doing, you are simply going to click on this default 3D icon and you are going to see the 3D view here. So if you click on this icon here, we can change this to fine. We can also click on this and change this to shaded. So we can click on this cube gizmo here, and once we left click and hold, we can rotate it. If we even want to centralize the rotation point, we can click on this icon here, then hold this center, left click on this center, hold it and drag the center point to this point here. So after dragging it, I'm just going to click on this X icon here, then once I rotate it, it's going to be from the center point. So you can see the work we have done so far. Good stuff. So let's not get too carried away with looking at our 3D, because we tend to do that, we architects. So it's very important you maintain focus. So we're going to go back to DPC now, and we're going to now enter the staircase. So a staircase is basically a vertical transport that transports people from a floor to another floor. So it's very simple to create in Revit, no much hassle, nothing too complex. So you are just going to go to architecture. You are now going to click on this staircase icon here. So once you have clicked on it, the first thing to do is to select the staircase type, which you click on this drop down, and I suggest you select monolithic staircase here. So after doing that, you are now going to set the base level and the top level. So the base level is DPC, which is correct, but the top level have to be first floor. Okay, so after you have set this top level, you are now going to edit this desired number of staircase, which directly affects the height of the riser. So the riser height is basically the height of the steps in the individual steps in the staircase. So if you increase the number of these risers, it's going to reduce the riser height, because the more number of stair risers, the lesser the height of each riser has to be to carry people to the given floor. So we're going to change this to 24. 24 is too small, it's too much, so it is 143. So we're going to change it to 23, which is 150 millimeter. That is the standard height of risers. So we're going to change this thread depth to 300 millimeter. Then now we have set all these things in place, we are good to go. So we're just going to click on this create sketch, and we're going to start sketching the riser. So we are going to start with these boundary lines, and we're going to click on this line tool from here. We'll make sure you're under boundary. Then we're going to draw a line from here up to, let's say 3.3 meter. Then I'm going to click escape. I'm going to draw another boundary line here to this point, then draw another line just to match this 3 meter here. Be careful so you not draw a slanted line, straight line. So after doing this, I'm going to click on escape. I'm now going to click on offset, and I'm going to be offsetting 1.2 meter, which I think I'm going to be imputing the value of 1.2 meter, which I think is okay for the width of staircase for a residential building. Then I'm going to make sure this copy is checked on. Then I'm just going to select this line here and offset it inward. After doing this offset, I'm going to click on this trim and extend, and I'm going to trim here, trim this line here, trim this line here. So now I've done this now, I'm now going to click on riser now. So this riser, we are going to use it to create the risers we want. So we're now going to click on this line work, and we're going to draw one line here, and we're going to draw maybe another line here. So I'm going to click on offset, and I'm going to be offsetting this at 300 millimeter. That is the standard width for risers. So I'm just going to click on offset, make sure this copy is on, offset here, offset here, offset here, offset here, and offset here. So if you zoom out, you are going to see a text writing risers created 16 remaining. So it's going to be like a guide showing you the amount of risers you have created. It's showing 7 risers created if you look well, 16 remaining. So we're just going to be using that as a guide to create more risers up to this point. Click on escape. Then we're going to select. You see why it's good to create spaces in the multiples of 3. You can see how these risers are just joining perfectly. So I'm now going to click on copy. I'm going to click on escape, left click, select all these risers here, click on copy, select this point and place it at this point and click escape. So if you zoom out now, it's now saying 17 risers created, 6 remaining, which is actually a lot. So we're just going to click on offset, and we're going to offset this more, offset here, offset this more, offset here. So we can even click on this one more. Then we can just click on trim, click on this line here, trim this boundary to this riser, click on this, trim this boundary here. So if you zoom out after this, it's showing one riser remaining. So what we can now do now is we are now going to just go to this point here. So we are going to click on escape. We are now going to select these risers here. Sorry, first we are going to click on this riser here, drag this down a bit, just randomly. Then select all of this, click on move and move this by 100 millimeter. Or we can move this by 150 millimeter, as is easy. Then click on this and drag this to this point here. Then we're now going to create some riser lines again, but this time we're going to draft in a random line here and another random line here. So why we drafted these two lines is just a temporal line for us to get the center point from here, then join it to this point. Then from this point now we're going to draw another line and join it with this corner here. So we're going to create another extra riser here. So I can now delete these two lines here and delete this one. So after setting up this thing, I'm now going to finally click on stair path. So this stair path basically gives Revit the information that where you want the stair to flow. So I'm just going to draw a line here. I'm going to draw another line here up to this point, and I'm going to draw another line here. Then I'm going to trim this together. So I think after doing this now, we are good to go. So it's showing -1 risers remaining. That means we don't even need to create this one. So I'm going to click on this and I'm going to delete this here. So it's showing 0 risers remaining. So I can select this, click on move, and just move this back to, let's say, 75. Then click on escape. So it's showing 23 risers created, 0 remaining. So after doing this now, I'm just going to click on finish. And now it's going to show how the staircase is flowing. So it starts from here and goes here, which if you want to change it, you can click on flip, but I'm going to click on flip again. I want it to start from here and go this way. Then I'm going to click on finish. Okay, so there's one issue with this staircase. The railings, the handrails are too big because of one issue from the template file, which will easily solve by clicking on this railing, clicking on edit type. Then we're just going to click on this top rail. We're going to click on this. Okay, sorry. We're going to click on this icon here, this type here. Then we're going to go to this profile, click on this and change it to square rail 20 millimeter, this square handrail 20 millimeter, and change this material from caps to, let's say, aluminium. If you don't know how I did it, let me go back again. I just clicked on this 3 dots here, look for, down click and search for aluminium. Then I'm just going to just click on aluminium and click on OK, click on apply. And it's going to change. So now we have created this. We don't need this railing here. We can delete this here. Okay, so we have our staircase here. If you go to 3D now, you can see how the thing is looking, and it's looking good. So we'll go back to DPC now, or rather we'll go back to NGL. So the next steps we are going to be creating are these entrance steps here. So entrance steps are quite different from this normal stairway that is going to fly. You are going to see the adjustments we are going to make. So we are going to go to stairs once more. We are now going to go to architecture. Okay, sorry. We are going to go to stairs again. We're now going to click on this monolithic and click on edit type, duplicate, and we're going to call this 00 steps. So after giving it this name, I'm just going to click on OK. Then I'm now going to change some things. So I'm going to click on this run type here. Then I'm going to click on edit duplicate, and I'm going to call this 00 steps again. Then I'm just going to click on OK. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to click on this smooth and change it to stepped. Then I'm going to change the structural depth to 450. After doing this, I'm now going to click on OK, click on apply and click on OK. So now I've done this now, I'm going to set the base constraint from NGL to DPC, which is fine. Then I'm just going to click on create sketch. So I'm going to start from the boundary. I'm going to draw a line from here up to, this is 5 meter. Okay, this is 600 millimeter, which I think is okay. Click on escape, draw another line here, 600 millimeter. Then I'm now going to click on risers here and draw a riser line here, draw another one here, click on escape, draw another riser from this center line here. So they are now saying 3 risers created, 2 risers created, 1 remaining. Then I'm just going to click on stair path here, and I'm just going to draw a stair path from this point to this point. Then I'm going to click on finish. Then I'm just going to click on flip because I want the staircase to start from here and go upward. So if you go to 3D, we're going to check whether the staircase was enough, which it was not enough. It was showing me one riser remaining. So I'm going to go back to NGO. I'm going to click on this and click on edit sketch. So I'm going to click on offset one more and offset this by 300 millimeter. Then I'm just going to click on this trim and extend single element. Then I'm going to select this line, select here, select here. Then I'm going to click on finish. So now we have created our steps. So what we can do, instead of doing the whole thing again and starting afresh from on this side, we're just going to click on this. We're going to click on copy this randomly here. Then I'm going to click on escape. So I'm now going to click on rotate, and I'm going to rotate this by 180 degrees. Then I'm now going to click on edit sketch. Then I'm going to left click and select everything here. Click on move and move this to this point here. Then first I'm going to drag this line randomly, and I'm going to drag this line to this point. Make sure I just try and drag this line here. It doesn't need to be 100% accurate, but let me just change this to 750 to centralize it. Then I'm going to click on finish. Then I'm just going to finish this here. So if you go to 3D view now, we are now going to see how we created. So we can click on this riser here. We can this railing here, delete it. If you rotate this here, we can leave this railing here since this is fine. So you can see this is how our work is looking, not bad. So we're going to go back to DPC. So now we are going to start naming the spaces, because I usually like creating fenestrations and windows lastly in this project, okay? Because fenestrations and windows directly work with the facade treatment, so I used to leave it for the later stages of the project. So we are going to start naming spaces in Revit, okay? So to name spaces in Revit is simple. You can use the normal annotate tool, which is not really beam oriented and will make things more difficult, but you can use this normal text tool. Go to annotate, use text, and just place a text and call this dining. I didn't spell it well, but it's just an example I'm giving. But you can see this is still too basic. So if you want to create rooms in Revit, you are going to go to architecture. We are going to now go to rooms and click on rooms. Then the first thing to do is we are going to click on this drop down and make sure it's rooms with area. Then we are going to go to this constraint and set this upper limit from DPC to the next floor, which is first floor. Then this limit offset, we are going to change it to 0. So remember, DPC as lower level. Anyway, you cannot even set it, because automatically once you are in DPC, it's going to start from DPC. Upper limit, first floor, limit offset 0. So we are just going to hover around this space. So these rooms in Revit, they create rooms as an actual component. So these rooms are bounded by walls. So once the space is bounded by walls, you can now place a room here, place a room. So what of these spaces that we want to separate but are not bounded by walls? I'm going to show you how to do that. So let's start by placing in spaces that are bounded by walls first. You see, we cannot place here because it's not bounded by walls. We cannot even place in this entrance because it's not bounded by walls. We can't place here because we want to separate this stairway from this lobby. So let's just place here and place here and place here. So now what we're going to do is we're going to click on escape. We're now going to go to what they call room separators. So these room separators help you separate room spaces without using walls. So I'm just going to draw the lines here and separate this space here. So once we have drawn this line here, it will demarcate the space automatically. Click on lines, separate this space, click on room separator lines. You are going to see it as an orange line. If you click on TL, which your graphic is meant to be appearing like that, I'm sure you might have been wondering why my graphic was 10 line, because it's just the shortcut TL. So this TL can make you view your work in 10 line, and can also reverse it and make you view your work in the actual thickness that you have set it at. So I like using 10 lines because it gives me this graphical accuracy. So I'm going to see everything at pinpoint accuracy. So I'm going to click on this and draw another room separator line here. Then I'm going to click on escape and I'm going to draw another room separator line at this point here. So after doing this, now you see if I click on rooms now, I can now place room here. So I'm going to place here. I'm going to place here, place here, place here, place here, and place here, and place here. So you might be wondering, these rooms are looking somehow, yet they are too convoluted, they are big. Some things are not necessary. How are we going to change this? If we click on this, we cannot edit it from here. What we are going to do is we are going to simply click edit family. Then before we do anything, we are going to go under view. We are going to go under visibility graphics. We are going to go under annotation categories, and we are going to click show annotation categories in view, apply, and click OK. Then the first thing we are going to do is we are going to click on this text room number, delete it. Hover around one of this line, click on tab to select 4 of them, left click, then delete it. Click on this volume. I don't think we need the volume, so I'm just going to delete it. Then we're going to click on this text, and we're going to click on edit type, duplicate, and I'm just going to click OK. It's going to give this room number 2. So I'm going to click this text font, and I'm going to change it to a text font of my taste. So I'm just going to use Source Sans Pro. Then I'm going to change this from text size to 2mm and click on OK. Then once I've changed this, I'm going to click on this and drag this down. So I'm going to click on this one now, edit type. I don't need to duplicate it. I'm just going to click on this and change this to, let me use Source Sans Pro. Then I'm now going to change the text size to, let's say, 1.3. And I'm going to now change this color from black to red. Then I'm going to click on OK, click on OK. So now I'm going to drag this text up here. So it's going to be as close as possible. So you can see this is, now we have done this, we can just click on load into project. Then we can click on semi-detached, click on OK, click on no. Then we're just going to click on override existing version and its parameters. So after doing this now, these room separator lines, they're actually a saw in the eye. I don't like them graphically. So instead of even doing too much, we're just going to select this line here. We're going to right click, override graphics in view by category, and we're just going to, click on close. We're going to select this, right click, hide in view by category, and we're going to hide all of them in view. It doesn't mean they are deleted, it just means they are hidden. So I can click on TL again to activate my 10 lines again, so it will be easy to work on. Then we're now going to start naming all these spaces. So we're going to start from this one. Okay, another thing to do is we're going to click on this and click on edit family. We forgot to do this and it's very important. We're going to click on this room tag name. We're going to click on edit type, and we're going to change this background from transparent to opaque. Click on OK. We're going to do the same for this area. Click on it, enter, click on transparent and change it to opaque. Click on OK. Then load this into the project, and I'm going to click OK. Click on no. Then I'm just going to click override graphics. So now after doing this, we're now going to start naming the spaces by, I'm just going to hover around this name, click on it once. Then I'm going to call this entrance. I'm going to click on this and I'm going to call this living room. I'm going to click and I'm going to call this anteroom or foyer. I'm going to go here. I'm going to call this trap lobby. This is going to be guest WC. Then this is going to be stairway. This is going to be lobby. This is going to be dining area or dining room. This is going to be kitchen. So you can see that these room tags are very important because it's showing the areas of each of the space. So if you are presenting to someone, you can tell the person that the living room has this space, the dining has 16 meters square, this one. So that is very nice. So we're going to call this bed/WC. We're going to call this bedroom 1. We're going to call this laundry/store. We're going to call this terrace. So after doing this now, we can now go to the next floor, which is the first floor. So we're just going to click on first floor now, and okay, we're going to click on first floor. So now we're now going to go to this underlay now, and we're going to click on this drop down, and we're going to change this underlay to DPC. So what this underlay does is that this underlay allows us to be on another floor and see things that are happening on the lower floors or upper floors. So in this case, we want it to be on the lower floor at the DPC. So we are just going to be able to see how the walls form, and once we are drafting out our first floor, we are going to put the considerations in mind. Okay. All right, so we are going to start drafting on the first floor, and basically it's just going to be almost similar to a replica of the ground floor. There are just going to be some differences here and there. So we're going to start off with this space. We're going to go to architecture. We're going to click on walls. We're going to save the project as usual. Then once the walls appear, we're going to change this top constraint from lintel to paint floor. Then we're going to change this top offset to 0, so it's first floor to paint floor. We're also going to change this location line back to wall center line, and we're just going to draft from here to this point here, down to this point here, up to this point here. So after doing this now, we're now going to draft another space here. We're going to draft a wall space here. We're going to draft another one here, and we're going to draft another space here. The only thing is that for this space here, since it's going to be like an overhead beam here, we're going to put this base offset to be minus 450. So usually in this type of building, I usually do cantilevers, but I don't like doing cantilevers at the back of buildings because I don't feel it's necessary in any way, because it will just cause more roofing issues. So I always like to leave the back continuous and flat. So I'm going to change this base offset back to 0, and I'm going to draft another wall here. So basically this room here is going to be like a replica of this room here. It's going to be like a replica of this room on the ground floor. So I'm just going to still maintain it here. So these two, I'm going to draft this wall here. I'm also going to draft this wall to this point here and draft this wall. So for these spaces here, I'm going to add another space here. So this space is going to be another bedroom here. So I'm just going to draft another wall here to this point here. Click on escape, draw a wall here, draw another wall here, and draw another wall here. Okay. Then I'm going to go over to this point. I'm going to draw a wall. I'm still going to maintain this duct here, or rather I don't even need to maintain. Okay, I'm still going to try and maintain this duct here and still draw another wall here. So I'm just going to draw a wall here. I'm going to click on this drop down and change this to 150mm wall and draw another wall here. Okay, you are going to see the purpose later. Then I'm going to also, okay, this is still 150mm wall, so I'm now going to draw another wall here. Okay, so now I think we have achieved some bedrooms here. The only thing is that you notice I left this space on purpose. I didn't close this loop. The reason why is that if I go to 3D view now, I want to do some things here. So I want to make this wall go, these walls at this exterior go continuously from the ground up to the highest floor. So we're going to go to DPC first. We're going to click on modify. We're going to click on split. Then I'm going to split here. I'm going to also split this wall here. Then I'm going to click on escape and I'm going to select these 3 walls here. Then I'm just going to click on this top constraint and change it up to parapet level. Okay, I'm going to change it up to parapet level. Then once I change it, I'm going to click on this drop down and I'm going to change this wall to another type of wall. So I'm going to click on this, click on edit type, click on duplicate, and I'm going to call this 00 brick wall. Then I'm going to click on OK. So after calling this brick wall, I'm going to click on edit type. I'm going to click on this material. I'm going to right click. I'm going to click on duplicate. Okay, there is even already a stone material, stone wall material. I'm going to click on apply, click on OK, click OK, click apply and click OK. Then if you go to 3D, we're now going to see something like this. Okay, so now we're now going to click on this first floor. So since we already have most of the first floor outlined, we're now going to start doing some line works to indicate where our balconies is going to be. So I'm going to go to annotate. I'm going to go to detail line. So firstly, I'm just going to go here and I'm going to draw a balcony up to, let's say, I'm going to extend this room. This room is going to be a bit bigger. So I'm going to extend this room by, let's say, 1.2. Or draw this line here up to 225 instead. Then I'm going to click on enter. So I'm going to draw a line here up to this point. Then I'm now going to draw another line here up to 1.5 meter. Then I'm going to draw another line to this point here. Okay, so now I'm also going to click on escape. I'm going to draw a line from here up to 600 or 900 millimeter. Click on enter. Then I'm going to draw it up to this point here and delete this. So now I'm just creating an outline for balcony. So I'm going to go to detail line again. Then I'm going to do something similar. So I'm going to draft another wall here. Another line here, sorry, up to this point. Then I'm going to extend this by 450 from this corner here. Then I'm going to draw a line to this point here. Then I'm also going to click on this and draw another line 225 millimeter from here. I'll stop this line here, or rather just move it to this point. Then for this, I don't think there's any necessity to do much here. Then I'm just going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on walls. I'm going to click on this 150 wall. I'm going to set the constraint from first floor to 10th floor. So I'm going to draw a wall here, draw another wall here. Then I'm going to click on escape. So now what I can do is to go back to this DPC and I can just select this door here and select this door and click on copy to clipboard. Then I'm going to click on paste, align to selected levels. Then I'm going to click on first floor and click on OK. Okay, so now what we're now going to do is we're now going to go to this DPC now, and we're just going to create a template from here. So we will not need to stress ourselves too much on this first floor. So what you can do is to click on views. We're now going to click on view template and we're going to click on create template, and we're just going to call this 00 temp. So this temp means temporary, so it's not the final template, it's just a temporary template for working there. We're going to click on OK. So I'm going to go to first floor. I'm going to click on view template, apply template, and I'm going to see this temp and I'm going to click on OK. Then that template is going to apply here. So now we have something like this. We're now going to start doing some wall works. So these wall works are basically going to now start defining our facade a bit, but we're just going to be taking it one after the other. So we're going to start. We're going to click on architecture. We're going to click on walls. Then we're going to change this back to this 225 wall here. So now we are going to click on this wall. This wall starts from first floor to 10th floor. So what I'm now going to do is I'm going to set this base offset to -450 since we are going cantilevers. So once you are going cantilever, it's always good to put -450 on the base offset. So it's going to serve like a beam, a drop down for provisions for beam. So it just shows your structure, you are paying attention to the structure. So we're going to change this wall center line to finish face exterior, and we're going to draw from this point here up to this point first. So after doing this now, I'm now going to change this from finish face exterior to wall center line. Then I'm going to draft a wall to this point and draft another wall from this point here to this point. So what I'm now going to do now is I'm now going to click on architecture. I'm going to click on walls now, and I'm going to set this at finish face exterior. Then I'm going to pick this point here, pick this point here and draw it up to this point. So after creating like a full loop here, I'm now going to start creating some dwarf walls. Okay, so I'm going to click on wall now. I'm now going to go to constraint. I'm going to change this from 10th floor to first floor. Then I'm now going to put this top offset to 300 millimeter. So I'm now going to draw a wall from this point here. Make sure this location line is finish face exterior up to this point and stop somewhere here for now. Then I'm going to click on escape. So I'm now going to go to annotate. I'm going to go to detail line. So I want to create like an effect here. So the effect is if I click on this line here, I want to draw a sloped slanted line to this point here. So this line is going to slope at 45 degrees to this point. So it's going to just create this slanted wall effect. So I'm just going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on walls. Then I'm just going to change this offset back to 0. Click on this and change this back to 10th floor. Then I'm going to draw a wall from here to this point. So this particular wall, if I click on it, I don't need to put this base offset to -450. I'm going to change this back to 0. click on escape. Then I'm just going to try and join this wall here. So if you click on this wall, we can now disjoin this wall to this point here, creating something like this. So if you go to 3D view now, we are going to see something similar, something like this on the facade, which I think is fine. But we still have some work to do. So these dwarf walls, I'm feeling that is kind of too much, too high. So I'm going to click on this, put dwarf wall. I'm going to change this top offset to 150 millimeters. Okay, so now we are now going to go over to the first floor again. So the same way we did this here, we are going to be doing something like that on this wing here, that is on this second room space. So what we're going to do now is we're now going to click on wall again. We're just going to change this back to 150 wall. So let's just do some planning on this spaces, change this back to 0. We're going to draw a demarcating line here. Click on escape, change this back from finish face exterior to wall center line. We're going to draw a line here to separate the walk-in closet from the main convenience. These other spaces, I think they are still fine. So I'm just going to click on escape, click on this and change this to, okay, I think this is 1850. I'm going to change this to 1.5 meter. So I'm just going to click on modify. I'm going to click on split and I'm going to click on split element here. Then I'm going to click on this wall and drag it here. So what I'm now going to do is I'm going to go to annotate. I'm going to go to detail line. So I'm just going to click on this line here and draw it up to, okay, click on escape, draw a line from here up to 600. Then draw another line here. Then what I can do is to click on this wall and drag this back. So now we have our closet space. So we're also going to go to DPC now and we're going to select this door here. And we're going to click on copy to clipboard. Then we're going to click on paste, align to selected views and set it at first floor and paste it at this first floor. So we're going to go back to first floor. So now we know this is going to be a family lounge. So we're just going to go to architecture, click on doors, select this D1, that is this normal door, place a wood door here. We're going to go here. We're going to place another door here. We're going to now go here and we're going to place another door in this convenience here, D2. So let's just do something. We're going to click on this wall. We're going to make this dimension 1.2. So we have a big master convenience and we have another big closet for the master bedroom. So I'm going to click on door here and I'm going to be putting this normal D1 single swing door. And click on space and place this here. Then I'm going to click on escape. So for now, what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to pause on this balcony creation because I need to set up some things on this first floor now. Okay. So I'm going to click on this. I'm going to increase this balcony depth to 900 millimeter because I feel it's better like this. So the balcony will have this very complete view around, complete movement around. So now I'm not going to go here. I'm going to click on this. I'm going to drag this down here. So after dragging this down, I'm now going to go to annotate. I'm going to click on detail line and I'm going to draw an overhead line here up to 1.2 up to this point here. Then draw it back. Then I'm going to click on escape and draw this to this point here. So after doing this now, I'm now going to click on line work to draw some wardrobes. So I'm going to click on detail line. I'm going to click on this drop down and change it to 10 lines. Then I'm just going to draw a wardrobe here. I'm going to click on escape. For this bedroom, I'm just going to draw it somewhere here up to 600 millimeter. 900 here. Then I'm going to create provision for the TV that is going to be here. So this is 1.2 and draw another line here up to 900 or 600. Then I'm going to draw a slanting line here indicating this is a wardrobe. Or what I can do is just to balance things out, change this to 750. Click on this line, move this here, click on this too, change it to 750. Click on this, drag this here, click on this, drag this here. So I'm now going to click on detail line and I'm going to draw another line here. So I'm now going to create a very big closet here, this 600 millimeter from here. This is 600 here. I don't know why I keep making this mistake. Then I'm going to draw a line here. I'm just going to draw another line here. Okay, so this is good now. So we have basically worked on these spaces now. We have the convenience and the convenience spaces here. So I'm going to go to architecture, click on door, change this D1 to D2. Then I'm going to place another door here. Click on space and place this door here. So after doing this now, I think we can now resume working on the balcony. So this is going to be a family lounge. This is going to be a master bedroom. Then we're still going to put the doors to these balconies, but for this I'm just going to leave it because I may do some curtain wall embedded doors here. So let's just leave that space for now. Then we're going to go to this space. I'm going to click on door again, and I'm going to be placing this second door here, this temporary door. I'm going to click on this and change it to D1. So this is going to be D2 parallel doors going to this balcony. Then I'm now going to start drafting the balcony. So of course I'm going to go to walls. I'm going to change this from 150 wall to 2254. Then I'm going to put this offset of minus 450. So after putting this offset here, I'm now going to click on this. Okay, sorry, I'm going to click on escape, change this from wall center line to finish face exterior. Then I'm going to pick this line here and wall here and pick here. So after doing this now, I'm now going to go over here. I'm going to click on for now, let me just delete this. For now, let me just use a normal balcony. So I'm just going to go to wall here. After going to wall, I'm now going to just go to this base offset is 450. I'm going to change this to, let me just change it to first floor. Then I'm going to add 150 millimeter. Then I'm just going to draft from here. I'm going to click on escape, change it from finish face interior to finish face exterior. Draft from here up to this point, then change it back to finish face exterior and draft another wall here. So after doing this now, we have many walls set up, and I'm just going to click on delete to use lines and delete this work here. So now if you click on 3D view, we are going to see what we have done so far, which is not bad per se. So now we're just going to go back to this first floor, and we're even going to go back to ground floor. So in this ground floor, I feel before we move further, we should start placing furniture. So we're going to place furniture completely on the ground floor and fixtures, then before going to first floor and doing the same thing after everything we have done. Alright, so now we're just going to simply click on components. Remember what I told you about, once you have copied something from another project into a Revit project, it's going to save in the inventory of the current Revit project. So we're going to click on this drop down, and we're going to start just placing according to how we are seeing them. So we'll just click on this bed. I'm going to click on space, and I'm going to place this bed. Another important thing why it's good to place furnitures on time in the project is because furnitures help you to determine where you are going to place the windows. For furniture directly ties to the functionality of a space, so it's important to place them first and see how that space works. Alright, so we are just going to go to component. We're going to click on this drop down. Next, we're going to be placing this plasma TV. So we're going to be placing this, click on space to change the rotation to the orientation. Then we're just going to place this plasma TV somewhere here, which I think is okay. Okay, so we're just going to click on components. Now we have placed this plasma TV here. We're going to go to this first floor. Let me just click on enter, then click on first floor again. Then I'm just going to select. So you can see already these components, since the underlay is on, they're already showing. So what I can do now is to go over here and go to this underlay and change it to none. Then I'm just going to select these lines here. I'm going to click on copy to clipboard. Then I'm going to click on paste, align to selected views, then select this DPC. So after doing this now, we can now go back to this DPC now. Then based on this, we can now adjust this TV. So I'm going to click on move and I'm going to move this to this edge here. So it's going to balance perfectly. So I'm going to select this TV here. I'm going to click on copy to clipboard. I'm going to click on paste. Then I'm going to click on align to selected levels and I'm going to set this first floor and click OK. So it's just going to copy to that first floor. Then I'm going to click on component again. Click on this drop down. Now the next is the rug. So I'm going to click on this rug here and I'm going to place it around this side here, somewhere here. Then I'm going to go over to this bedroom and place this rug here. So I can change the width to, let's say, 2.4 and change this depth to 1.5. Then click on space and place this here. So after doing this now, we are going to click on this drop down and we're going to select this shower tray. So this shower tray, we're just going to be placing it somewhere here. So because of the shower tray is too wide, I'm going to click on this. I'm going to click on edit type and I'm going to change this depth to 1.5 meter. So it's going to match the size of the toilet. So I'm now going to adjust this here and I can even click on rotate and rotate this by 180. So the sink will now be here. So after doing this, we're making good progress. I'm going to click on components, click on this drop down. I'm going to now put this shower head. So for this shower head, I'm just going to put this somewhere here and place this here. I'm now going to click on this drop down again and I'm now going to select this sink here. So for this sink, I'm going to make sure this elevation is set at 700. Then I'm just going to place this. I'm going to place this sink somewhere here. Yeah. And I'm going to click on escape. So I'm going to click on components again. So now we have placed the sink. I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on components, click on this drop down. Then I'm going to be placing this toilet sink. So I'm going to be placing the toilet sinks somewhere here. Okay, I think here is fine. Then I'm also going to be placing another one here. Then I'm going to click on this drop down and I'm going to be selecting this dining table. And I'm just going to place this dining table, big dining table here. Then I'm going to click on this drop down. I'm now going to scroll up here. I'm going to look for some other components like the WC. Then I'm just going to place this WC here. And I'm just going to place this one here. Okay, so now we have placed our two WC. We're now going to place this gas cooker. So I'm going to be placing this gas cooker at this center point of this kitchen. I'm going to click on this drop down. I'm going to scroll down and place this entertainment center. And I'm just going to click on space to change the orientation and just place this at the center point of this living room. So now we're going to click on this drop down again. Then we're going to scroll down and we're going to look for some lugers. So I'm just going to type in LU. So this stands for, it's just the name of the couches we're going to be using. So I'm going to place these 3 lugers. I'm going to click on space to change the orientation and place one here. Then I'm going to click on this drop down, select this second one that is shorter and place another one here. Then click on space and place another one here. Then I'm just going to select this, click on this and place this one again. And I'm going to place one chair here. Okay, so after doing this now, I'm going to click on this drop down and I'm going to scroll down and I'm going to just search for tables. So I'm going to be putting this coffee table to serve as a center table here and here as well. You can also put one here. So after doing this, I think we have done justice to the furnitures of this ground DPC. Then we're going to go back to this first floor and we're going to start trying to refine it. So of course, we're going to start and go to architecture and we're going to be using the railings. So of course, remember that these dwarf walls are 150 millimeter off from this first floor. So we're going to put that 150 millimeter here as well. Then I'm just going to draw our railing profile from here to this point up to this point here. Then I'm just going to click on finish. So after doing this now, I'm also going to go to this space here. For now, I don't want to create the railing here. So I'm now going to create the floor slab of this first floor. So I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to floors. Then I'm just going to be drawing the floor slab profile in the same fashion as I drew the one. So remember, my reason for sketching the floor slab like this, it's not like this is the best way to do it, but we're just going to make sure that our floor slab flushes with the edge of this this staircase, since we are landing here. So we're just going to make sure it's connected, then draw another one to this point, then just extend it here as well. So since this is a duct, we'll just navigate around this up to this point here. And we're going to just enter it here and just connect everything here. Then I'm just going to click on finish, and I'm going to click on don't attach. So now, after doing this, I'm now going to click on this room separator. Remember that in the template that I copied for that temporal view template I use, I hid all the room separator lines. So even if I create them, you are not going to see them in view. So in order to see them, you are just going to click on this reveal hidden element, and we're going to draw another room separator here. I'm going to draw one from this point to this point here, and I'm going to draw two here to separate this closet from this room here. Okay, so now I'm not going to just turn off this, close this reveal hidden elements, or then I'm going to go to architecture. I'm not going to click on rooms. Then I'm going to set the constraint properly. So I'm going to make sure it's room tag with area, and I'm going to change the upper limit to bent floor. Then I'm going to change this limit offset to 0. Then I'm going to paste this here. I'm going to place a room here, place another room here, place another room here, another room here, place another room here, place another room here, here as well, here and here. So I'm going to click on escape. So I'm going to start from here. I'm going to just click once or double click, and I'm going to call this stairway. So after calling this stairway, I'm just going to click out. I'm going to call this lobby. Then I'm going to go here, and I'm going to call this bit/WC. So I'm now going to call this walk-in closet. That is WIC. Let me hit Ctrl A. W.I.C. That is short form for walk-in closet. Then I'm now going to call this master bedroom. Now let me just call this master bedroom 1. Then I'm going to call this balcony. So after calling this balcony now, I'm now going to call this family lounge. Then I'm going to call this bedroom 2. Then I'm now going to call this bedroom 3. So I'm just going to double click on this. Then I'm going to hit Ctrl C to copy this name here. Then I'm going to go click on this, Ctrl V, double click, Ctrl V again, and paste this. Then I'm going to do the same, Ctrl C to copy this name, then Ctrl V to paste it. So I'm just going to call this balcony. So we have completely named this our first floor well. So we are now going to start placing the furnitures. So I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to component again. Then for this, the furnitures I'll be focusing on is the bed, so, and the entertainment console. So I'm going to start from this entertainment center here, and I'm just going to place one somewhere here. And I'm going to place another one here. Then I'm going to click on this drop down, and I'm going to look for the beds. So I'm just going to scroll down. Then once I see this bed here, I'm just going to place, so this is a 6 foot by 6 foot bed, or 1.8 meter by 1.8. Then I'm going to place this bed here, click on space, place this bed here. Then for this master bedroom, I can click on space, place this bed here. So what we can do is to click on this bed, click on duplicate, and call this big bed or master bed. So I'm just going to remove this tool in this end and I'm going to click on OK. Then I'm just going to change the width of this bed to be 2.1 meter. That is 7 foot. Then I'm going to click on space and I'm just going to place this bed here. So we have a big bed. Then I'm going to click on this and I'm going to search rug. And I'm going to be placing a rug here. I'm going to click on space, place another one here. Going to click on space, but this time I'm going to change this width to 2.4 and the depth to 1.5. Then I'm just going to click on space and place this here. So now I'm also going to place another rug in this family lounge. Then I'm going to click on this and look for this table. So I'm just going to search for table. So I'm going to put this coffee table here. I'm going to put another one here as well. I'm going to put a coffee table here. Then I'm going to click on this drop down. Now I'm going to now search for this lugar chairs. I'm going to place this one here, this normal 3-seater one here. Then I'm now going to click on this and look for this normal chair here. Then I'm just going to click on space once I reach any of this corner and place a chair here. Click on this, place another chair here. I'm going to do the same for this. Click on space, then just click on this and drag this here. Okay, so now we have done this. I think this looks good. So what we can now do now is to click on doors, and we're just going to click on this drop down and change this to D1. Then we're going to place a door to this balcony here and place a door here. So the door is somewhat concealed, but at the same time you can still see how the door works. So we're now going to be pasting placing some plumbing fixtures. So we're going to go back to the DPC and we're just going to select all these plumbing fixtures here as I arrange them in this space here. Then I'm going to click on hold Control, select all of them. Then I'm going to click on copy to clipboard. Then I'm going to click on paste, align to selected levels. Then I'm just going to select first floor and click OK. Then we're going to go to this first floor now and we're just going to paste, do something similar to these other conveniences. So I'm just going to go to components and I'm going to be looking for sink first. Oh, sorry, shower tray. So once I've searched for shower tray, I'm just going to pick this one here. I'm going to click on space and paste this one here. Then I'm going to go over here, click on space, paste this one here. So after doing this, I'm going to click on this drop down. I'm going to search for WC and I'm going to see this white WC. I'm going to paste it here. Then I'm now going to go over here and paste this here as well. Then I'm going to click on this drop down. I'm going to search for sink and place a sink here. So I'm just going to place a sink here and I'm going to now place another sink here. Okay, this room is quite tight, but it's fine. So now we have placed a lot of this. One remaining thing we'll need to do here is I want to put a jacuzzi here. So I'm going to delete this sink first and I'm going to click on components and I'm going to place the sink here instead. So it's just going to serve this space well. So I want to put a big jacuzzi here. So what I'm going to do is, since I don't have the component here, I'm just going to open my browser and I'm going to just search for BIM object. So I'm going to leave the link to this website in the description below, so you can just search it. It helps with your Revit component. So once you open BIM object, you will need to log in. So I think I've already logged in. My email is meant to log in automatically, but you can click on login here. Then it's now going to log you in. You are going to sign up with your email if you have not signed up, or you can log in if you have logged in. So me, I already logged in now. So what I'm now going to do is I'm just going to search for jacuzzi. I don't even know what the spelling of jacuzzi is. So let me just check. Okay, so I'm just going to go here. I think I'm just going to search jacuzzi and I'm going to click on enter. So since I didn't see it, I'm just going to search for page top. So I'm just going to search for bathtub and click enter. Then I'm going to see the options that they have. So since they have an area of bathtub, I'm just going to look for the one that looks more modern and classy. So I'm just going to try and, let me say, get this one now. So I'm going to try this bit up here, and I'm just going to download it. So now I've downloaded it. I'm just going to click on open file location. Then now I've opened the file location, I'm going to minimize this, my browser, click on this file location again, try and just minimize it a bit. Then I'm just going to drag it into Revit. So once it's open, I'm going to save the project, and I'm just going to paste the bit up. So now I'm just going to place this somewhere here. I think this is fine. So now we have our bit up. So I think I can click on this, and I can click on mirror and just mirror it on its axis here. Then I can delete one of this. Alright, so now we have completed placing the furnitures on the first floor. So now we are going to go into the 10th floor. But before we do that, we're just quickly going to draw a railing here, because since people are coming down from this side of the staircase, you need to draw a railing here from, okay, we will not need to draw any railing because this staircase will still repeat itself on this floor. We will just need to draw a railing just at this middle point. So what we're going to do is we're going to click on this floor, click on edit boundary, and we're just going to adjust this boundary from this point here up to this point here, and just trim everything to suit. Trim these two here and also trim these two here. Then we're going to click finish. So after doing that, now I'm just going to click on this staircase. I'm going to go back to DPC. So I'm going to click on this staircase, click on copy to clipboard, click on paste, click on align to selected levels, then just put it, click first floor and click OK. Then if you go to first floor now, you are going to see that the another staircase is going to copy. How you are going to confirm this is we are going to go to the 3D view, and you are going to see this second staircase going to another floor above this first floor we have already created. So let's go back to first floor now and just quickly draw our railing here. So I'm going to go to architecture, I'm going to click on railing. This time I'm going to change the offset back to 0 millimeters. Then I'm just going to, I can use this normal 900 millimeter pipe. Then I'm just going to draw a railing from this point to this point. Then I'm going to click on offset. I'm going to uncheck the copy, and I'm going to offset it by 25 millimeter inwards, so it will not be on the edge entirely. Then I'm going to click on finish. So after doing this now, I'm not going to go to 10th floor. So in the same vein, we didn't see anything when we first went to first floor. We're not going to see anything in this 10th floor. So what we're going to do is we're going to go under this underlay, click on this drop down, and we're going to select first floor. So it's going to look down to first floor. Then you're going to see all the walls in this first floor. So of course we're going to start from this wall here. We're going to click on wall. We're now going to set this wall from 10th floor, change this base offset to 0. Click on this top of constraint and change it to roof level. Then change this top offset to 0. So we are going to make sure this line location is set at wall center line. We are going to be using our normal 225 wall, and we're just going to start drafting. So in this 10th floor, I will not want to use all the spaces in this 10th floor. I want to use most of the spaces for a luxury bedroom, a lounge, and a terrace. A very big terrace. So I'm going to start from here, and I'm going to draft a wall from this point to this point. So it's important that even if you are drafting walls, it's important to make sure your walls in subsequent floor aligns to the lower walls on the ground floor and the first floor. You can see that even in this first floor, most of the walls aligned with walls on the ground floor. So I'm going to still maintain something like that here, especially the major wall. So I'm going to just draw another wall here. So we can improve the graphics by just applying that temporary template we created by clicking on views, clicking on view templates, clicking on apply, then just selecting the 00 temp. So after doing this now, we're just going to click on escape. So we're going to now draft a major bedroom here. We're going to draw a wall here up to this point, then we're going to draw a wall here. We're still going to maintain this wall here and maintain this wall here. Okay, then we're going to draw another wall to this point, and we're going to draw another wall here. So now what is going to happen is that this place is still going to serve another space, but it's not just going to be the normal space you want it. So what we're now going to do is we're now going to click on this wall drop down and change this to 150 wall. So we'll draft out a big toilet convenience for this bedroom here. So what we can do is to start from here, and we can just draw a wall here at this center line. Click on this drop down, select this 2254 and draw another wall here. So now we are still going to maintain this. So what we are going to do here is that we are going to put the toilet for this major bedroom here, since they are already toilets here, so they are going to easily pipe all of them together. Then the closet for this bedroom will be here. So this bedroom will also have its own balcony too at this side, and at the same time it will have access to this major terrace balcony that will be at the top here. So what we're now going to do is we're just going to go to architecture again. We are going to go to 3D first, and we're going to start working on some things. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to select these three walls at these edges here, at this side here. Once we select our 4 of them, we are going to just add this top offset and click 150 millimeter on top of it. So this is now going to be like a dwarf wall on this paint floor. So I mistakenly made a mistake. So I'm just going to go to first floor here. Paint floor here, and I'm just going to see these dwarf walls. So now what I'm now going to do is I'm now going to go over to this point here, and I'm going to click on architecture. I'm going to set this use this normal 225 wall. Then I'm just going to put this base offset to -450. Set the top constraint to paint floor as well, then change the top offset to 150. So it's going to create like a dwarf balcony wall. So I'm just going to draw it from this point up to, let's say, this point here. So if we click on escape first, we are just going to go to 3D. The reason why I'm going to 3D is that I want to see how the thing affects here. So also I'm going to go back to first floor because I want to make a major facade element. So I'm just going to go back to first floor now. Then from this duct here, I'm going to click on architecture. I'm going to click on walls. Then I'm just going to draw a wall from here up to this point here and this point here. Then I'm just going to select this wall and set the top constraint to be parapet level, and I'm going to set the top offset to be 0. So if I go back to 3D view now, I'm now going to try and see how I can just fuse. Look at this now and try and fuse this element here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to rotate this here, or let me just go to even paint floor. Then I'm just going to go here, drag this wall to this point. Then I'm going to go to wall again. I'm going to maintain this constraint we set, but I'm just going to change this top constraint to paint floor. Then it's still going to be top offset 150 and the base offset. So I'm basically creating balcony dwarf walls for this terrace. So I'm just going to extend it to this point. Then I'm also going to click on wall again. This time I'm going to change it to finish face exterior, since this railing is not allowing me to select the center point. So I'm just going to go from here, pick here, and draw another wall here. So the reason why I'm drawing 2 walls here is that I want to separate this balcony in as much as I extended it here. So I'm going to put some glass trellis here just to help for just some very nice effect. So after I've done this now, I'm now going to click on escape. So I'm going to start designing and placing the doors for some of these spaces. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to first floor. I'm going to select this sliding door. I'm going to select these components too in this family lounge, since there's also a lounge in this same space on the paint floor. Then I'm going to click on copy to clipboard. I'm going to click on paste, align to selected levels, and I'm going to align to paint floor. So now this is done. I'm going to go to this paint floor now, and I'm going to start placing some doors in other spaces. So I'm going to click on door here. I'm going to be placing a normal door from this from this living lounge here to this bedroom. Then after placing this normal door, I'm going to click on this sliding door and change it to D3. That is this double swing door. So I'm going to drag this down and click on this to change the location of the door. So the main access to this bedroom is going to be from this living room before you get to this major bedroom. So now I'm just going to click on this. I'm going to click on split element, and I'm going to split this wall here. Then I'm going to click on escape. So I'm going to drag this wall and drag this here. Then I'm now going to do some line work to indicate the wardrobes of this convenience. So I'm going to go to annotate, the closet detail line. I'm going to start from here and draw a line up to 600 millimeter. Then I'm going to extend it to this point. I'm going to draw another line up to 600 again, draw another line downwards, then draw a slanting line here and draw another line slanting here. So after doing this now, I'm just going to click on this wall and drag it till it aligns with this horizontal line here. So now I think we are done with some of this, where I don't think we need the underlay again. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go over to this underlay, click on this icon here, then change it back to none. So after doing this now, we are in a good position. So we are going to first do some important things, okay? So we are going to click on this reveal hidden element because we want to create some room separator lines. Remember, this temporary view template, the room separator line actually removes the room separator line is actually hidden in the template view. So we need to turn on this reveal hidden element to be able to see it as we draft it. So I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on room separators, and I'm just going to draw a line here and draw another line here to separate this. I'm also going to draw a line from here to separate the lobby from this stairway. Then I think that is all. Then I'm just going to click on it to stop the remove exit the view. So after doing this now, we're now going to go to annotate. We're going to go to detail line. Then we're going to click on this drop down and we're going to click on overhead lines. So we're going to draw some overhead lines indicating there is an overhead beam there. So if you click on architecture now, we're now going to click on doors. So we're going to be selecting this normal D2 toilet door and we're going to be placing it here. Then we're also going to click on this drop down and select this D3 and place a double swing door here. Click on space to change the direction, then place another one here. So this is going to be like a pantry for this terrace. So if people want to enjoy themselves, there will be a pantry to serve them and all those stuff. So we're going to go to this first floor. Then we're just going to click on tab till we select this slab we created in this first floor. So instead of stressing ourselves too much, I'm just going to click on copy to clipboard. Then I'm going to click on paste. I'm now going to click on align to selected levels and I'm going to set it at 10th floor and click OK. So after doing this, we're now going to go to 10th floor. See the floor here. It's trying, but it's not yet matching the 10th floor very well. So I'm just going to click on edit boundary and I'm going to change some things. So I'm going to extend this here. Remember I said I want to do some slab work here. So I'm not going to use the same slab for this place. I'm going to use a different kind of slab. So I'm just going to click and delete this here. I'm going to delete this. Then I'm going to click on trim and trim this here. Click on this, delete this slanted line, drag this here, click on trim and just trim everything to make sure the loop is closed. Then I'm going to click on finish, click on don't attach. So you can see that there is meant to be a balcony here and we have not yet placed furnitures for this bedroom. So what we're going to do, the reason why I didn't create the balcony and why I didn't put railing on the balcony or that same balcony on this first floor is because I want to create a design element with it. So we are going to see the design element. So the first thing I'll do is I'm going to go to annotate. I'm going to go to detail line. So I'm going to draw a line from here up to 600 millimeter and stop it here. Then I'm going to draw another line. It can be any line overhead line. We'll still delete it later. 600 again. Stop here. Then I'm going to click on split element and I'm going to split the wall here and split the wall here. Then after splitting the wall, it doesn't necessarily need to match the line I drew yet. So you can still split it. I'm just going to select this one, hold control, select the second one, select this wall too, and select this wall. Then I'm just going to change the top constraint from this first floor as dwarf walls they are to 10th floor, retaining this top offset of 150, so they will appear as dwarf walls on the 10th floor. So I'm going to click out, then I'm just going to click on this wall and drag it till it matches that line I drew earlier. So I'm going to also do the same, click on this wall, drag it till it matches that line, then drag this to join this, drag this to join this. So after doing this now, we are going to create something like a bracket. So I'm going to click on 10th floor. So in this 10th floor, I'm now going to create a dwarf wall to fill up here. So I'm just going to go to architecture. I'm now going to go to wall. Then I'm just going to set it at minus, okay, I think the constraints are already set. 10th floor to 10th floor minus 450, top constraint 150 plus. So I'm just going to draw a line, a wall from here up to this point. So after doing this now, if you click on 3D and we rotate this to this other view, you are going to see the character I wanted to create, and you are going to see how this one is forming, and I think it's forming well. Okay. So now the next thing we're now going to do is we're now going to go back to this 10th floor and we're going to start furnishing this 10th floor very well. So by furnishing, it doesn't need too much. We're just going to go to this first floor. Let's just copy some things. So I'm just going to click on this railing here, and I'm going to click on copy to clipboard, paste, align to selected level, paint floor. So now we can finally draw our railing on this bedroom too. We can go to architecture, we can go to railing, then click on this drop down and select this minimalist railing since it's an external railing, and click on this offset of 150, then draw it from here to here, then click finish. So after doing this, now we're going to go to this paint floor. Then we're now going to click, since in this paint floor there's no more staircase going up again, we can click on this floor, click on edit slab, select these two lines here, delete them, then click on trim and just trim this together. So after doing this, I'm going to click finish. I'm going to click don't attach. Then I'm going to click on this, click on edit part, drag it here. Then click on this and drag it down. Then click on offset 25mm, no copy. Then offset it backwards. Then click finish. Then we can just go to annotate and add stair path. Click on this stair path icon, then just select the stair so the direction will show. Okay, so we are going to go to escape again. We're now going to go to architecture. We're going to go to first floor because it's always good to make things aligned. So we're going to select this door here, click on copy to clipboard, click on paste, align to selected levels, then select paint floor and click OK. So we're going to go back to this paint floor again, so you'll see this door here. We can also go to architecture, we can go to railing, then we can still draw another glass railing or minimalist railing on this paint floor just to complete this balcony. Okay, so that is good. So let's start going into the furnishing and finish up the furnishing. So we'll start the facade design. So I'm just going to click on components. I'm going to click on this drop down. I'm going to start from the beds. So I'm just going to search for beds. So it's important, I'm going to put this master bed. It's important that you put beds in a way that nothing will be obstructing it. And it's always better that the bed is facing the TV. So if you are having problem, like for example, we have a problem here. If I place this bed here now, I'll need to shift this door to this point here, since this lounge will need to be accessed from outside. So I'm just going to shift it here so the door will be accessed directly, so I can place a TV here. So I'm going to click on this console, I'm going to click on mirror, and I'm just going to mirror it to this other wall, then drag it and shift it to this point. So now I'm going to click on components again. I'm going to click on this drop down. I'm going to search for rug, RUG. Then I'm going to select the rug, place this here. Click on this drop down, search for table. Click on this table. So if you have transferred the template, if you have copied all the furnitures from the template file, you should see all these components. They are available for free. So click on table, search for coffee table, then place this here. Then I'm going to click on escape and I'm going to start furnishing the convenience. So I'm just going to click on component again. I'm going to click on this drop down. I'm going to start from WC. Then I'm going to select. So I'm going to place the WC somewhere here. I'm going to click on this drop down. I'm going to search for bait top. I'm going to select this bait top we downloaded and put it somewhere here. Or I can put it here. Okay, I think somewhere at this corner will be best. Then that means I'm going to shift this to this point here. Then I'm going to click on this drop down and I'm going to search for sink, shower. So I'm going to put this shower tray here. Click on cancel first. Click on components. Click on this drop down. Search for shower. Select this shower head here and place it somewhere here. Then click on this drop down and select this shower column here. Click on space to rotate it and place this here. Click on this drop down, search for sink. Then once you get our sink 19 inches by 17, we're just going to place our sink here. Okay, so this is basically the master convenience for this space. So I think we have done a lot of work on this space. So now we are now going to go to floors again, because we want to create a slabbed floor for here, because here is going to be where there are going to be some skylights on this place. That if you go to 3D view, click on this icon here, I want to put some concrete slab here, then put some skylights here to just light up here. So another thing we forgot to do is we forgot to put floors on this balcony here. So it's not, we have not yet put a floor, architectural floor here. So we'll just go back to first floor. We're going to select this floor. We're now going to click on edit properties, then extend it to this point here, delete this line here and extend this here, then just trim it together, then click on finish. So which master bedroom is better, or which one will you like to stay, this one or this one at the 10th floor? So leave it down in the comment section below. So I'm going to click on rooms now to place some rooms there. So I'm going to set the upper limit of the room from 10th floor to ceiling level. Then I'm going to adjust limit. The limit offset is 0, so I'm going to place one here, place one here, 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 and here. So I'm going to now click on escape. So now I'm now going to give this a name. So I'm going to be calling this stairway. Okay, let me turn on my caps lock. So after giving it the name stairway, I'm going to call this lobby. I'm going to call this pantry. I'm going to call this terrace or roof terrace, deck terrace. And I forgot to place some dining tables here. I'm going to call this lounge or master lounge. I'm going to call this master bedroom II. I'm going to call this balcony. Then I'm going to call this bed/WC. Then this is the walk-in closet, W.I.C. So now we are done with this. Let's go and place these dining tables. I just noticed I didn't place. So I'm going to go to components, click on drop down. I'm now going to type DIN. So I'm going to be placing this circular dining table. So I'm just going to click on, go to this corner here and click on space to make it diagonal. Then place one here. After placing one, I'm just going to click on it, click on copy it at intervals of, let's say, 1.6 meter, 1.6 meter, 1.6, 1.8 here, 1.6, then we can still copy like these two here. Click on copy, select this point here and just copy another one. So I think we have enough tables here on this space. I think it's looking nice and good. So what we can do now is just to click on this train here, space them a bit, click on move and move this by 900. Click on this, click on move this by 600. Click on move and move this by 300. So I think they are spaced off properly. So now I'm now going to create a concrete deck. So I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to floors. So under this floor, I'm going to change this from floor main to click on this floor main, click on edit type, click on duplicate, and I'm going to call this roof deck 00 roof deck. So after giving it this name, I'm going to click on OK. I'm going to click on edit. I'm now going to click on this material icon to change the material. Then I'm going to look for a material called concrete slab. If I don't have it, I'm going to create it, but let's search for it. So I'm just going to select this concrete, right click, duplicate, and I'm going to call this 00 concrete deck. So after giving it this name, I'm just going to click on OK here. I'm going to click on OK. Okay, so I'm going to click on this box tool here and I'm going to draw a box from this point here. So after drawing this box now, I'm now going to click on escape. So I'm now going to click on offset and I'm going to be offsetting 300 millimeter from two sides of the box, or three sides, 1, 2, 3. So after giving this offset, I'm now going to change this offset value to 600 millimeter and offset it from here. Then I'm now going to click on trim and trim this. So after trimming this now, I'm now going to select this box here. I'm going to click on copy and I'm just going to copy from this point here. Pick this point, just be copying it like this. So what I can do is to hit Ctrl Z. Then I'm going to, instead of copying it at 300, I'm going to click on move and move this by 75. Then I'm now going to click on copy. Click on this point, copy, copy. Then I feel it's still not balanced, so I'm going to hit Ctrl Z. I'm going to Ctrl Z again, select everything again, click on move and move this. This is 300 now, so I'm just going to add 150 to it to make it 450. Then I'm going to click on copy, select here, here and here. So I think it's perfectly balanced now. Then I'm now going to click finish. Click on dot attach. So now we are going to go to 3D now, and I think we have outlined the structural part of this work. So now we are now going to start working on the parapet and where the roof is going to be, because it's very important. Firstly, let me just go to paint floor and let me confirm the distance between this wall here and here. So this is at a very regular distance. So I'm going to make this 300 millimeter. Then I'm just going to click on this wall, drag it out here, click on AL, select this soffit of this slab, select here and align it, then drag it. AL is the shortcut for align, by the way. So now I think now we have a rounded digit. I think is very good. So let's now go to 3D. So in this pipe of this project, we'll be working mainly with the 3D. So we are going to rotate this to this top, and we're going to just first take note of the part we want to draw our roof. So we are going to draw some high parapet walls, because you remember that this wall is up to the parapet level. This brick wall here is up to the parapet level. So we're going to draw some walls that are going to align to it, up to this point, and to this point here. So we're also going to do it for this point to cover this balcony here. Okay, so I'm going to rotate this to this top. So what I'm now going to do is I'm going to first do a walk and cover this balcony. So I'm going to click on this railing here and click on HH. So this railing is not going to distract us. So I'm now going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on walls. Then once I click on walls, I'm going to be careful of these levels. So remember that this is the paint floor level. So I want to create something above the paint floor level, which is the ceiling level. So I'm going to draw a wall from the ceiling level up to the roof level now. So I'm going to go on this paint floor, change this to 0, change this top to 0. Then click on paint floor and change this to ceiling. Click on this reset constraint, click on this top constraint first, change it to roof. So now it's ceiling to roof level, and the distance is 600. So we're just going to draw a wall from here to here, up to here and here. So after drawing this wall now, if you click on escape and rotate this, you are going to see this is what is going to form. So we are also going to draw a parapet wall that is going to merge with this. So we are going to click on this wall here, and we are going to change this top constraint from parapet to roof level. So the only parapet wall will go from here and go from here. So you are just going to see what I mean now. So I'm just going to rotate this now. Then after rotating this, I'm now going to go to walls. Under walls, I'm now going to draw a parapet wall. A wall, set this top constraint at parapet level, then set this base constraint at roof level. So I'm going to draw from this point here to this point to this point. If you want things to be clearer, you can click on escape and go to roof level. So this roof level, we are not seeing much, but if you click on this drop down and change this underlay to, let's say, paint floor, let's say paint floor, you are going to see most of these walls we are talking about. So I'm going to click on wall now. I'm now going to draw some parapet roof to paint parapet level, and draw a wall to this point here, to this point here, and to this point. So now it means our roof is going to go and slope from here. From this is going, the slope is going to fall from here, falling backward. So now we are now going to rotate this to this approach now, and we are now going to rotate it. So you see that basically we have done a good work now. So now we are now going to model a shading device for this terrace. So even though that this terrace is actually a deck, we'll still need to cover it, but we're not going to be using heavy elements such as beams and columns to cover this terrace. We are going to be using some lightweight metal frameworks. So to do that, we are going to be using the model in place interface. So in this model in place interface, you can create unconventional things you want to create in Revit. So for instance, now let's start by creating this trellis. So now I'm just going to rotate this to this top now. So what I'm now going to do is I'm going to go to component, click on this drop down, click on model in place. Then I'm just going to click on casework, and I'm going to click OK. Click OK here. So after doing this now, what I'm now going to do is I'm now going to click on sweep. So what sweep does is, sweep means that you are going to draw the section of a profile or the profile, the sectional profile of what you want to create, then you are going to draw the path where it's going to sweep or pick the path. So in the case of this thing I want to do, I want to click on sweep because I want to create the boundary of our trellis panels. So once I've clicked on sketch path, I'll need to set the level where I'm working with. So I'm going to click on set work plane. Then I'm going to currently set at the natural ground level. I want it to start at the ceiling level. So I'm just going to change it from natural ground to ceiling level, and I'm going to click OK. This is very important. Then I'm now going to sketch the sweep profile. So I'm just going to sketch it at the boundary of this deck here up to here. So after sketching it like this, I'm now going to click on finish. Then we're not yet done. We are going to rotate this. You can see that this line is in 3D view and is on that ceiling level we wanted it to be. So after doing this now, we are now going to rotate this to the approach view. So now we have done this like this. We are now going to click on edit profile and we are going to draw a profile. So for this, I'm going to be drawing a line from this point here up to 150 millimeter. Then we are going to draw another line here up to 75 millimeter downwards here to create a box, a rectangle. Then from this center point, we are going to draw a line here up to 10 millimeter and draw another one up to 10 here. Draw another 10 here and 10 here. Then delete this one in the middle. Then we are going to click on split here. Then click on trim here and trim here. So just for more good details, we are now going to click on fillet arc tool here. We are going to pick this line and create a small arc. We're also going to do the same, pick this line, create a small arc. Then we're going to click on this arc and change it to 5 millimeter. Click here and change it to 5 millimeter. So after doing this now, we're going to click out. Then we're now going to click on this material icon here because we are going to assign a material now. So I'm going to right click, I'm going to click on duplicate, and I'm now going to call this 00 steel frame. Then I'm now going to click on this icon here, and I'm going to click on appearance, and I'm going to click on metallic paint, and I'm just going to select this glazed black. Then I'm going to click on graphics, and I'm going to click apply and click on OK. So after doing this now, I'm now going to click on finish, and we're going to see the profile we created. So you can see how we created the sweep profile. So this is just like the boundary of what we want to do. So we are just still going to work more on it. So we're now going to create some extrusion, some horizontal panels on top of this. So in between those panels, we're now going to have some frames. So we're going to rotate this to the top as usual. Then we're now going to click on create again, and we're now going to create extrusion panels. So what extrusion basically means is you are going to draw a shape and make the thing extrude. So as usual, we're going to set the level we're working with and set the work plane to this ceiling level, which is already set at, and click OK. Then we're now going to change this extrusion end from extrusion start to 75. Then we're going to change this extrusion end to 75. So after doing this now, we're going to draw a line here up to 1.2 meter. And draw another, and just draw it to this point. Then change this width to 225. Click on this and draw this. So we are going to delete this. So I'm going to click on this and reduce this to 150. So after doing this now, I'm just going to select this whole profile. I'm going to click on copy. I'm going to pick this point here, copy it here because this multiple is checked on. Copy this here. So now we have copied this. I can now click on this line and extend it to this point. Then select this again, click on copy. Select this point here, copy it here, and click on escape. So after doing this now, we're now going to set this extrusion end at 150, and we're going to click on this material to set it at the same steel frame material. Then let's just change something about the steel frame. We're going to click this pattern and change this pattern to none. We're going to click on apply, click on OK. Okay, something is still left. We're going to change this foreground pattern to none. Click on OK, apply, OK. Then we're going to click on finish. So after doing this now, we have created some demarcations. So we are not yet done yet because we still need to create some sweeping panels. So this panel color is looking too dark, so I can click on this material and change this steel frame color. Click on this and make it a lighter paint. So I'm going to go to appearance. I'm going to search for metal. Then I'm just going to use this aluminum gray. Click on graphics, click on make sure this use appearance, render appearance is checked on. Click on apply, click on OK, and it's going to be lighter. So now we are now going to create some controllable, openable panels. So these panels are like, will I call it like louvers, in such a way that it is controllable automatically. So it's just going to be like slanted openings. So how we are going to do is, well, we are going to click on create. We are going to click on sweep now. Then we're going to click on sketch path. So we're going to rotate this to the top. We're now going to set the work plane. Make sure the work plane is at ceiling level. Click OK. Then we're going to start from here. So we're going to draw a line from here up to 225. Click on enter. Then draw another line here to this point. Then I'm going to click on this line and delete this line. So our sweep profile is now here like this. As you can see. Then I'm going to click on finish and I'm going to click on edit profile. Then I'm now going to rotate this to this front here. So after doing this now, what I'm now simply going to do now is I'm just going to go here. I'm going to click on this icon here, this visual style. I'm going to click on it and change it to wireframe. So I'm now going to go to this top part here. I'm going to draw a line here up to, let me use 150. And draw another line up to 75 millimeter. Then draw a slanted line here, joining these two. Then click on offset and offset it by, let's say, 5 millimeter. So I'm going to offset from both sides. Then click on escape. So I'm going to delete this center line, delete here, delete here. Then I'm going to click on this line, pick here, pick here, pick here, and pick here. Or just to make it okay, I think it's okay. Then it's still going to maintain this steel frame material as we had before. Then we're going to click finish and finish. So if you click on this and change it back to shaded, you are now going to see that this is what it has created. So we're now going to rotate this here and we're now going to click on this now. So we're now going to use the array tool. So array is like copy, but it can copy in multiple fashions. So we're going to click on array. We're going to make sure it's selected at this linear and it's selected at second. Okay, so this is checked as second. So I'm just going to pick maybe from this point here, from the center of it, click on it and set the distance between the first and the second to be let me use 225 and see how it is. Then I'm now going to impute the number I want to copy it to. So I'm just going to put 15. Okay, so I'm going to click on OK. So 15 is still not enough, so I can still click on this number and change it to 22. Okay, 22 is almost there. Let me just make it 23. Okay, so after doing this now, I'm just going to click on escape. So I'm going to select all of these because once you array one of them, it's going to group it. So if I edit one of these groups, it's going to affect the rest, which make work is easier and faster in the case where I want to edit. So after I select all of them, I'm going to click on manual copy and I'm just going to copy it from here to this point here, to this point here. Make sure it's at this point, to this point here, this point here, and this point here. So for this point, since this one doesn't reach here, we're just going to delete all of this first and delete this. So we're going to click on this one and we're going to click on ungroup first. So this is important. Click on ungroup first for this one that is an outlier because we are going to need to array it again and regroup it. So I'm going to click on this now, click on edit sweep. Click on sketch path, then click on this line and drag it to this point. Then I'm now going to click on finish and click on finish here. So I'm now going to click on array again. So I'm going to select the center point, move it by 225. Click on the distance to be 225. Then make the number, let's say 32. Click on OK. So 32 is too much. I'm going to make it 27. Okay, 28 or 29. Okay, so now this is 29. We are now going to also duplicate some of this one. So we are going to click on this, click on array here, click on this center point, and I put the same distance 225. Then we are now going to put a value of, let's say, 6 more. So I think this is fine now. So what we can now do now, if you rotate this at 3D, you can see that this is some controllable shading device. But this kind of thing is not going to stand on its own. You get, so he's going to need support. So what we will need to do is we are going to create some support on the two sides. So we're going to create like some metal pillars or metal columns, small metal mini columns at like intervals of 2.4 and 2.4. So it's just going to carry this thing firmly. So what we're now going to do is we're just going to rotate this to like the bottom. Then I'm just going to click on create. I'm going to click on extrusion. Then I'm going to click on set. I'm going to click on pick a work plane. Then I'm just going to pick this work plane here. Okay. So what we're now going to do is I'm now going to rotate this back to the top. So after doing this now, I'm now going to use this line as a reference point. Then I'm going to pick this to this point here. Pick this to this point here. Up to 75. Then I'm going to change this extrusion start to 0 and extrusion end to 3000. So after doing this, I'm now going to select this pipe here, click on copy. Okay, before I select this pipe, what I can do now is to click on this fillet arc tool, then just bevel this edge so it will look juicy. So after doing this now, I'm going to click on escape. I'm going to click on this arc. I'm going to change this value to 5 mm here. 5. Click on this. 5. Click on this. 5. And click on escape. So I'm just going to select these lines here. I'm going to click on copy. I'm just going to select this line here. Click on copy to this point. Then just copy it very well. So after copying this like this, what we can now do is to just select like this one here, click on copy, select this point here and copy this to this other edge here. Then click on finish. So we're now going to rotate this under again and see whether the 3 meter we gave it reached this dwarf wall here. So I think it almost reached. So there was a mistake here. Okay, so you can see that these two columns are too close. So what I'm supposed to do is to click on this, click on edit extrusion, then rotate this to the top. Then I'm supposed to delete this one here and select both of these, then click on move and move it from this point here to this point. So after doing this, I'm just going to click on finish. So if you rotate this now, you're now going to see it's looking much more balanced and free. So I'm just going to click on this extrusion and I'm going to drag it down. So once I see this arrow here at this bottom part, I can control the depth. So you can see the extrusion end value has changed. So now I think this so far we have done a good work. So I think now it's fair to start entering the fenestration of this project, which is now when the main facade design is going to come out very well. So what we did now is click on finish for this casework to finish. So it's going to complete and we're going to save the project. So we're now going to start the main facade design of this project, start placing fenestrations and all. Alright, so now we want to start the fenestration. By fenestration, I'm not going to be only doing fenestration. I'm also going to be changing things like wall types and stuff just to build up the facade simultaneously. So let's just start with the DPC. So to place fenestration is very simple in Revit. You just go to architecture. You're going to see this tab called windows and we're going to click on windows. So you can see this is the window I got in from the template project. So we can paste a window here. You are going to see these temporal dimensions will appear. It's going to help you know where, for example, we are seeing 800 now, so we are going to place one here. We are going to place one here too. So if you go to click on escape, we are now going to go to 3D. We're just going to look at the two windows it has created. So this is fine and good, okay? So but me personally, I usually don't like using windows to create windows in Revit. I know this might sound funny, but here's the reason why. So the thing about windows is, in a project you can need different kind of windows. For instance, if we go back to DPC, I will need a very wide window for this dining, okay, and I'm going to need a short but high but wide window for this foyer. So the thing about using windows is that you start looking for windows in your library to suit what you want to create. You start looking for different kind of windows and downloading different kind of windows from other sources. So what I usually do is I usually use curtain walls to create windows. Okay, so this is not the best thing to do in terms of BIM practice, because Revit is still going to recognize it as curtain walls, but there are still other ways to go about it. But I usually just use curtain walls because of versatility, and I still have my ways of doing the window schedule and still bringing in drawing out the information for it on this thing. So if you want to use windows in Revit, it's still very fine. You can use windows as I just showed you how to place windows, but for me, I'm going to be using curtain wall. I'm going to be putting curtain wall embedded windows in those curtain walls. So we are just going to go for that that way. So now another thing we forgot to do is we forgot to create a duct here, and if you remember, on the first floor you're also going to see another duct here. So what we can do, since this shape is kind of different, since the access we have is different on the first floor and the ground floor, we are going to start drawing our duct from this first floor. So if you go to architecture, if you click on walls, if you have transferred this template and click on this drop down icon, you are going to see a curtain wall called grill panels. So this is a grill panels I have created in the template file. So we are going to start from basement, from this first floor to this lintel 2. So we are just going to draw from here. So what you can do to aid us is you can go to annotate, click on detail line, draw a line here, and click on escape, draw another line here. Then go to architecture wall, then just draw a grill panel curtain wall from here to this point. So curtain walls can be used for different purposes in Revit, but this is just one of them. So if you go to 3D now, we are now going to see the grill panels and the grill duct. So what we can now do now is we can just even click on this. We can increase this height, this top constraint to pent floor, then put a top offset of -450. So it's just going to lap with this downward soffit of this beam. So we're going to now change this base constraint from first floor to DPC, and we're going to put an offset of 150 millimeter. So this is now going to be the duct, how they are going to access this duct. So if you click on this first floor now, you are now going to, if you click on this DPC, you are going to see this duct. So another thing in placing windows for it to come out well on the facade, is always important that when you are placing these windows, you will be aligning them. For instance, if I go here now and I click on architecture and I click on wall now, so I'm going to click on this drop down and I'm going to select this non-defined. Then I'm now going to click on edit type. I'm going to click on duplicate. Then I'm now going to call this 00 curtain wall window, CW windows. So now I'm creating the curtain wall for my windows. So I'm going to click on OK. Then I'm going to make sure this finish face function is exterior, automatically embedded is checked on, curtain panel is glazed. We can change other, but I think glazed is okay. Join condition non-defined. So this layout and horizontal vertical layout, I'm going to leave it at none. Horizontal layout none. So for this munion now, I'm just going to change all these munions to main munion. So if you have transferred the template, you are going to see this main munion I've created before, so you can use it too. So now I'm just going to click on apply and I'm going to click on OK. So we have created our curtain wall system for this project. So what we're now going to do is we're going to now be working with the constraints. So remember, this is why I created that lintel level in the first place that time. So when I created the lintel level, I knew that I'm going to be using things like this. So this lintel is going to be my guide. So all the windows, if I'm creating windows, all of them must reach this lintel level. At least most of them will. So it's going to like unify everything. So now I'm going to set the base offset to 300 millimeter, since I want to create a narrow but long window. So I'm going to draw from here up to 750 and impute the value of 750. So I'm going to click on escape. So after drawing this now, if you go to 3D, we are going to see and rotate this, we are going to see something like this. So after seeing something like this, the thing is that this is just a simple glass panel. So how does this translate to a window? I'm just going to show you how. So you see that it's perfectly aligning with this my lintel level. And another thing we can do is to make sure that, for example, this door is 2.1 meter. How do I know? Because this lintel level is higher than it. So we can just make sure that all our doors are 2.4 meter and uniform, at least if we intend it to be uniform. So but me, I intend it to be uniform, so I'm going to make it 2.4 meter, so it's going to match the other doors. So now what I'm going to do now to add demarcations to this cutting wall is I'm going to go to architecture and I'm going to go to cutting grid. Then I'm just going to hover. So if you hover around this vertical edge, it's going to enable you to be able to place horizontal grid, cutting grid lines. So I'm just going to place one, and you're going to see the munion will appear automatically because of the settings I set when creating the cutting wall initially. So how are we going to now place cutting wall embedded windows to this cutting wall? Now what we are going to do is we're going to click on File Explorer, and we're going to open the template file. So once we open the template file, what we're now going to simply do now is we're just going to go to 3D of the template file. We're going to rotate this here, and we're going to simply copy these cutting walls here. We're going to select this one here. So this is a cutting wall embedded door. This is cutting wall embedded windows. So we're just going to select this here. We're also going to select this cutting wall too. We're going to click on copy to clipboard. Then we're now going to go back to the DPC of this our project. Then I'm just going to, outside the project, just hit Ctrl V and paste it randomly. So after pasting this randomly, as usual, I'm just going to delete it now. So of course, remember what I said about the file saving in the inventory of the project. So it still applies to this. So I'm just going to delete this cutting wall entirely. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to rotate this to this left side, and I'm now going to click on tab here. Hover around this cutting wall panel, hover around this cutting wall munion, click on tab till once the panel is highlighted in blue, we're just going to click on it. We can even select multiple, but for now let me start from one. So we're just going to click on this unpin icon to unpin this panel. Then I'm going to click on drop down, and I'm just going to change it to this metal aluminum 50 mm thickness. This is the cutting wall embedded windows. So now that I've placed this, I'm going to click on tab 2, select this one here. I can even unpin it from this unpin icon here. Click on this drop down and change it to cutting wall embedded windows. So now we have done this. Now we're now going to go back to DPC. So we're going to click on this, and we're just going to click on copy, and we're just going to copy this from this point to about 4.8 meter here. So if you click on this cutting wall system now, you are going to see that the dimension, I'm going to drag this temporal dimension to this point and drag this to this point. So I want to check what is the distance from this point here. So I'm going to make this 600 as well as this one. So after doing this now, I'm just going to select these two windows here, and I'm going to click on copy to clipboard. I'm going to click on paste, align to selected levels. I'm now going to click on first floor, and I'm going to click OK. So now we have them on first floor. If you go to 3D view, we are supposed to see them. But the reason why we're not seeing them is, remember, we put an extra double wall here. So I'm just going to click on this wall. I'm going to click on edit profile. I'm going to rotate it. Then I'm just going to click on open this box too. Draw an opening box here. Also draw another one here. Then I'm just going to click on offset, and I'm going to be offsetting 25 mm. Uncheck this copy, hover around one of them, click on tab and click on offset. Hover around one of these lines here, click on tab, offset, then click on finish. So after doing this, now we have opened up here. So now remember what I said about I'll be changing some walls. So see this railing, I don't think it's needed here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to select this wall here. Okay, I'm going to first start from this wall. If I can't select it, I'm just going to select this staircase, click on HH to temporarily hide it. Then select this wall here, hold Ctrl, select this wall here, rotate this, hold Ctrl, select this wall here. Then I'm just going to click on this drop down, or click on edit type, click on duplicate, and I'm going to call this 00225 mm dark wall. So after giving it this name, I'm going to click on OK, click on edit type. Then I'm going to change this white paint, and I'm now going to right click, duplicate, and score the 00 dark paint. Then I'm just going to click on this icon here. I'm going to go to appearance. I'm going to now go to wall paint. I'm going to scroll down, and I'm just going to look for gray. So I'm just going to click on this icon here, click on apply, click on OK, click on OK again, click on apply, click on OK. So after doing this and changing this wall color, you can see I'm trying to contrast black and white to create a very nice synergy. So I'm also going to do the same for these walls here. Select this here, hold Control, select this here, select this, select this, select this as well. Click on this drop down and change it to 225 dark wall. So you can see what I'm already doing. So now let's now go to this front. So for this front now, I want to create a very nice element here. So basically I want to create like a stone element or a marble element. So I'm just going to click on DPC now. So what I'm first going to do is I'm just going to click on modify. I'm going to click on split and I'm going to split here. Then I'm going to click on escape. So I'm now going to go to NGL. Then I'm now going to click on architecture, component, model in place. I'm going to scroll down and look for walls. Click on OK. Click on OK again. Then I'm now going to click on extrusion. So I'm now going to click on change this, leave this extrusion head at 3 meters and draw it from here up to this point, up to 1.5 meter and up to 150 millimeter. Here, 150 millimeter here too. So what I can do here is I can even reduce the depth here to 25 millimeter. So what I'm now going to do is I'm now going to click on this material and I'm now going to right click and duplicate, and I'm going to call this 00 marble, cream marble. Then I'm just going to click on this and I'm going to go to appearance and I'm going to go to stone. So it's always good you have an idea of combining colors. So I'm just going to select marble and I'm going to select this Turpentine marble. Click on graphics, appearance, OK. Click on finish. So if you go to 3D view now, I'm now going to click on this and I'm going to drag this element up to this point here. So it's just going to create a kind of continuous nice stuff. So I'm going to click on finish. So after doing this now, I think this is looking nice. So what I'm now going to do is I'm now going to go back to DPC now. So in this DPC, I'm now going to create a glazed panel. But before I do it, I'm just going to go to first floor. So I want everything to align well. So I'm just going to try and join these two walls well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to annotate. I'm going to go to detail line and I'm going to draw a safe offset from here. Let me draw it 450 where I'm going to draw my cutting wall from and up to this point. So it's now going to form a very balanced element on the ground and first floor. So after doing this now, I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on walls. So I'm going to be using these cutting walls as well. Then I'm just going to draw it from this point to this point. I'm going to click on escape. Then I'm going to go to 3D. So unlike these other cutting walls we drew here, this one is kind of special. So I'm going to change this base offset to 0. And I'm going to change this top offset to pent floor and put a top offset at -450. So after doing this now, I'm going to select this, click on copy to clipboard, then click on paste, align to selected levels, then select first floor, DPC. So you are going to see this is now looking like it's one single cutting wall panel. So now I'm now going to go to cutting grid now. I'm going to draw a cutting grid to the center here. I'm going to draw another one through the center. I'm going to draw one at this lintel level here. I'm going to draw another one too at this lintel level. So I'm also going to draw one at this base level here. At maybe I'm going to draw one here. So I'm going to click on escape and I'm going to click on tab. Select this one at this base and change it to 300 millimeter or 450 as the case may be. Or in short, let me make it 600. So also do the same for this one here. Change it to 600. So after doing this now, I think two of them look very cohesive. So what we can now do now is we are now going to start trying and working on this main entrance porch, this front here. So what we are now going to do is we are now going to go to first floor. So in this first floor now, we are going to create a cutting wall system that is going to run from here to this point here. So it means that this double walk-in closet, we are going to change the design a bit. So we are going to reduce this cupboard here to about this point. So I'm now going to go to annotate, detail line, and draw another line here. Change this from overhead to 10 lines. Then draw another one from this point to this point. So now I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on walls. So I'm now going to, unlike the other wall, the other cutting wall we drew, the constraint is going to be lintel 2 at first floor to lintel 2, and the base offset is now going to be 1.5 meter. So we are going to draw it from here up to this point. So now it's showing us none of the elements we created are visible. So the reason why it's showing us this thing now is because of each floor plan. Remember I told you floor plan is a horizontal section, and that horizontal section has a height in which it is set at. So in order to edit that cutting height, because currently the cutting height is 1.2 and the window we created, the cutting wall we created is above 1.2, so we'll not be able to see it. So what we're going to do is we're going to click on this view range here, click on edit. Then we're going to change this offset here to 1.8 meter or 1.9, however it may be. Let me just change it to 1.95 meter. Then I'm going to click on OK. So now after setting it this way, I'm just going to rotate this here. So you're going to see you're going to see this like this. So I'm just going to click on this now. So instead of creating something like this, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to drag this back to this point here. So after dragging this back, in short, I'm going to go to first floor now. I'm going to now drag this back up to 750. Then click on this, click on move and move this to this edge. Then I'm going to change this base offset from first floor to DPC. And I'm going to change this base offset to 300. So I'm going to make it a long continuous cutting wall. So if you go to 3D view now, we are going to see something like this, which is fine. So now after I've done this now, I'm just going to, I noticed one error now. So if you notice this casework, this model in place interface we did there, I covered this door. So we are going to rectify it very simply. We are going to click on it. We are going to click on edit type. Then we're going to click on create. And we're now going to click on void forms, and we're going to click on void extrusion. So void forms are typically the inverse of a model in place. So if, for example, now I clicked on void extrusion, it's going to create a void extrusion as the name states. So I'm going to click on set, pick work plane. I'm just going to pick this work plane. Then I'm just going to click on this pick line tools, and I'm going to, okay, if I can't see any line, I'm just going to randomly select a box here and draw a box randomly here. Then I'm just going to set this extrusion end at, let me say 25, and click on finish. So you can see it has cut here now. It has cut through this for extrusion. So we're going to click on this, click on edit extrusion. Then we're just going to click on pick line, and we're going to pick the edges of this door up to the bottom of this door. Then we're just going to click on trim and trim it to this point, trim it here and trim it here. Then we can delete these two other lines that are redundant. Click on trim and trim this to this. Then we're going to click on finish. So after doing this now, you're going to see the door is now showing again. So I'm going to click on finish again. So this is wonderful now. I'm going to click on H arrow. That is the counter. That is to undo the HH, the hide in view we did for this tech entrance steps. Okay. So now we are doing this. This is looking good, but we are not yet exactly where we want to be. Okay. So we are going to go back to this first floor now, and we're going to try and do something. Since we already have, we have already created a window here, and this window, if you go to DPC, it stretches down to this point. What we can now do now is to click on this, click on copy, then, okay, or we are going to just click on this and copy this by, let's say 900, or let me use 1050. So after doing this and clicking on escape, if you go to first floor now, you are going to see that this is going to badly affect this bedroom here. So what we can now do is to go to this 3D. We are now going to click on this, and we are going to change the top constraint to lintel 1 instead of lintel 2. Okay. So even though it's giving this visual balance, is giving an off visual balance, I think it's still okay. So what we can now do now is to create some horizontal cutting grids. So I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on cutting grids. So I'm going to set one under one about 1.5 from here. Set one on this lintel level 2. Set another 1.5 meter here. And do the same here. Then after doing this, I can now click on tab here. Select this panel, hover around this again, click on tab, hold control, select the second panel, remove your hand from control, then go to this one, click on tab, Once the panel is highlighted, I'm going to hold Control to select the third one. Then I'm going to unpin all of them together. Click on this drop down and change it to curtain wall embedded windows, which is now looking like this. So I want to put like a kind of wooden trellis here. So this wooden trellis is going to aid in giving this entrance a bit more character. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're now going to go to first floor. Yeah. Click on Save Project as usual. Alright, so now we're in the first floor. We're now going to click on Components. We're going to click on Model in Place. We're going to click on Casework and we're going to click OK. Then we're now going to click on Extrusion. Then we're going to set this extrusion end to be 3 meters at the first. Then we're going to click on this material. Then we're going to right click, duplicate, and we're going to call this 00 wooden trellis. Wooden trellis panels. So after giving it this name, we are going to click on this icon. We are going to go to Appearance. We are going to look for wood. Then we are just going to click on this and the rubber wood. Click on Graphics. Make sure this Use Render Appearance is checked on. Click on Apply. Click on OK. So now we have done all this setup. We are now going to start sketching our profile. So we are going to pick from this point exactly up to 50 millimeters. Then we are going to draw a line up to 75 millimeters. To this point. So after doing this now, we are now going to draw another line from here up to 55 millimeters. So we are going to click on offset and we are going to be offsetting 5 millimeters. Make sure we check this copy. Offset here, offset here, offset here, and offset here. Okay, sorry, Ctrl Z, offset here. So we are just going to trim this first. So after trimming this, I'm going to click on this line and reduce this to 50 millimeters. Then I'm going to click on this line, reduce it to this point till it aligns with this line. Then I'm going to click on this fillet arc tool. I'm going to select this line here, select this line here, and arc here. Select this line here, select this line as well, arc here. Then I'm going to click on this, make sure this is 5 millimeters. Click on this, make sure this is 5 millimeters. Then I'm just going to select this profile here. Click on copy, copy this here. Then select both of them, click on copy again, copy this here. Select 4 of them, click on copy, pick this point, copy this here. Click on escape, select 8 of them, click on copy, click from this point and copy this here. So after doing this now, we're just going to stop this at this point here. Then we're going to delete all of this up to this point. Delete this one here, delete this one. Then we're going to click on trim and trim this to this. Then we're going to drag this, zoom in, drag this to this point here. Then we're also going to go here and close this loop by drawing another line here. Then we're going to click on trim and we're going to trim this here. So after doing this, we're just going to click on finish. Then we're going to go to 3D view. So this trellis panels, we're going to select it and we're going to drag it down until it meets with this door here. And I think that is where we want it to be. So after doing this now, I'm just going to click on finish. So for this panel like this, I'm going to click on this in order for this to be looking balanced. Or this trellis panel, I'm going to drag it down up to this point. So after doing this now, I'm going to click on this and I'm going to change this top offset to paint floor and change this top offset here to -450. Sorry, top constraint to paint floor. So after doing this, I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on cutting grid and I'm going to put a cutting grid here. Okay, then I'm going to click on this panel and change it back to glazed panels. Okay, so I think this is good. So I'm going to click on this, click on edit type. Then I'm going to be using void extrusion again. So I'm going to go to create. Click on this drop down, void extrusion, click on set, click on pick work plane. Then I can even select this wall as the work plane if I cannot select this panel. So I'm going to select this wall. Then I'm going to click on this box tool and I'm just going to pick from this point here up to this point. Then the void extrusion will just be -75 since I picked this wall instead of this model in place. Then I'm going to click on finish and it's going to cut through. So you can see the door here. Then we'll just click on finish. So if you look at this, I think this is looking good so far. So let's just go and start creating curtain wall windows in other spaces. So we're going to go to this DPC again, and we're going to be creating in other spaces of the DPC. So windows like these ones are kind of generic, so we can use it and copy it among like spaces like this bedroom and maybe this store here. So what we can do now is we're just going to click on architecture, click on wall again, select this curtain wall, change this base offset to 300. Make sure the top constraint is lintel 1. Then we're going to draw another one from here from 300 millimeter. This temporal dimension is showing 300 millimeter from the inner soffit of the wall. Then we're going to draw it up to 3 meters. So I'm going to click on escape. Then I'm going to go to 3D view. So I'm just going to rotate this to this view now. Then I'm going to click on architecture. I'm going to click on cutting grid. Then I'm just going to place a grid at 1 meter interval and one grid here. So I'm going to click on tab to select this grid here. Once I've selected the grid, I'm going to impute a value of 450 millimeter. So now I'm not going to click on tab again to select this bigger panel. Select this, click on tab, hold control. Once the second panel is highlighted, select it, click on tab again over to highlight. Once the panel is highlighted, hold control and select it. Then I'm just going to unpin all of them together. Then I'm going to click on this drop down and I'm going to change it to curtain wall embedded window. Then I'm just going to select this window here and I'm going to click on copy to clipboard. Then I'm going to click on paste, align to selected levels. Then I'm going to set it at first and 10th floor and click OK. So even though this design is not looking bad, I kind of don't like this design. So I'm just going to delete this too. So instead of creating 3 big curtain walls, I'm going to create one big curtain wall up to lintel 3 level. So what we're now going to do is we're now going to do some cutting grid works and we're just going to see how it goes. So I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on cutting grid and I'm just going to select start from. Okay, I'm going to click on this curtain wall. I'm going to change this top constraint from lintel to ceiling level. Then after changing it to ceiling level, I'm going to click on cutting grid. I'm going to select this grid here. Then select this first floor. Then select this lintel again. Then select this first floor. Then I'm just going to click on this grid here. Click on tab. Select this grid and reduce this distance to 900 millimeter. So after doing this now, I'm now going to start replacing some of these panels here. So I'm going to be majorly changing some of them. I'm going to click on this one and change it back to glaze. So what I'm now going to do now is I'm going to put some curtain wall embedded panels here. So these panels are like just for design sake. So it's just going to be some different kind of panels. So I'm going to select, click on tab and select one of this panel here. Then I'm going to unpin it. So I'm going to click on this drop down and change it to solid panel. So once I've changed it to solid panel, I'm now going to click on edit type. I'm going to click on duplicate and I'm just going to call this 00 solid blue panel, solid blue panel. Then I'm just going to click on OK. So I'm just going to change this offset to 10 millimeter, change this thickness to 20 millimeter. Click on this material and change it to right click duplicate and call this 00 blue panel or wooden panel. I think wooden panel will make sense. So after calling this wooden panel, I'm going to click on this. I'm going to go to appearance. I'm going to look for wood. Then I'm just going to select this brownish bamboo wood. Click on apply, click on OK, click on apply and click on OK. So after I've changed this, okay, I made a mistake. I'm going to click on tab, select this. I'm going to unpin this, click on edit type. Then I'm going to click on this material again and I'm going to make sure I go to graphics and check this use render appearance and click OK, OK. And it's going to change. So I'm going to do the same things for a couple of panels here. So I'm going to select this one as well. Click on tab, hold control. Okay, not this one. So I'm going to select tab, select this panel, click on tab, hold control, select this panel, hover around this one, click on tab, hold once it's highlighted, hold control, select it. The same thing here, click on tab, hold Control, select it, click on tab, hold Control, select this. Here too, hold Control, select this, click on tab, hold Control, select this, click on tab, hold Control, select this. So after selecting all these panels, I'm just going to unpin it, click on this drop down and change it to this solid blue panel that we just created. So you are now going to see something like this. So this is looking nice, but we are not yet done. So we are going to select these panels remaining and change it to curtain wall embedded windows, so it's going to serve. So I'm going to click on tab, select this panel here, click on tab again, hold Control, select this panel, click on tab, hold Control, select this, click on tab, hold Control, select this, unpin this. Then I'm just going to click on this drop down and change it to curtain wall embedded windows. So I think this is nice now. So let's go back to DPC again. So we're just going to select this window here. There's a reason why I'm avoiding this kitchen, and I'll still come to that, but just give me some time. So I'm just going to click on this curtain wall, click on copy it from this point here up to this point, then rotate it by 90 degrees. So this is a normal bedroom, so we don't need to do any big curtain wall. So we're going to drag it and just place it at the soffit of this wardrobe here. Then I'm just going to click on mirror. I'm going to select this corner and draw a perpendicular line, a diagonal line, mirroring it to this edge. Then I'm going to click on copy again, and I'm going to copy this to this point here. So after doing this now, I think this is wonderful. So we can even go here, we can select these 3 windows here. We can click on copy, click on paste, align to selected level and select first floor and click OK. So after doing this now, we're now going to create some curtain wall windows for this kitchen. So the thing about kitchen is that we have a worktop in a kitchen, and the windows must not go below the worktop of that kitchen. So we're going to click on wall again. So this time we're going to be setting the base offset to 1 meter, that is 1000 millimeter up to lintel 1. Then we're now going to draw a window from this point. It's not going to be over the gas cooker. I think from about here to, let's say, 1.2 is fine. Then I'm just going to go to 3D view. So I'm just going to rotate this to this point here. So after doing this now, I'm now going to go to architecture, click on curtain grid, and I'm just going to divide it into a normal casement window. Click on tab, select this, click on tab, select this. Okay, sorry. Click on tab. Once the panel is highlighted, I'm going to hold Control and select it. Click on tab again. Once the panel is highlighted, hold Control. I'm going to unpin this, click on this drop down, and I'm going to change this to curtain wall embedded windows. So I'm going to go back to DPC now. Then I'm going to select this, click on this zigzag icon to push this panel backward so it will not be inappropriate. Then I'm going to click on copy, click on this point here and copy it to, let's say, 3.6 to this point. Then I'm going to click on mirror. I'm now going to mirror this perpendicularly, draw a line here. Then I'm now going to click on move and move this by 900 millimeter. So it's just going to be over this sink. So I think we have created a very cross-ventilated kitchen. So we can select this window too, click on copy, select this point and copy it to this edge. The only thing is that we are going to need to adjust it. I'm going to click on cancel. So I'm just going to click on this, click on copy this outside here. Then click on this curtain wall and reduce it by 600. You see that versatility I was telling you? Click on move. Okay, sorry, click on move. Click on this center point and move it up to this center point, and it's going to just lap in perfectly to give this laundry store a good stuff. So now we're also going to select this long panel here. We're going to click on copy, and we're just going to copy this panel long window here up to this window here. So it's going to ventilate this stairway and light it up a bit. So we're going to drag it to this point here. Then I'm just going to go to 3D view. I'm now going to rotate this to the rear view. Then I'm just going to change these 2 panels here back to solid glazed. You understand? Click on this and change it back to glazed. Then I'm now going to click on this now and extend it to the ceiling level and change this to 0. So after doing this now, I can just go to architecture, go to cutting grid, place a vertical or horizontal grid or vertical grid, then place it here, place another grid here. So I think with this, we are good. So now we have created cutting wall to light up this stairway. We're going to go back to DPC and we're going to try and place fenestration in wherever that is remaining. So we need to place a fenestration in this toilet conveniences, especially here and here. So for toilets, I like using wide but very high windows. So I'm going to go on to this view range, edit, and change this to 1950 like I did in the first floor. Click on OK. Then I'm going to click on this cutting wall, click on copy, select the center point and copy this here first. Then I'm just going to click on this and drag this. This is, I think, 1.2. Okay, I'm just going to make this 1.2 meter. So I'm going to now click on this and I'm going to change this base offset to 600 or 1.5 or 1.8. Click on delete element. So after doing this, I'm going to go to 3D view. Then I'm going to rotate it. So the thing is that we can't easily see this window here because it's hidden by this duct. So I can click on this wall, click on HH to temporarily hide it, click on this duct, click on HH to temporarily hide it. So now this is our cutting wall panel here, or our toilet window. So I can just click on tab here, select this panel, unpin it, click on this drop down and change it to cutting wall embedded window. Then click on this cutting wall itself, click on copy to clipboard, paste, align to selected levels, change it to first floor, click OK. Then click on H arrow to undo all the temporary hide. So if you go to DPC now, we're just going to click on this cutting wall here. We're going to click on copy. We're going to select this cutting wall here and copy it just outside this. Then I'm just going to click on rotate and I'm going to rotate it by 90 degrees. So I'm just going to click on move and I'm going to click on this and move it to this point here. So after doing this now, I'm now going to select this here and click on copy to clipboard. Then I'm going to click on paste, align to selected levels, select first floor and click on OK. So now let me just click on this and set this well, click on this icon here. So I think this is good. So now I think it's safe for us to go to first floor. So let's just look at the 3D a bit first and see. Okay, let me just quickly add some railings to this terrace, this pent floor here. So I'm just quickly going to go to jump to pent floor. Then I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to railings. Then it's going to be this minimalist railing and I'm going to draw it from this point up to this point, then up to this point here, then click on finish. So if you click on 3D view, you are going to see the railings here. So let's go back to first floor since we are done with the ground floor. So in this first floor, you can see that simultaneously as we were placing windows on the ground floor, we were also placing windows on the first floor. We will just copy it because most of these our rooms are aligned together. Okay, so now what I can just do now is very simple. I'm just going to select this. I'm going to click on copy. I'm going to pick this point here, uncheck this constraint and just copy it straight to this place. Okay, so it didn't copy for some reason, so I'm going to try again. Select the both of these cutting walls, click on copy, select this here and copy this here. Then I'm going to click on this icon here, click on this icon. You see how easy it is for me to copy it around. So I'm just going to click on this window here. I'm now going to click on copy. I'm going to select this edge here and copy this to this edge. Then I'm also going to copy this by, let's say, 2.7 meter. Click on enter. So after copying this like this, I'm going to click on this cutting wall here, click on copy it from this point upward here. Then I'm going to click on rotate and rotate this by 90 degrees. Then I'm going to click on move and I'm just going to click on move, click on this point and move this cutting wall up to, okay, so I can click on escape, click on annotate, click on detail line and use a line work to just serve as a guide. Then select this, click on move, select this center point and try and move it to, click on tab if it's not agreeing, then just select here. So after this, I think for the windows, we're also done with the first floor. I think we have ventilated all the spaces here. So we can go to 3D view and just see what we have done so far, looking at even the rear view. So now we're now going to this highest room. So what we are going to do first is we are going to rotate this. We are going to go back to first floor. We are going to select 1, 2, 3, 4. And we're just going to select this one too. And we're going to click on copy to clipboard. Remember the 4 I selected, 1, 2, 3, 4, and this one. Then I'm going to click on copy to clipboard. Then I'm going to click on paste. I'm going to click on align to selector levels and select the paint floor. Then I'm just going to click OK. So if you go to paint floor now, we're now going to see this as pasted here. Although that, remember that this paint floor, we have not set the view range very well. So if I click on edit type, I'm going to change this offset to 1950. So we are going to be able to see this window here. So I think so far we have done a very nice job. So the only thing now is I'm just going to click on this window here and I'm going to click on move and I'm just going to adjust it by 1.5 meter. And I think it's very fine and perfect. So now we're now going to work on this part here. So on this part here, I'm thinking of a kind of material I'm going to use. If I go to 3D view, I'm just going to rotate this here. So I'm going to be looking for something that is going to make this part stand out. So I'm going to be using a different kind of wall material. So I'm going to first select this wall here and select this wall here. So I'm just going to click on edit type. I'm going to click on duplicate and I'm going to call this 00 wooden wall. So I'm going to click on OK. Then I'm going to click on edit type, select this material, right click and duplicate and call this 00 horizontal wooden wall tiles. Then I'm just going to click on this icon here. I'm going to go to appearance. I'm going to go under wood. Then I'm just going to be using this let me use this mahogany wood. Then I'm going to go to graphics. I'm going to click on this surface and I'm going to click on modeling. Then I'm just going to be using a pattern. Okay, let me go to drafting and see if I will see a pattern I like. So I'm going to be using this shingle pattern. Click on OK. Click on this background pattern and I'm just going to click on it and change it to solid fill. But I'm just going to click on this color and make it light brown. Drag it towards this brown spectrum and make it very light brown. Click on OK. Click on apply. Click on OK. OK. Apply and OK. So now I've done this now, you can see the wooden panel here. So now I'm now going to create the window for this pantry here. So if I go to paint floor, I'm now going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to windows. Then I'm going to go to architecture, go to wall, sorry. Then I'm going to set this base offset to 1.8 meter. Then the top constraint to be at lintel 3. Then I'm going to drag it up to 3 meter here. Click on escape. Then if I go to 3D view, you're now going to see it's something like this will create, so which is fine. So what we're now going to do is we're now going to go to architecture. We're now going to go to cutting grids and I'm just going to demarcate this one after the other. So I'm going to click on escape. I'm going to click on tab and I'm just going to select, hold control and select this panel, unpin it, click on tab again, hold control, select this panel, click on tab. Once it's highlighted, hold control to select it. Then I'm going to unpin it, click on this drop down and change it to curtain wall embedded window. So now I think we are done with the fenestration and I think the facade design has come out to a high extent. So now we'll now go into the next stage of this facade design, and this stage will be working more of the details in the facade and the casework and just the extra facade ornaments. Okay, so this will include all the conics we are going to do, all the ceiling works, all the finishes, all the stuff we are just going to add to it to make this make more sense. So we are going to start from this place now. Okay, so we're now going to go to architecture, components, model in place, casework, and click OK. Click OK. So now we are going to start from sweep because we want to create a band that is going to separate this wooden material from this white parapet. So this band, we're just going to rotate it to this top view. Then we're going to click on sketch part. We're going to click on set work plane and change this work plane to ceiling level and click OK. Then we're going to draw it from this point here. I think this is the point here to this point here to this point here. Then I'm going to click on escape. So I'm just going to rotate this to this view. So after doing this now, I'm now going to click on finish. Then I'm going to click on edit profile. So I could have selected roof level, but it's fine. I can still work from here. So I'm going to draw my profile from here, going down to 150. Then I'm just going to draw it out at 75mm depth. Then draw it up to this point and draw it up here. Then I'm going to click finish. So I'm going to click finish. So I'm going to assign a new material. So I'm going to click on this material and I'm going to search for white plaster. So I'm just going to select it and I'm going to click OK. Then I'm just going to click OK. So because I click finish now, after doing this, I'm still going to do another extrusion here. So this extrusion is going to be like a sun shading device for this window here. So I'm going to rotate this like this. So I'm going to click on create extrusion. I'm going to click on set, pick work plane. I'm going to click on tab to pick this plane here. Then I'm going to draw this rectangle and draw it around here. Then I'm going to click on offset at 150mm. Then I'm going to make sure this copy is checked on. Then I'm going to hover around one of this line, click on tab, select one here, offset here too, offset another one, offset here. Then I'm going to set the extrusion end at 75. Then I'm going to set the material at white plaster and I'm just going to click finish. So now I've created two models in place here. So the thing about this model in place, if you have created two like this and you click on finish, if you select it after clicking on finish, it's going to see it as one model in place. So in order to edit each one individually, you can click on it, click on edit model in place, then you can now select them individually and edit it. Okay. So now we are going to be working on the facade finishes and the finishing touches. So we are going to start from this window here. So this is the window we are starting from. So remember that we placed a wall over here and we perforated the wall. Let me rotate it well. We perforated the wall to make provisions for window hoods. So I'm going to go to architecture, click on component, model in place, select casework and click on OK. So after I've selected this casework, I'm going to click OK. Then I'm going to click on sweep. Then I'm now going to click on sketch path and I'm going to click on set work plane and I'm going to click pick work plane. Then I'm just going to pick this surface here. So now I've done this, I'm going to rotate this to this left view to get an appropriate view. Then I'm going to click on this rectangle tool and I'm going to pick this point here and I'm now going to pick this other point at this other end. Then I'm going to click on escape. So now I'm going to click on finish. I'm going to click on select profile, edit profile to edit this sweep profile. Then I'm going to rotate this to the front. So now what I'm going to do is I'm simply going to draw a line from here. Remember, if we are looking at this in 3D, we can see how the line is coming from this profile. I'm going to rotate it back. So just for confirmations of what you are sketching, you can click on this icon here, this visual styles, and change it to wireframe to be able to see clearly what you are doing. So we're going to draw a line this 25 up to this 25mm. Draw another line up to 75mm from here. If you are a bit confused, you can click on it and change it back to shaded. Then we're going to draw a line up to, let me use 100mm from this point, or 75. Then just join it up here. Then the material is going to be this white plaster we created. So you can just search for white plaster. You are going to see it and I'm going to click OK. And I'm just going to click finish. Finish. So after we have created this, we are going to rotate this to the left. We are going to click on this, click on copy, this normal copy tool, click on this edge of this window and copy it to this second window. So now we are going to click finish model. Okay, so now we have done this. Now we are now going to do some facade touches for this wing here. So we are going to go to architecture, we are going to go to components, we are going to click on model in place. So I'm going to click on caseworks and I'm going to click OK. Click OK again. So now I'm going to click on void forms. I'm going to click on void extrusion. Then I'm now going to click on set work plane and I'm going to click pick work plane and I'm just going to pick this surface. Then I'm going to make sure this extrusion end is 50mm. So after doing so, I'm now going to draw a line from this grid here, this center point here, up to this point here. Then I'm going to draw another line from here up to this point here. So now I'm going to draw a line from here up to 300mm here, up to about this point. Then I'm going to draw a line from this top here up to 600mm, up to like this point here. Then I'm also going to draw another line from here matching this line up to this point. So I'm going to click on escape. So I'm just going to click on offset, and I'm going to be offsetting 600 millimeter. I'm going to offset from here, offset from here, offset from here too, and offset from here. Then I'm going to click on line work. I'm going to hover around here to select the center point. Then I'm going to click on this center point and draw a line 45 degrees exactly to this point. The same thing for this, 45 degrees exactly to this point. Then I'm going to do some trimming. I'm going to trim this line here, trim this line and this line, trim here and trim here. Then I can even click on escape and delete this small line here. So I'm going to click on offset, and I'm going to be offsetting this time 25 millimeter. Then I'm just going to click on tab once I hover around one line. If it doesn't work, click on tab for this one. So if it doesn't work, I'll do it one after the other. So I'm going to offset here, offset here, offset here. Then just offset it on both sides. The same thing for this. So after doing this now, let's just delete this line here. We're now going to delete all the lines in the middle. So I'm going to delete this one, delete this two here, delete this one here, delete here, delete here, delete here, delete this line here, delete here, delete here, and delete here. So now we have done this. Now we're now going to click on this normal line tool, and we're going to use manually close all these loops here. So after doing this now, we're now going to make sure this extrusion end is at 50 millimeter. We're going to click on this trim tool just to perfect these profiles here and trim all these edges here, especially these diagonal ones. I don't think they join very well, so I'm just going to make sure they are trimmed very well. So after this, I think we're good to go. I'm going to click on finish. So now we are not yet done. We will need to go over here and make sure that this void is cutting through these two walls. And to do that, we're going to go over to this cut tool. It's under modify. Click on this drop down and click cut geometry. Then we're going to select this void form we created first and select this wall here and do the same thing again. Select this void form, select this wall here to create that geometry. Then we're now going to click on this paint, and we're going to click on paint. So we're going to be looking for dark. These are dark wall paint. So I'm just going to search dark, and I'm just going to click on this dark paint, and I'm just going to rotate this a bit. So once I see, rotate it well. So once I see this inner face, I'm just going to paint it here and paint this here. Then I'm going to click on finish finally. So you are going to see what we did. Okay, for some reason the paint didn't translate from the model in place. So we can just click on paint again. Now you have click finish and just repaint it now. So now it's done. We'll click on escape. We're now going to start working on ceilings. So we are going to save this project now. So to work on ceilings is very simple. You need to go under this reflected ceiling plans. So you can see just the same way we have floor plans, NGL, all these levels we created, we also have that for reflected ceiling plans. So if you go to DPC of this reflected ceiling plans, so what we are seeing is just as if you are on the DPC and you are looking up. So that is your reflected ceiling plan. Basically, you on the floor plan looking up, a view looking upwards of the floor plan. So what we are going to do, we are going to go to architecture. We are now going to click on ceiling. So under this ceiling now, we are going to look at this. So there are two ways of creating ceiling. You can sketch the ceiling manually after setting the parameters of where the ceiling position will be, or you can set it automatically. But to set it automatically, you need to make sure of some things. So currently we're in DPC, and the difference in height between our DPC and our first floor is, I think, 3.450 or 3.6 meter. So we also need to minus the offset of beam that, we made a provision for beams, that is minus 450 for the cantilevers. So we need to minus that 450 and put it in the distance, the height offset we'll put for this. So I think for this, 3 meter is ideal. But another thing we need to minus is the thickness of the ceiling. So if you click on edit type and check the thickness of this ceiling, we are now going to click on edit ceiling. So what we are going to do is we are just going to click on this layer here. We are going to click shift it to up. Then we are going to click on this third layer, this number 3 layer here, and click on delete. Then we are now going to click on this thickness and change it to 15 millimeter. Then we are going to click on this material acoustic ceiling panels. Click on this icon because I don't like this material they used. Click on appearances, click on ceiling, wall paint. Then just give it this normal white material. Click on this icon here. Then we are going to click OK. So now I'm going to click on edit again. There's one thing I want to change. I'm going to go to graphics, click on this pattern, scroll up and change it to non-pattern and click on OK. Then click on OK again. Click on OK. So after we have changed it, we're now going to minus the thickness, which is 15 from this 3000. That is 2985 millimeter. That is minus 15 millimeter. So now we have done this. We're now going to make sure we check this automatic ceiling so it will be seamless. We're going to place this here, place this here, place this here, place this. So now for these balconies now, what we're going to do, we're going to change this to 3 meter first. Then we're now going to place them. So after placing them first, we're now going to change them to minus 985 millimeter later. So let's go to click on escape and go to 3D view. So if you rotate this now, you are going to see the ceiling we have created. You can see this ceiling here. You can see this ceiling here. So you can even see this one here at this point here. So what we're now going to do is I'm just going to click on this ceiling, hold control, click on this one, hold control, select this one too. Then I'm now going to click on this height offset to minus to 2985 millimeter. So that is just going to make this come out here. So why did I do this? This is looking weird. You are going to see exactly why. So I'm going to click on this ceiling work now. I'm going to rotate it to bottom. Then I'm going to click on edit boundary to manipulate the profile. Then I'm just going to click on this profile line and I'm going to draw a line starting from the edge of these walls here to this point. So I can delete this line here, delete this line here. Then I can create another line from this point to join this here. So if I go back to this DPC reflected ceiling plan, you are going to see something like this. And we're just going to trim everything to join perfectly. So now we are now going to go and rotate this. So another thing about this ceiling work now is that we'll need to create some offset for LED light, some provisions for LED light. So to do that, we are going to rotate this, click on copy, offset 225 millimeter from here, and let's say here. Then I'm just going to click on trim and I'm going to select this line here and trim this second line we offsetted. Then I'm going to click on this normal trim tool and trim this here and trim this here. Then I'm now going to click on offset and offset 50 millimeters. Then I'm going to make sure this copy is checked on, offset here, and offset here. So after doing that now, I'm going to click on split and I'm going to split here. Then I'm going to click on trim this line here, zoom out, trim this line here, trim this here, and trim this here. Then I'm now going to click on finish. So after doing this now, you can see that this ceiling here balanced well on this part of this project. So we're now going to do the same here. We're going to click on this, rotate this here, click on edit boundary, then just extend this here, click on OK, extend this. They say constraint define line, so I'm just going to delete this line here. I'm going to draw another set of lines up to this point and up to this point here. Then I'm going to click on trim and trim this here, So I'm now going to click on offset and I'm going to offset in 225 millimeter. Offset it here, offset here, offset here. Then I'm just going to trim this here. So after doing this, I'm going to click on offset again. I'm going to be offsetting 50 millimeter. So I'm going to be offsetting it from here, here, and here. Then I'm going to click on split. I'm going to split here and split here too. So I'm now going to trim this, trim here, trim here, trim here, trim here as well, trim here as well. Then I'm going to click on finish. So after doing this now, I think this is a good sample of ceiling. So what we're now going to do is we're just going to select this ceiling here and select this second one here. Then we're just going to click on copy to clipboard and we're going to click on paste. Then we're going to align to selected levels. We're going to be pasting this at the first floor and clicking OK. So after doing this now, we'll now need to edit them. So we're going to go here to this one first, click on this, click on edit boundary. Then we're now going to go to this first floor reflected ceiling plan. So now in this first floor reflected ceiling plan, we don't need the LED light, so I can delete all this profile here. I can simply click on this box tool and draw a profile from here to this point here. Then I'm going to click on finish. So for this one, I can click on this one, click on edit boundary. I can delete this whole profile here. Then I can now manually draw another profile from here up to here, up to this point, up to this point here, up to this point here, sorry, up to here and here. So I'm going to click on trim and I'm going to trim this line to this point here. Then I'm now going to click on this box tool here. I'm going to draw another box here, another one here, another one here. And for a future reason, I'm going to click on offset and I'm going to be offsetting 75 millimeters. Click on the uncheck this copy. Then I'm going to hover around one of these lines, click on tab and offset this box inwards. So after doing this now, I'm now going to click on finish. So if you go to 3D view now, you're now going to see what we've done here. So if you zoom in here, you're going to see that this is now looking very refined. So we can even add some more stuff that will make this look better. Click on this, click on edit boundary, go back to first floor reflected ceiling plan. Then I'm just going to click on offset and I'm going to be offsetting 225 again for some potential LED lights. So after doing this now, I'm now going to click on offset and offset 50 millimeter. Then offset it here, offset it here. So I'm now going to click on trim, trim this here to this point, trim this here, trim this here, trim here. Click on split, split here, click on trim, trim here and trim here. So after doing this now, I'm going to click on escape, click on this line and delete this line. Then I'm now going to click on finish. So I'm now going to rotate this now. We're now going to go back to doing some caseworks because we need to actually refine this now. So what I'm now going to do is I'm going to click on architecture, components, model in place. So this time I'm going to click on ceiling and I'm going to click on OK. Okay. So now after clicking on ceiling, we're now going to start doing some basic extrusions. So I'm just going to select extrusion. I'm going to click on set. I'm going to click on pick a work plane. So I'm just going to pick here. Then from this work plane, I'm going to rotate this to this point here. Then I'm just going to draw where the LED light is going to be. So after drawing this LED light, I'm going to set the extrusion end to -5. Then I can set the extrusion start to -5 and set the extrusion end to -15. Then I'm going to click on this material and I'm going to search if I have LED lights I've created before. So I'm just going to right click, duplicate and call this 00 LED lights. Then I'm going to click on this use render appearance, but I'm actually going to click on this icon and I'm going to go to appearance and just change it to gray paint for now. So the reason I'm doing this is if I go to a visualization software which I use for rendering, I'm now going to change it to an luminous material. So I'm just going to put on this one, click on this graphics, click on apply, click on OK. So I'm also going to draw the same, since these two are on the same level, I'm just going to also draw another profile for this one here. Then I'm going to click on finish. So I think this is looking good. So now I'm going to, so I think I made a mistake. So I'm going to click on this and just drag this one and extend it to this bottom here. So it's going to be complete because I was wondering why I didn't sketch it. So I'm going to click on create. I'm going to click on extrusion again. Click on set, pick work plane. Then I'm going to pick this upper ceiling. So I'm going to click on pick, and I'm going to pick here, 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 and here. Then I'm going to rotate this. I'm going to even go to this first floor reflected ceiling plan. Then I'm just going to close this here, and I'm going to close this as well. So I'm going to click on finish. Then if I go to 3D view, we are going to see how this is looking. So now another thing we are going to do is we are just going to try and refine this top place, because in the end they are going to be green replaced here. So what I'm going to do now is I'm now going to go to create. I'm going to click on sweep. I'm going to click on sketch path. I'm now going to click on set, pick plane, and I'm going to pick this top plane. Then I'm just going to click on pick lines, and I'm going to pick here, pick here, pick here, and pick here. Then I'm going to click on finish. So I'm going to click on select profile and edit profile. So I'm now going to rotate this to this approach view. So what I'm going to do now is, remember that offset I did? I'm going to click on this and change this to wireframe. So now in this wireframe, you need to carefully look at this thing now. And we're going to use this and pick this line here up to this point, up to 75 millimeter, and up back here. Then we're going to change it back to shaded again. So the reason why I did this is, remember I put an offset of 75, so this line here is going to match this ceiling under this. So I'm now going to change this to ceiling, acoustic ceiling panels. Let me look for the material. So I'm going to select this acoustic ceiling, click on OK, then click on finish, click on finish. So after doing this now, there's one more thing left. I'll need to create a frosted glass panel here. So this frosted glass panel is going to be like what is going to like control, filter the intense sunlight from this point. So I'm going to click on extrusion, click on extrusion, click on set, pick work plane. We are going to also pick this floor here. What we did was set. Let me rotate it, click on pick plane, then we pick on top of this slab again. Then I'm going to rotate it to this top. So now I'm just going to click on rectangle, and I'm going to click on sketch this and just draw something here. So now I'm still going to retain this -5, -15. The only thing is I'm going to click on the material, and I'm going to right click duplicate, and I'm going to change it to frosted glass or frosted glazed panels. Then I'm going to click on this icon here. I'm going to click on appearance. I'm going to go to glass. I'm going to scroll down looking for clear frosted. Click on it. Click on apply. Click on OK. And click on finish. So if you rotate this now, you're going to see this frosted glass and this stuff here. So we're going to select both of them. Rotate it to this top. Click on copy. Copy it from this point to this point and to this point, and you see we have done a very nice work here. So now what we're now going to do is we're just simply going to click on finish. So we have, I think, a few stuff to do remaining before we mirror everything we have done to this other wing. So I'm just going to select this ceiling, click on copy to clipboard, click on paste, align to selected levels, and select the paint floor. Then what I can do now is to change this from 2.9 to 3.3 meter. So it's just going to lap in with this ceiling level here. So I think with that out of the way, I think we are good to go. So we're just going to go over to this paint floor. Then we're just going to go to architecture, click on ceiling. Then we're going to make sure this is 3.3. Then we're just going to place automatic ceiling here, 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 and here. Then I'm going to click on escape, click on rotate. Then we are going to see all the ceilings we have created, and we have covered these spaces. So now I think for the main modeling, for the main building modeling, we have done justice to this building. So, and it's looking very nice from what I'm seeing here. So it's not looking bad at all. Okay, if you want to add some extra stuff, we can do some casework here, but I don't think it's necessary. I think as simple as it is now, it's looking good. So now what we're now going to do is we're now going to go back to the site plan now. And we're going to start working on this site. So the thing about this site plan is, if you are looking at this view, is you are looking at the site plan cut from the roof level by default. It cuts from 60 meters above the natural ground level. So the first thing we need to do is to click on edit view range and change it to 1.2 meter and click on OK. So after changing this to 1.2 meter, the thing we are going to be doing is we are going to go to annotate, click on detail line. So we are going to draw a line from this point. This is our demarcation line here. And we're going to click escape, draw another line from here. So we are going to be working on one half of this site. So when we are finished with everything, when we are mirroring everything to this other wing, we are going to mirror everything once. So now let's start drafting what will be on the site. So for this site, we need a normal walkway to the entrance. So it can start from somewhere here. A normal entrance walkway. The main entrance can be from here. Okay, so the normal entrance can be stopped maybe somewhere here. So you see maybe a green area can be all these places. So maybe the provision for cars to come in and enter can be here. Okay. Okay, so what we are simply going to do, we are going to still leave this entrance up to this point. Then we are going to leave the 2 parking spaces to be just here. So we are now going to draw a green bed to up to this point here. Then we're just going to leave this backyard free as possible. So we're just going to have basically some green areas, then an entrance walkway, then paved area here where the car park is going to be. Okay, so let's start modeling the site. So we're going to delete this line. So normally, if you want to model site in Revit, if you can go to massing and site, but this Topo Solid, I feel it has more limitations when modeling than when working with floors. So I usually use floors to model site. So if you want to learn how to use Topo Solid, I have a dedicated video on a Topo Solid tutorial, so you can check that out. You can check my playlist out for those kind of videos, but for now we are going to be using what I think will be proper for this video. So I'm going to go to architecture and I'm going to go to floor. Under this floor, I'm going to select architectural floor. So I'm going to click on this drop down and I'm going to be seeing whether these templates come with any site floor, so which it doesn't, so we're just going to create our own. So I'm going to start from edit type. I'm going to click on duplicate and I'm going to start from an asphalt road. So after we have selected this asphalt road, I'm just going to click on OK. I'm going to click on edit type. I'm going to change this material from concrete deck, duplicate, and call this 00 asphalt. So after calling this asphalt, I'm going to click on this icon. I'm going to go to appearance. Then I'm going to scroll down. I'm going to site work. Then I'm just going to select this asphalt dark gray, or I'll just prefer asphalt light gray. So it's going to not appear too black. And I'm going to click OK and OK here. So what is this asphalt road going to be used for? We're going to create a hypothetical access road. So I'm just going to click on this line work here. And I'm going to draw a line from here up to like maybe to this point here, up to 10 meters, up to this, up to 10 meters here. So I'm going to click on an offset and I'm going to be offsetting 2000 millimeter or 3000 millimeter. I think that is ideal. Uncheck this copy, offset this backwards. Then I'm going to click on escape. So I'm going to click on this and drag this dimension to this point here. And I'm going to click on this line and make it 8 meter. I think that is the minimum width for a road. Then I'm going to click on line work and I'm going to create a connection between this site and this road. I'm also going to do something similar by selecting this line here, clicking on mirror, select this center, select the center of this wall and mirror it to this other side. So when we mirror the site, the other side features to this side is going to also have an access. So I'm going to click on split here and split here. Then I'm going to click on trim and trim this here, trim this here, trim this here, and trim this here. I can delete this line here. So now we have done this. I'm now going to click on this fillet arc tool and I'm going to trim here to this point here, trim here to this point here, trim here to this point here, trim here to this point here. Then I'm going to click on this and I'm going to be imputing a value of 2.4 meter. Click on this 2.4. Click on this 2.4. Click on this and it's already 2.4. Then I'm going to make sure this height offset is 0 and I'm going to click on finish. So I'm just going to click on this asphalt road, click on edit because the graphics, I need to edit the graphics. So I'm going to click on edit type, click on this material and I'm going to go to graphics. Then I'm going to just click on this foreground pattern and change it to solid fill. Click OK. Then I'm going to click on this color and make it light brown gray. Click OK. Then I'm going to click on this cut pattern and change it to none. Click OK. click OK, and click OK, click OK. I've said this click OK plenty times, but it's fine. So now we are now going to create the green areas. So the green areas is the next we are going to be doing. So we're just going to, in the same vein, do floor. Then once we have done floor, click on edit type, click on duplicate, and call this 00 green area. So after doing this now, let me just change this name to green, EEN. I'm now going to click on OK. So now I'm going to click on edit type. I'm now going to click on this and change this material. So I'm going to right click, duplicate this asphalt material, and I'm now going to call this 00 green area. I'm just making mistake in this green area spelling. Then I'm just going to click on this icon here. I'm going to click on appearance, and I'm going to click on I'm going to go to site work. I'm going to click on dark rye or grass generic, anyone, but I like dark rye. So I'm going to click on graphics. I'm going to remove this foreground pattern to none. Click on OK. Click on appearance. Click on OK again. Click on OK. Click on OK. Then I'm now going to click on sketch and I'm going to draw. So I'm going to click on edit and I'm going to actually change the graphics of this green area. So I'm going to click on this foreground pattern and change it. Click on this and search for sand. And I'm going to select this sand dense and click OK. Then I'm going to make the color towards the green spectrum but very dark green and click OK. Then I'm going to click on this background, click on solid fill, click OK. Then click on this color and change it, drag it towards green and make it very light green and click OK. Apply, OK. OK, OK. So now, unlike the asphalt, we are going to put this green area at 150 millimeter above the ground level. So we're just going to click on box and draw a profile to this point. We're going to click on this and draw another profile up to this point here. Then we're now going to we're also going to draw this and even draw another profile up to this point here, up to this point. We're going to use this pick line to pick here. Then we're going to click on trim and trim this to this point here. Then I'm going to delete this line and I think that is fine. So after doing this now, I'm now going to click on finish. So we have our greenery now. So the next part we are going to be creating is the paved area. So the paved area is basically majority of what the site is going to have. So I'm just going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to floor. I'm going to click on this drop down. I'm going to select this asphalt road, click on edit type, duplicate and call this 00 paved area. Then I'm going to click on OK. So I'm now going to click on edit type. I'm now going to click on this asphalt and right click, duplicate and change the material to paved area. Create a new material called paved area. Click on this icon here, go to appearance. I'm going to go to stone, okay, site work. Then I'm going to look for this cobblestone. Click on graphics, click on this pattern, go to model, and we're going to look for an interlock pattern. So I think this herringbone pattern is good. Click on OK. Then I'm going to click on this color and change it towards brownish, but make it dark and click dark brown and click on OK. Then I can click on apply, click on OK, click on OK, and click on OK. But this the height offset of this paved area is going to be 0. So we're just going to click on it and we're just going to draw our paved area profile from here up to here. So this is where majority of the site components are going to be. Okay, so now this is done. I'm just going to click on finish and you're going to see our paved area. So this graphics is looking too small. Maybe for this scale, this scale 1:200 is looking too small. So I'm going to click on edit type, edit, click on this material, then click on this pattern. Then I can just click on this edit pattern fill and change the scale to 0.3 or change the scale to 3. I think 3 is better, or 2. Let me just make it 2.5. I think that is okay. Click on OK. OK. Click on OK again. Click on OK. Apply. And I think this scale is much better. So now we're now going to be creating the paved area or the walkway. So this walkway is going to consist of concrete slabs and gravel. So we are going to start by sketching the gravel first. So we are going to go to floor. We are going to click on this paved area. Then we are going to click on edit type, duplicate. Then we are going to call this 00 gravel. Then I'm going to click on OK. So after doing this now, I'm now going to click on edit. Then I'm just going to click on this material, right click, duplicate, and call this gravel. Then I'm going to click on this icon. I'm going to go to appearance. I'm going to go to site work. Then I'm just going to look for, if I don't see gravel, I think I'll see gravel. So I'm saying gravel mixed. Then I'm going to go to graphics. I'm going to click on this foreground pattern and change it back to none. Click OK, apply, and OK. Then I'm going to click OK now. So after doing this, I'm just going to click on this box tool and draw a box from here to this point. So I'm going to be clicking on offset, and then this offset is going to be 225 millimeter. Uncheck this copy. Then I'm going to offset it from each of these sides, these three sides. Then I'm now going to offset another one at 900 millimeter, and I'm going to offset it here. So I'm now going to click on trim, and I'm just going to trim this thing to form a rectangle. So now I'm going to click on escape. Then I'm going to hover around one of this line. I'm going to click on tab to select the 4 lines. Then I'm going to click on copy, and I'm just going to copy from this point to here and just copy it repeatedly. So after reaching this point now, what I'm now going to do is I'm just going to select these whole lines here and click on copy to clipboard. Then I'm now going to click finish. So now we have our gravel, but this gravel, I'm going to click on it and I'm going to put the height at -10 millimeter under the NGL. Okay, so this 10 - 10 millimeter is for a reason. So I'm going to click on this and I'm now going to, I'm going to click on floor again. And I'm going to create edit type, and I'm going to create duplicate, and I'm going to call this outdoor concrete slabs. Then I'm going to click OK, click on edit, change this from gravel, and right click and duplicate and call this outdoor concrete. So we'll not spell too much. Then I'm going to click on this icon here to change the material. Go to appearance, go to concrete, and just select maybe this concrete material. Go to graphics and make sure the pattern is none, which I think it is. Click on OK, click on OK. So instead of doing this now, I'm just going to click on paste, align to current view. So it's now going to paste that profile we copied. So I'm just going to click on tab here, delete these 4 lines here. So another thing I just thought of now is I'm going to be doing something to make this a bit interesting. So I'm going to click on offset, and I'm still going to offset this 900, but I'm going to uncheck this copy here. So I'm going to offset 900 from here, offset 900 from this side. So I'm just going to be doing this just to create a nice visual effect and make it look creative. Then I'm going to click finish. So with this done, I'm now going to also create some green areas inside these portions here that are left open. So I can click on tab, select this green area, click on copy it out here, click on escape, click on it again, click on edit boundary, delete this whole profile line, then change this height offset to 0, click OK, then click on this box tool and just simply fill up these boxes here that are left. So maybe flowers can be here. I'm just thinking. So after doing this, I'm just going to click on finish, and I think this looks nice and is creative. So now we have done with most of these basic site components. We're now going to create the walkways. So the walkways can still be with paved area, and these walkways are usually beside the road. So it's just something I do to make the work as refined as possible. So I'm just going to click on this floor, click on copy it outside the site, click on this, click on edit boundary, select all this profile, delete it. Then just click on pick line tool, pick here, pick here, pick here as well, pick here, pick this line here. Then I'm going to click on offset, and I'm going to be offsetting 1.2 meter. Then I'm going to make sure I check this copy, offset here, offset here, offset here, offset here. So now I'm going to use normal line to manually close these loops. I'm going to do the same for this other wing too. Do the same for here. Do the same for here. Then I'm just going to make sure this height offset is 0. Then I'm going to click on finish. So we have our paved area. So the last thing we're going to do, or rather the second to the last, is to create a background greenery. Like, it's just going to create a base. You know, this Revit world is empty, so we need to just create a base. So when we pick a perspective, it's going to look nice. So I'm going to click on floor again. It's asking us to save project. Let me save the project. So once I've selected the floor, I'm going to click on edit type, duplicate, and I'm going to call this 00B. That is for background greenery, B green. Then I'm going to click on OK. I'm going to click on edit. I'm going to click on this material, right click, duplicate, and I'm going to call this 00B green. You see how I'm taking time to assign materials to this. The reason why is if you are visualizing in all these visualization software, it's important to assign different materials to different things, so it will be easy to work and you will not need to be going back and forth while working. So I'm just going to click on this icon. I'm going to go to appearance and I'm going to go to site work. Then I'm just going to select a lighter grass. Then I'm going to go to this graphic setting. I'm going to put this foreground pattern to be solid fill, but this time I'm going to make the color very light greenery like this. So I'm going to click OK, apply, OK, OK, OK. So now I'm just going to click on pick line tool. I'm going to wait, Ctrl Z. I'm going to pick here, pick here, pick here as well, pick here too. So I'm just basically going to pick around the background of the site. So after doing this, now I'm now going to click on trim and I'm going to trim this here. I'm going to click here and trim this here. So we have something like this. Then I'm now going to click on this line and I'm going to just draw a box encompassing this whole thing here. Okay, so after doing this now, we're going to make sure this height offset is at 0. Then I'm going to click on finish. Okay, so now if you go to 3D view, if you rotate this now, you are going to see the way the site features are looking, and this is looking very nice and beautiful in my own opinion. So now we are just going to create an extra touch. Some people may call this me being just obsessive over the work, but it's fine, you can do it too. We are just going to create a band to just make this road more detailed. So I'm just going to go to components, model in place. I'm going to scroll down till I see floors. Then I'm going to click on OK and click OK. So I'm now going to click on extrusion. I'm going to click on set. I'm going to click on pick work plane. Then I'm just going to pick on top of this road. So I'm going to rotate this to the top. Then I'm going to click on pick line tool. I'm going to pick this line here, pick here, pick here, pick here, pick here, pick here, pick here. Ctrl Z. Ctrl Z again. Pick here, pick here, pick here, pick here, pick here, and pick here. So after doing this now, I'm now going to click on offset and I'm going to be offsetting 600mm first. I'm going to make sure this copy is checked on. Then I'm just going to offset here. Click on tab, offset, hover around one line, click on tab, offset, offset this. So I'm going to click on this line here, delete, hover around this inner line, click on tab, delete. The same thing here, delete. The same thing here, click tab, delete. So now I'm now going to click on offset again, but this time I'm going to be offsetting 225mm. So I'm going to offset this one here, hover around one of them, click tab, offset all of them. Once I hover around one line and click tab, I'll offset everything. The same thing here. Then I'm now going to click on this manual line work and I'm just going to use it to manually close the loop. So after doing this now, I'm going to do this here and do this here. Then I'm going to now change this extrusion parameters to 0 as start, then this extrusion end to 5mm, so it's as thin as possible. Then I'm going to click on this material and I'm just going to try and select a white, just search for a white material. Just white. So I'm just going to select this white here. Click on use render appearance, click on apply, click OK. and click on finish. So after doing this, I'm going to click on finish now. So now the final stage of this site work we are going to be doing is we are going to be creating some curbs. So there is no dedicated tool for curbs per se in Revit, but there is always a way to go around it. So we're just going to go under files. We're going to click on new. Under this new, we're going to hover around it. We are going to click on new family. Then instead of selecting any of these family templates here, this is the English Imperial. So if you are working with metric, you need to go back here, then select this English metric. The English itself is English metric. This English that they didn't add anything after the English. So once we click on it, we're now going to scroll down and look for metric generic profile. So we're just going to click on it. I think I saw it now. Okay, metric profile. Then I'm going to click on OK. So for this metric profile, imagine this place where all these reference planes cross as the point of connection. So by point of connection is just imagine it as the edge of your floor slab you want to attach it to. So I'm now going to click on line and I'm going to draw a line up to 150 millimeter. Then I'm going to draw another line here at 125. That is the thickness of a curb. Then I'm going to draw a line here up to 100. Then I'm going to click escape, draw another line here up to 50. Then I'm going to slant this line here and trim this here. So after this, I'm going to go to create, click on line work again, then click on this fillet tag tool and just select these two lines and bevel here. Then make this 25 millimeter. So after doing this now, I think we're good to go. Then I'm just going to select this section shape. Okay, sorry. I'm going to change this profile usage from generic to, I'm going to change it to slab edge. Then I'm just going to hit Ctrl S to save it. Then I'm going to save it in where I saved the other documents of pertaining to this semi-detached. So I'm just going to call it curbs new. Then I'm going to click on save. So after saving this now, I'm now going to load it into the project. I'm going to load it into the semi-detached file. Then once I've loaded it in now, I'm now going to go to 3D. So I'm now going to go to architecture now. I'm going to go to under floors, click on this drop down, and I'm going to select this slab edge. Then I'm going to click on edit type and I'm going to duplicate and call this 0 curbs. Then I'm going to click OK. So I'm now going to change this profile material to this curbs new we have. And I'm going to click on materials. I think I have curbs in this template, so I'm just going to search for curbs. But you know how to create materials if you don't see it. But if you have transferred this template, you should see it. So I'm going to click on OK. Click on OK. Then I'm going to put this vertical profile at -150. And I'm just going to hover around the top edges of this flap and click on tab. Once all the edges are highlighted, I'm just going to left click and you're going to see the curbs is going to create. The same thing for this, hover around this, click on tab and left click and the curbs have created. So now this is good and wonderful. So I think we're at the stage now where we're now going to mirror all the things we have modeled on this wing to this other wing. Then we're now going to now do the roofing and just do the final presentation packaging. So now what I'm going to do now is, in order not to get any, will I say, distractions, I'm going to select all this external site work and click on HH to temporarily hide it. How did I do that? I'm just left clicked, select all of this. That is all these external works that are not pertaining to this individual site itself. So I'm going to click on HH to hide it in view for the meantime. So I'm going to rotate this to this top view. Then I'm also going to even select these lines here and click on HH to also hide them. Then I'm going to, from here, left click and hold and select everything here. The only thing I'm not going to be selecting is this wall here, because I don't want this wall to mirror. This wall is the wall separating this semi-detached from this semi-detached from the new semi-detached we're going to be creating. Then I'm going to click on this mirror tool. This will take long, depending on the system, but I don't think it will take too long. Then I'm going to click on here and mirror it and draw a line here, mirroring it. So let's wait for it to load. All right, so it's just showed us one error. Elements have duplicate mark value, but I think it's a minor error, so we can click on escape. So now you can see what we've done now. So you can see the mirrored version now. So the only thing now, I'll just start to go over this project and just make sure that the errors I've seen are maybe minor here. So it's something I can always fix. So I'm just going to go through it and just make sure it wasn't too much. So firstly, I'm just going to select this wall here, and I'm going to delete it. Then I'm just going to rotate this here. Then I'm going to select this wall here and drag it to this point. So overall, just looking at this project, I think it's looking nice if you ask me. So it's looking like something good. So now what we're now going to do is I'm just going to go over here. So remember that we have a parapet wall here. So we're just going to rotate this here, and we're just going to close this up here. So this is going to be the main parapet. So this is just some stuff for facade elements. So sometimes we do that. Okay, so we're now going to go into roofing now. So since we have every parapet set, we're just going to go to our roof level. So roofing is very simple in Revit. You can see the whole parapet walls here. You can see how it's going to be very easy to roof this. So we're going to go to architecture. We're now going to click on roof. So normally, the same way you have when you open floors in Revit gives you the basic generic floor, then you can edit it. It's the same thing for roof. You can do the same thing there. So if you click on this drop down, you are going to see the roof I created from the other templates, this white roof. But I'm still going to use this roof and show you how to create a roof for a mono pitch roof, which I think I want to do for this design. So I'm just simply going to go and click on edit type. I'm going to click on duplicate, and I'm just going to call this roof main. Then I'm going to click on OK. So now I'm going to click on edit type. I'm going to change this thickness to 150. Then I'm going to change this material first, and I'm going to look for a material called roof white. I think it's in this template file. So roof white paint. So I'm going to click on OK. Then I'm going to now click on insert to create a new layer. Then I'm just going to call this put the thickness of this layer at 10 millimeter. Then I'm going to click on this material, and I'm going to call this roofing sheet. So I'm going to just look for roof sheet. Then I have a roofing sheet material here. I'm going to click on use render appearance, but I can make this better by just clicking on this, clicking on appearance, going under roof. Let me look for roof. I think there's a segment of materials under roofing. Then I'm going to create this asphalt shingle. Then I'm going to go to graphics and put a pattern on it. I'm going to go to model. Then I'm just going to select this shake 150. Then I'm going to click OK. Click on apply, click OK, click on OK, and click on OK. So now we have set the roofing very well now. We're now going to start drawing our profile. So we are just going to start from the edges of this external wall to inside the parapet wall. So this is a parapet wall, so we are going to stop here and draw inside the parapet wall. Up to here. So after drawing this, you might be wondering, okay, we are done with this. If you just click on finish, let me show you what it's going to create. So this is what it's going to create. So this roof obviously cannot work because roof water is going to pour inside here, and it's going to cause a lot of issues. So now I'm not going to show you how to manipulate your roof to anything you want. So for instance, we want this roof to be a mono pitch roof. We don't want it to be a hip roof like this, which Revit automatically does. So if you click on this roof and click on edit footprint, so we are going to look at this again. So looking at all these profile lines we've created, each of these profile line has a triangle attached to it. What this triangle means is that it means a slope. So a slope is basically that any line here, this line here is going to project a slope. So if you want this roof to be mono pitch, we only want these two lines at this boundary here to project a slope. So what we are going to do is we are going to left click here, hold and select all these profile lines here, and go over to this icon here called define slopes, and we are going to uncheck this. So after doing this now, we can now still click on offset here because we need to offset some roof eaves here because roofs cannot just attach to wall. So standard offset for roof eaves is 600 millimeter. So we're going to put it on, check this copy and just offset this here, offset here, offset, offset, offset. Then we are going to click on finish. So now we are going to rotate this now. So this is a mono pitch, but this is way too high for this. So what are we going to do? We are simply going to go to this slope and change it to 5 degrees. So by it being 5 degrees, you can see it's just perfect. Okay, so now we have some issues here. If you look at inside here, you are going to see that this wall didn't attach to this roof well. So what we are going to do is we are just going to select this wall here, hold Control, select this wall also, then simply click on attach to top base. Then we're just going to select this roof and it's going to attach to it. So the same thing for this one. Let's rotate it back. Click on this, attach top base, select this here. So now I think this is looking very good. So now let's just do some finishing touches on the facade, because if you notice that we still have some, even aside from the site, we still have to do some things on this front here, especially pertaining to this ceiling and ceiling of this place. So firstly, let's click on architecture, component, model in place. So this time I'm going to click on casework again and click on OK. Then I'm now going to click on void forms and I'm going to click on void extrusion. Then I'm going to click on set, pick work plane, and I'm going to be picking this center point. So I'm going to draw a box from this point here down to this point where the thing ends. Then I'm going to click escape. So I'm now going to click on offset and I'm going to be offsetting 600 millimeter, or rather let me offset 150 millimeter from each side. So I'm going to offset from here just gradually till 150 here, 150 here, 150 here. Okay, at this point now I'm now going to reduce the value to 75 millimeter and offset 75 here. So I think this is a good ground here. Then I'm now going to change this offset value to 900 millimeter and I'm going to offset from this bottom and offset from this top. Then the depth is going to be 50 millimeter. Then I'm going to click on finish. So now as usual I'm going to click on cut geometry and I'm going to select this cut geometry, select this void form and select this wall to cut it. Then I'm going to click on finish. Then after doing this, I'm now going to go here, go to modify, click on paint. Then I'm just going to paint dark paint inside here and I'm going to click escape. So this is just the ornamental touch I wanted to do. So now I'll need to cover this top here. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to rotate this to this top and I'm now going to, from this 3D view, create a concrete slab here. So I'm going to go to architecture. I'm now going to go to concrete, floor. So I'm going to just click on this drop down and select this roof deck. Then I'm going to change this level to paint to parapet level. Then I'm just simply going to draw a box here and click finish. Don't attach. So if you rotate this now, you can see this is now slabbed and covered. So the same thing we did for the top, we're going to do something similar to the bottom. So for this, we're just going to click on HR first to unhide everything we have hid before. So you're just going to see this work in its full glory. So now what we're now going to do is we're now going to go and rotate this to the front. Then we're going to use something called section box because I don't want to start hiding all these side components in order to see underneath this here. So I'm just going to I can even simply just go to DPC, this reflected ceiling plan. Then I'm just going to click on one of these ceilings here. Or if I'm not clear, I'm going to go back to 3D view, rotate this to this front, go over to this icon and check this section box. So this section box is like a tool that helps you get axonometric views in 3D view in real time. So I'm just going to click on this box here and I'm going to drag this bottom part to this point here. So you are going to see it's going to cut it like a section. You can see the bottom is cut. So now I'm just going to create on this ceiling here. I'm going to rotate this to this bottom. I'm going to click on copy this outside here and paste this here. Click on escape, then click on this edit boundary, delete all this profile, then click on this boundary and just draw from this point here up to this point and click finish. So I think this is good. So if you want to undo it, we can now simply go here and uncheck this section box, and everything is going to appear like it is. Okay, so now I think we are done with the modeling. So let's just go back to NGL and do one last thing. So I'll need to create a demarcating wall, demarcating these two plots. So I'm just going to go to architecture, click on walls, select this normal 225 wall, reset constraint, set the thing from DPC, NGL to DPC, then put a distance of 900 millimeter above the DPC. Then we're just going to draw, click on this and change it back to this 225 wall. Then I'm just going to draw a wall from here up to this point here. Sorry, I'm going to change it back to this 225 wall here. Click on this wall and draw a wall from here up to this point here. So after doing this now, I'm now going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on railing now, and I'm going to set this railing at offset at 1.5 meter. Then I'm going to click on it and change it to this normal 900 millimeter. Then I'm now going to just draw a railing line from here up to this point here. Click finish. Then I'm going to do the same thing here. So if you go to 3D view now, you're now going to see how what is formed. So I don't think it's bad in any means. I think it's good. So I think this is very nice and good. So now we are going to start working on the presentation aspect of our work. So the presentation aspect is very important because, of course, after modeling this kind of thing, you will need to present it. But before we do that, just hold on a bit. I just forgot one thing. So in this parapet, we need to put a parapet conics. So this conic just kind of finishes the thing, like it's just a finishing touch. So let me just click on component, model in place, casework, click OK, click OK again, then click on sweep, click on sketch path, click on set work plane, set this work plane to be parapet level, click on OK, rotate this to the top, and just sketch our profile gradually. So we're going to start from here to here to here as well, to here too, to this point, all the way down to here, here again, here again, here and here and here. Then I'm going to click on escape. So I'm going to click on finish. I'm going to rotate this to the front. Then I'm going to click on edit profile. Then I'm now going to draw a kind of not too complex but just a nice profile up to 225 from here, 25 millimeter from here, draw it to this point here, 75 millimeter off here, click on enter. Then I'm just going to go down by, let's say, 100 millimeter. So this by 125 up to 50 millimeter. Then I'm going to slant this line to just join up here at 45 degrees. Then I'm just going to click on trim. So I'm just going to change this material to plaster, this white plaster material. So I think this is it. I'm just going to click OK, click on finish, click on finish here. So I think this is fine, and click on finish. So now this is out of the way. I think we have done a lot. So we are going to go back to this DPC now. So another very important aspect, and it's not like I forgot it, I just didn't see the need for it considering someone with my design level, is grid lines. So grids are very important in project, especially in big ones when you are considering a lot of structural elements and you need the walls to be aligned and organized. So what are grid lines in the first place? Grid lines are lines used in construction document. So these lines are imaginary lines that helps you denote some parts of your project and locate parts of a project. For instance, now with a grid line, you can know that, okay, this wall is at this floor. On the lower floor, this wall is here. So we'll need to put another wall on top of it to make it align. So grids actually improve the structural consideration of your work overall. So to create grids in Revit is very simple. We're going to go to architecture. We are going to see grids. So once you click on grid, make sure you you check this 8mm bubble, you can click on edit type and make sure these two symbols are checked on and click OK. So if you have transferred template or the grid in this template is already edited and customized and good for you, so you can start. So in placing grids, you place horizontal grids and vertical grids. So the horizontal grids can be in alphabetical or numerical order depending on how you want it, but once the horizontal grids are in alphabetical order, they have to be in alphabetical order or combined, whatever you want. So for instance, we are going to start here, click on this point, then draw a grid to this point here. So this grid is 1, which is okay. We're now going to click on grid, and this grid is good to place them in external walls or major structural walls. So we're now going to draw it and place this grid 2 here. We're going to put on this. So you can see automatically my work is already very aligned. The walls are very aligned because of just my experience. But if you are not very experienced, you can place your grid lines earlier in the project to help you. So you are going to place this grid 3. This grid 4, we're also going to place this here. And this grid 5, we're going to place this here. Okay, so I'm going to click on escape. I'm going to click on this grid here, and I'm going to drag it to this point here. So once I drag a grid to this point, it's going to like lock in with these other grids here. Then I'm going to drag this one here. It's going to lock in with all these ones and drag it out here. So you can see we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 grids. So now we are going to start with the vertical ones. So we're going to click on grid here, and we're going to start from this wall here. So once we draw one vertical one, we're going to click on escape. We're going to drag it back to somewhere here. Then we're going to change this to A. So we are going to be going from left to right. So you can see the horizontal one is from top to bottom and the vertical one is from left to right. So we're going to go to architecture. We're going to click on grid. So this is A, and we're now going to click on B. This is grid C. This is grid D. This is grid E. This is grid F. This is grid G. This is grid E. Okay, I even forgot to draw a grid here. So this is grid I. And this is grid J. So we're still going to create another one here. Call this K. So what we're going to do now is we're now going to rename most of this. So I'm just going to call this, rename this grid and call this C1. So I'm now going to name this K. I'm going to name this J. So I'm like renaming everything backwards in order for everything to be streamlined since I created this grid as an afterthought. So this is K, G, H, I. This is I. This is H. This is G. This is F. This is E. This is grid D. This is now grid C. So it now makes sense now. So I'm now going to click on this grid here, and I'm now going to drag it to this point here. Then I'm also going to drag it outwards to this point here. So now what I'm now going to do is I'm just going to now start working on the presentation of this work. So I'm now going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to rooms. Then I'm going to place new rooms here. I'm going to set the top constraint to first floor as usual. Then I'm just going to, or what I can do now to make this faster now is just I'm going to select everything here. Then go to filter, and I'm now going to uncheck check none. Then I'm just going to select this room and room tags and click OK. Then once I select room and room tags, I'm just going to click on mirror and mirror everything to this other side. So the reason why this is mirroring is that remember I mirrored from 3D. So even the room separator lines, I was able to mirror it because room separator lines are 3D components. Because if you click on this reveal hidden element, you can see that it's mirrored too. So it's just very easy to do. So after doing this now, we are now going to hide things we don't need. So we are going to start from here. We are going to select this here, right click, hide in view by category. We are going to select this elevation point, right click, hide in view by category. We're also going to select all these floors here, all these side floors, right click, hide in view by element, not by category. Then we're now going to go here and we're going to start working on this graphically. We're just going to touch some graphic stuff. We're even going to select these walls here and right click hide in view by element. Select this railing here, right click hide in view by element. Okay, so now what we're going to do, we're now going to click on this reveal crop region. So now we have reveal crop region is compact and we're just going to turn it off. So now we're going to click on GD, that is graphics display option. Then we're going to now touch some things. We're going to go to this smooth and check this smooth line with anti-aliasing. We're going to turn on shadows. We're going to set cast shadows. We're going to go to lighting and we're going to increase the sunlight, increase the ambient light to 20 and change the shadows to 5. Then I'm just going to click on apply. I'm also going to click on show ambient shadows. Then I'm going to click on in lighting session and I'm going to select this sunlight from top right and I'm going to click on OK. Click on apply, and in short I'm going to uncheck this show ambient shadows. Okay, ambient shadows is fine and I'm going to click OK. So you can see this floor plan is looking much better now. So what I'm now going to do is I'm now going to add one more graphical stuff. I'm going to go to this color scheme and I'm going to click on this none here. Then I'm going to click on this drop down and change this to rooms. So color schemes kind of graphically represent the rooms with different colors. So it's going to help graphically denote the rooms and make someone easily able to read it. Then I'm now going to go to name and I'm now going to double click this by value, click on apply, and I'm going to click on OK. So you can now see the rooms are attached to colors. So you can also add a color legend to this. So you can just go to annotate, you can just click on this color fill legend and you're going to see a color fill legend and attach it to the side of this floor plan. Okay, so now this color fill legend is big, so we can click on this, we can click on edit type, so we can change the properties of the text. We can change this text font to Source Sans Pro or Source Sans Pro bold, semi bold. Then we can change this is the text, so we can change this text to normal Source Sans Pro. Then we can change the size to 3. Then we can go to this font Source Sans Pro 2, but we can make this one semi bold. Then we can make this size 4. Then we can also change the height of this swatch height to, let's say, 4, and click on apply and click on OK. Then you can see it will create a more compact version of this. Okay, so this I think is looking nice, and what we're now going to do, we're now going to save the main template of the floor plan. So we're going to go to view, we're going to click on view template, we're going to click on apply, sorry, not apply, we're going to click on view template, create view template, and I'm going to call this 00 presentation floor plan. Then I'm just going to click on OK. So now after doing this, now we have the floor plan ready. So now we will need to create a section. So a section is a view that cuts basically the cross section of a building. So to create it in Revit is simple. We are going to go under view, go under section. So it's good that if you are cutting a section, you cut it at key parts of a building, especially where the vertical transports are. So in the case of this building, we're going to be cutting this staircase and we're going to pick a section from here up to this point here. So after picking this section, I'm going to click on escape. I'm going to click on this section, click on this zigzag line in between, so it's not going to be graphically interfering with the project. Then we are still going to come back to this section, but for now, let's leave it and work on the site plan graphically. So we are now going to go to this site plan. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to right click. I'm going to click on duplicate with detailing, and I'm just going to right click again and rename this and call this 00 site plan. Okay, so now we have created this site plan. Before we even start working on this site plan, we'll need to create a sheet. So with this sheet, once we have created the sheet, as we are working on the presentation, we'll now be bringing the views into the sheet and making sure that the views can enter the sheet before we go far into the project. So what we are going to do now is we are quickly going to create sheets where we used to be placing all these views. Then we are now going to come back and work on the site plan. So what we are going to do is we are going to go to file. Under file, we are going to click on new. Under this new, we are going to go to family. Then we are going to go back, instead of this English Imperial, and go to English Metric. Then we are going to open this title block folders. So you can click on to create any sheet size, but usually A3 is what we usually use in this part of the world mostly, even though we'll use A2 and A1 depending, but the usual one is A3 printout. So we're going to be selecting this metric A3 metric landscape sheet, and we're going to click on OK. So the sheet will come as a plain blank sheet as usual, but we're not going to edit it. So I'm going to click on line first. I'm going to click on this, instead of this title block lines, I'm going to be using wide lines. Then I'm going to click on this box tool, but I'm going to put an offset here of -5 millimeter. So I'm going to pick this point here and pick this point. So it's going to put this -5. So I'm going to click on TL, that is thin lines, to be showing the thickness of this line here. So after doing this now, I'm now going to go to create. I'm going to go to field region. Then I'm now going to click on edit type. I'm going to click on duplicate, and I'm going to call this solid and click OK. Then I'm just going to change this cross section to solid black, solid fill black, and I'm going to click OK. Click OK. Then I'm going to click on this drop down and change this to invisible lines. Then I'm going to click on this box tool, and I'm going to draw a box tool here, 10 millimeter by, let's say, 100. Then I'm going to draw another one here, 10 millimeter by, let's say, 50. Click on escape, click on this and change this to 50 millimeter. So after doing this now, I'm just going to click on finish. So it's going to create like a black box here. So I'm now going to go to create. I'm now going to click on label. So this label is actually like a text that has parameters it controls. So I'm just going to click on anywhere on my screen. Then I'm going to scroll down and bring in this sheet name. Once I click on this sheet name, I'm going to click on this green icon here, and I'm going to click OK, and the sheet name tab is going to appear. So I'm just going to click on this, and I'm now going to edit this text parameter. So I'm going to click on edit type. I'm now going to click on duplicate, and I'm just going to call this main. I don't even need to give it a name, so I'm just going to click on OK. So I'm going to change this text font to Source Sans Pro. I'm going to send it to black. Then I'm going to change this text size to 4 and click OK. Then I'm now going to extend it to this point here. So what I'm now going to do is I want this text to be white or almost white. So I'm going to click on edit type. I'm going to change this color from black and make it white, not completely white, but almost white. Then I'm going to click OK. Then I'm now going to change this background from opaque to transparent, and I'm going to click on apply, and I'm going to click on OK. So you can see how this text is. This is nice. So it's just an inverse text. I just like the inverse nature of the color. So I'm now going to click on create again. I'm now going to click on label again. Click on anywhere on my screen. Then I'm going to go down and click on this sheet number and just bring it in. So the number is prefix is A0101, which is fine. I'm going to click OK. Then I'm going to click escape, select this and change it to this MIA. So the sheet number is also going to be here. The only thing now is I can click on this, edit type, duplicate this to 2, then make this one 6 and make it bigger. Then just adjust it till it enters here well. So after doing this, I think the sheet is ready. So I'm just going to hit Ctrl S and I'm going to save it as sheets. Then I'm going to click on save. After I click on save, I'm just going to load it into the project, and we're going to start creating sheets and placing our sheets. So now we have done this now. This is looking good. So we're going to go over to this project browser where we have a lot of sheets that defaultly comes with Revit. So I'm just going to click on one of these sheets, scroll down, hold shift and select the last one, then delete all of them. I don't need all of them. So I'm just going to click on this sheet now, right click on new sheet, select this sheet we created because we named this sheet, and I'm going to click on OK. So now I'm now going to right click, I'm going to click on rename, and I'm now going to call this A001, and I'm now going to name this sheet as site plan. Click OK. So now I'm going to click on sheet, right click, new sheet, click on OK. Once the sheet is selected, right click again, click on rename, and I'm now going to name this one ground floor plan. Click on OK. Then I'm going to click on sheet again, right click, click on new sheet, click on OK. We're now going to call this, right click, rename, and call this first floor plan. Click on OK. We're going to click on sheet again, right click, new sheet, click on OK, right click, rename, and we're just going to call this paint floor plan. Then I'm going to click on OK. So after doing this, I'm going to right click again, click on new sheet, click on OK. Then I'm going to right click, rename this sheet, and I'm going to be naming this section. Then I'm going to click on OK. So after doing this now, I'm now going to click on new sheet, pick a new sheet. I'm going to click on OK. Then I'm going to right click, rename, and call this 3D view. Then I'm going to click on OK. So I think we have enough sheets for the presentation. So we're going to go to this sheet 1, and we're going to go to this site plan sheet, this site plan view we are working on. So I'm just going to drag this site plan view here and see how it enters. So I think the site plan will enter at this scale, so there's no problem. So now we are working. So even if we drag this sheet, if we just drag this view to this sheet, we cannot edit the view unless we double click it. So once we double click it, this view is editable in this sheet. So I'm just going to click on this crop region, and I'm going to crop this to here, crop this to here, crop this here, crop this here. So after doing this, I'm just going to go over to this icon and click on hide crop region. Then I'm going to select this, hold Ctrl, select this as well, right click, hide in view by category. Select this to right click, hide in view by category. Select this room separator line, right click, hide in view by category. Select this grid line, click on tab, select this grid line, right click, hide in view by category. We don't need grid lines on the site plan. Then what we can now do now is just to graphically now go and indicate some line work. So I'm now going to click on tab till I select this line, model line here, and delete this model line. Click on tab, click on escape, click on tab, and delete this model line. So what we're now going to be doing now is we're now going to use normal line tools. So I'm going to go to annotate. I'm now going to go to detail line. Then I'm going to click on this drop down and select this site line. So I'm just going to draw from this point here to this point, from this point to this point here, to this point here, to this point here, to this point here. Then I'm going to draw from here to this point. So after doing this now, we need to indicate graphically that this is a gate. So the best way to do it is just to go to a field region, click on this drop down and select search for solid black. Then select it. So after selecting it, we are going to change this from thin lines to invisible. Then I'm just going to draw a line from here up to 600. Draw another line from here to this other point here. Draw a line from this point to this point here. From this middle line, draw another line here. Then select these two lines, click on mirror, select the center line here and mirror them here. Then delete this one. Then we'll click on finish. So after doing this, I'm just going to select this field region, click on mirror, select this point here, draw a line down to mirror it to this other side. Then I'm going to select the both of this, click on copy, select this point here and paste it here. So you can see the gate for the terrace. So another thing we'll now need to do it now is we're going to now place some parking components. So I'm just going to go to massing and site. I'm going to click on parking component here, and I'm just going to place one here. I'm going to place one here first. I can click on TL again to see everything at crisp accuracy. Then I'm just going to select this, click on copy, select this one here and copy this here. So I'm also going to select the both of this parking space here. Then I'm going to click on edit because I don't think this is the standard size. So I'm going to make this 5 meter in length by 2.5 meter in width. Click on enter. Then I'm now going to click on move, and I'm just going to move this by, let's say 1.5 meter off this main building. So it's going to create like a buffer zone. So I'm going to click on this and click on move, and I'm just going to move this here. So it's like 2 car parking spaces. So I'm going to select these 2 parking spaces, click on mirror, select this middle line here and mirror it to this other one. So we have 2 parking spaces on each side and walkways around the site. So now we'll need to cover this building and make this building a footprint. So I'm going to select this staircase first, right click, hide in view by category. So what we need to do is we'll need to now use floors, field region, and just create a building footprint indicating this is that is just graphically indicating that this is a building on this site plan. So I'm going to select these handrails, hold Control, select them here. And I'm just going to right click and hide in view by element. Okay, so now what we are now going to do is I'm just going to click on this reveal hidden element to be sure I've not deleted them. Then I'm just going to unhide it. So what I'm now going to do is I'm now going to go to annotate, or I'm going to go to manage first. So once I click on this manage, I'm going to click on additional setting and I'm going to click on line styles. So what I want to do now is I want to create a new kind of line. So I'm going to click on new. I'm now going to call this line 0.9 tick line. Then I'm going to click on OK. So I'm just going to change the properties of this 0.9. The line projection, I'm going to change it to 9 mm as I named it. The thing will be solid black and is OK, and click OK. So the line is now in the inventory of this file. Then I'm now going to go to annotate. I'm now going to go to region, click on this drop down field region. Click on this drop down now and select this diagonal down. Then I'm now going to change this line here to this 0.9 tick line. Then I'm now going to draw our site boundary line from here to here to here. Remember, I turned off my tick line, so I'm not seeing the tick lines now till when I finish sketching the boundary. I'm now going to turn it on again for you to see how it looks. So I'm going to click escape, draw from this point here. So after doing this now, I'm just going to click on finish. So if I click on TL, you're now going to see the main tick lines. So you can see this is our site plan. And what we can now do now is we're now going to go to annotate, and we're just going to name this main building. So I'm just going to click on edit, going to click on duplicate. I'm going to call this 00 big site text. Then I'm going to click on OK. So I'm going to change this text font size to Source Sans Pro. Then I'm going to change the size to 6. I'm going to click on OK. Then I'm just going to name this main building. So after naming this main building, I'm just going to adjust it to the center. So I think with this, we're now going to click on GD, that is graphics display option, to just touch the graphics. I'm going to turn on this smooth line with anti-aliasing, go to shadow, cast shadow, show ambient shadow, go to lighting, increase the lighting to sun to 100, ambient light to 20, shadows to 5, go to in lighting section, change it from sunlight top to right, click on OK, apply, and click on OK. Then we're going to double click outside the view and we're just going to drag it to centralize it. So now you can see that this view comes with a name tagged site plan. We don't need it since this sheet is already named, so we're going to click on it, click on this drop down and change it to no title. So another important thing is we need a not arrow for this view. So a not arrow is not difficult to create. So what we're going to do is there's a not arrow on the template file. We're just going to copy it to this file. So I'm going to click on File Explorer. I'm going to open the template file. I think this is it. So once I open it now, I'm now going to copy that not arrow. So I'm just going to go to one of the sheets, the site plan sheet. So I'm going to click on this not arrow, click on copy to clipboard. Then I'm now going to go to, or I can click on edit family. Then I can click on load into project and load it into this semi-detached. Then I'm going to click on no and just paste it. I'm going to go to this site plan sheet and I'm going to go to annotate. I'm now going to go to symbols. I'm going to see this north arrow main. That is the north arrow I copied, and I'm just going to paste it here. So with this, we have finished the site plan. So now we are going to go to this floor plan sheet, and we're just going to drag in this our DPC view here. So after dragging it, I think the thing entered well. So I'm just going to click on this drop down and change it to no title. So we're going to go to this first floor here, and we're going to just, what we're going to do first is we're going to select everything just like we did in the DPC. We're going to go to filter. We're going to click on check none. Then we're going to scroll down and look for rooms and room tags, and we're going to click OK. Then we're going to click on mirror, and we're just going to mirror it to this other wing. So after doing this now, we're now going to click on views. We're going to click on view template, apply, and we're going to just select this presentation floor plan and click OK. So we'll not need to stress ourselves. So after doing this, we're just going to click on this section line, click on this zigzag icon and push this back here. Also push this back. We can also add some graphical notes like the go to annotate some diagonal lines indicating this is a void duct. Change this to 10 lines. Then draw a line like this indicating this is a void. Draw another line here indicating this is a duct. So after doing this now, I'm going to click on escape. So you can see this is just looking beautiful. So we're going to go to paint floor 2, and we're going to just do the same thing. Select everything here. Click on filter. Uncheck and not click on check none, room and room tags and room. Click on OK. Click on mirror and just mirror it to this other wing here. So now what we're now going to do is we're now going to go to view. We're going to click on view templates and click on apply view templates, and we're just going to select this presentation floor plan, and I think this is okay. So we'll go back to this first floor, and we're going to go to annotate, and we're going to just add this color fill legend here to support this view. You can see these grids are also showing on these subsequent floors, so it just goes back to what I said about grids. So we're going to go here too, and we're going to go to back to this color fill legend and paste this here. So we can click on these grids and just push this back a bit. Push this back a bit. So another important thing we forgot to do is that on this DPC, it's always important that if you are creating a DPC, you should always use dotted overhead lines to indicate that there is cantilevers over this. So we're just going to do that now. We're going to click on this underlay. We're going to change this underlay to first floor. So in this case, we're looking upward. So in this first floor, this is not part of the first floor, if you remember. This is at the paint floor, so we need to be careful while we are using this. So I'm going to go to annotate detail line. I'm going to change this from 10 lines to overhead lines. Then I'm just going to follow this and trace out these cantilevers here. I'm going to do the same for this balconies here. For this as well. Go here to here. So I think that is done. Okay, then I'm going to go to detail line. I'm also going to do for this one here. So after this, I'm just going to go over to this underlay, click on this and change it back to none. So we have these lines indicating that they are cantilevers here. So we're going to go to the first floor again. We're now going to do the underlay and underlay it to paint floor. So we're going to see the cantilevers here. So we have a cantilever here too. So we're just going to go to detail line and we're just going to draw a line here. Another line here up to this point. So after doing this, we're going to click on this and we're going to turn off, click on this paint floor here, and we're going to click on none again to turn off this underlay. So now this is done. I think we have set all these floors. So we are going to go back to open this first floor sheet. So we're just going to drag in the first floor here, paste this here. Then after pasting this here, we're going to click on this, just adjust it a bit, double click on it to just adjust this here. Then click on outside, click on this and change it from 10 lines to no title. So you are just going to see this here. Then we're going to go to this paint floor now, We're now going to drag in the paint floor to here. Then we're going to click on this drop down and change it to no title. All right, so now we are done with all the floor plans. The next phase is now the section. So we're now going to work on the section. So let's just go to this paint floor, and in order to access this section, we're just going to double click on the section, but let's wait for it to save. So after it's saved, I'm just going to double click on the section, and we're going to see something like this. So you can see the staircase is cutting and the walls is cutting. So the first thing we're going to do for this section is we're going to adjust this crop region to where we want it to crop to. So once it's cropped to the point you want it to crop to, we're just going to click on this hide crop region. So the next phase is we're going to click on this floors outside the building components, like these side floors here. After selecting all of them, we're just going to right click hide in view by elements. We don't need them here. Do the same thing. So now the next phase we're now going to do is now the visibility graphics. So we're going to click on VV. Since this is the presentation drawing, we don't need to necessarily show the details of the walls and the concrete, the beams and stuff. So we're just going to go and start from the walls or floors. So we're going to go to these floors here. We're going to go under this cut pattern. We're going to select it and change this pattern to solid fill. Then we're going to change this color. I think this color should be black, at least almost black. Click on OK. Then we're now going to click OK here. We're also going to change this line work. We're going to change the width of the line to be 5 millimeter in terms of the cut lines. Click on OK. Then we're going to scroll down and we're now going to go to the walls. So the walls, we're going to do the same exact thing. Change it to solid fill, almost black. I think here is close enough. Click on OK. Click OK. Click on this. Change this weight to 5. Click OK. Then I'm going to click on apply and click on OK. So now we can see that the graphics is already set very well. So now I'm just going to try and just select everything here. Then okay, try and select everything here, I think, or select everything here. Then I'm going to click on filter, click on check none. Then I'm just going to select this room separation. Click on OK. Then I'm just going to right click, hide in view by category. Okay, I made a mistake, Ctrl Z. So what I need to do is I'm just trying to select the room separator lines. Click on filter, click on check none, select this room separator, click on OK. Then just right click it, hide in view by category. So the room separator lines will not be in this view. So after doing this now, what I'm now going to do is I'm now going to go to annotate. I'm now going to go to region. I'm going to go to field region. So this field region, I'm going to click on this drop down and select solid black. So with this solid black, I'm going to change this line to wide lines. So wide lines are 0.5 millimeter thick, so it can match these ones. So I'm going to click on edit. I'm going to edit the color of this solid black and make it around just the way I did. Make it around 20. The darkness to be around 20 and click OK. So it will match what I did here. Then I'm now going to click on OK. So now I'm now going to draw from here. And I'm going to just draw something to 1.2. Draw a line to 1.2 here. So what I want to just do is just indicate the foundation footing. But I'm not going to give the foundation a depth. I'm going to graphically indicate that the depth is not decided by me. So I'm going to draw this here. Draw this here. So I'm also going to draw a line here, 225 millimeter. Draw the depth, 150 millimeter of the footing. 675 millimeter of the width, and join this here. Then I'm going to delete this. Then I'm going to click on line work again. I'm going to click on this drop down and change this to 10 lines. Then I'm going to pick here, pick here, pick here, pick here. Just indicate this. So this means that this depth is not decided yet. So I'm just going to copy it to here. So after doing this now, I'm just going to select this profile, click on copy, select here and just copy it to this wall here. Or select, click on copy, select this bottom here, just select these walls here. So after doing this, we're just going to click on finish. So now we're just going to use field region and create some other structural stuff, like just indicate some graphic stuff. We're going to go to field region. This time we're going to click on drop down, and we're now going to select this 01 hardcore. So if you have transferred this template, you are going to see this. So I'm going to change this from this to wide lines again. Then I'm going to draw a box here, and I'm going to start from here and draw it up to this end here. Then I'm going to click on this bottom line and change this, because hardcore is 300 millimeter thick from the slab. So I'm going to click on finish. Then I'm going to do something. Now I'm going to click on this hardcore. Since the hardcore is not meant to overlap this, I'm going to click on send to back and send it to the back. So graphically, this will make sense. So after doing this, now I'm now going to click on region again. And this time I'm going to select laterite. So now I'm now going to draw a line from here up to here, up to here, up to here, and up to here. Then extend it further here. Then I'm going to click on escape, click on line work, click on this drop down and change it to invisible lines. Then I'm going to click on this and draw a box to this point here, and just click on finish. So now this laterite is covering our footing, so I'm going to select the laterite and click on send to the back. So after doing this, I think we're almost done. So now we'll now start working on the graphics, some graphics touch-ups on the section. So I'm going to go to architecture. I'm now going to go to tag room. So you see that the good thing about using room tags is even in section is going to, the room tag is still going to affect. So we're just going to tag all these rooms here. So after tagging all these rooms, what we can now do now is we're now going to just edit this thing graphically. So we're just going to go to GD, that is graphics display, turn on this smooth line with anti-aliasing, click to shadows, cast shadows, show ambient shadows, click on lighting, increase the lighting amount to 90, ambient light to 20, shadows to 5. We don't need to cast shadows, so I'm just going to uncheck this cast shadow and only leave ambient shadows. Click on apply and click on OK. Then we have a nice section to work with. Okay, so now we are just going to go to this section view, and we're just going to drag in this section we worked on. So in order to get the section, you're going to see under these sections in the project browser, click on this plus, see this section 1, and just drag it here. Then paste this here. Then we're going to click on this drop down and change it to no title. So if you want to see a video on how I created a detail section, you can check it out. I've done a dedicated video to that. So you see how I created section with dimensions and detailing. Okay, so now that is out of the way, I think we have reached the final stage of this project. So now we are going to be creating a 3D view from Revit of this project. So for that, we are going to go to NGL. So me, I like picking my perspective from a low point of view and getting the building in a grand form. So I'm just going to go to views. Under these views, I'm going to click on 3D view and I'm going to click on camera. Then I'm going to change this offset to 900 millimeter from NGL, and I'm going to zoom from here, and I'm just going to try and pick a 2-point perspective that is balanced from here up to this point and pick this here. So let's see how the thing came out. So I'm just going to go here and increase it. So what I'm just going to do is I'm going to go back to this NGL and I'm just going to tilt it slightly. Click on this. Okay. Since I've already set it already, so there's no problem. So now I'm not going to go over to where the 3D view says. So I'm going to go under 3Ds and I'm going to see it's 3D view 1. So I think the thing came out very well. So what we can now do now is just to increase this crop region here. Crop it to this point here. Crop it to this point. And crop it to this point. Then I think we are good to go. So what I can do now is I just want to click on this, reduce this top offset to, let's say, 300. Click on this railing here, change it to 900 and see how it looks. Change it to 600. Let's see how it goes. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to select this room separator line, right click, hide in view by category. Then we're going to select this scope box, right click, hide in view by category. Then I think, yeah, I think so far this is okay. Then we're now going to go and drag this first to this 3D view sheet. So we're just going to go to this 3D view one and drag it first here. So you can see how small and pinchomic is looking. So I'm going to click on this. I'm going to change this to no title. Then I'm just going to click on this. I'm going to click on size crop region. I'm going to make sure I check this scaled bracket lock proportions, and I'm going to change this width to 400 millimeter. Click on apply, click on OK. Then I'm going to drag this and try and see whether it can enter the sheet, which I think it can. Then I think we're good. So now this 3D view is already looking good like this, but we can still bring out the best from it. So I'm going to double click on it and I'm going to start editing the graphics display option. So I'm going to go to GD, that is graphics display. Sorry, I said GD. Then I'm going to turn on this smooth line with anti-aliasing. I'm going to go over to this hidden line and I'm going to change it to shaded. Then I'm just going to make sure I uncheck these show edges. Then I'm now going to go to shadows. Click on this drop down. I'm going to set it and cast shadows, show ambient shadows. Go to, okay, no sketching lights. Go to lighting. Go to click on this insertion lighting. Click on still. Then we're going to select spring or false, anyone. Then we're just going to select, let's say 10 a.m. or 9:30 a.m. Then I'm going to click on OK. So I'm going to increase this sunlight to about 90, ambient light to 20, or sunlight to 100, then shadows to 10. Then I'm going to go to this background. I'm going to click on none and change this to gradient. Then I'm going to change this sky color towards blue, but I'm going to make it very light and click OK. In short, make it okay. I think it's very light like this. Then I'm going to change this ground color towards brown, but make it darker. Click on OK and then click on apply. Okay, so apparently this view is too bright now, so we'll need to change some things. So I'm going to reduce this sun amount to 80. I'm going to go here and I'm going to reduce this time to 8 a.m. and click on OK. Then click on apply and see how it's looking. So this is 8:30 a.m. so this is not bad. But let me change this from false to spring. Then I'm going to change this to 3 p.m. Click on apply and click on OK. So this is good, but I'm still feeling I can get better. Let me change it to 2 and change it to 2:30. Click on apply. Okay, this is too bright. Let me change it to 250. Click on apply. Okay, let me change it to 245. Okay, I think this is just perfect. So I'm going to click on this and I'm just going to click on OK. Click on OK. So this is our 3D view. So you can see how this is looking. I think this is looking beautiful from what I can see. So this is basically our project. So if you click on all these sheets, we're going to see all the views and we're going to just print it. So to print in Revit, which is the final stage, we're going to hit Ctrl P. So once we hit Ctrl P, we're going to make sure we click on this select sheets and views, then make sure we select this combine multiple sheets and views. Then we're going to click on select. Then we're going to click on this drop down and we're going to uncheck these 2D and 3D views and leave only sheets to be selected. Then we're just going to manually select, or we're going to click on check all to select all these sheets. We're now going to click on edit print order and we're going to make sure it's set at select sheet number ascending and click OK. Then I'm going to click OK and click on select. It's going to ask us whether we want to save these settings. I'm going to say no. Then I'm going to go to setup. I'm going to make sure this is at landscape at first. Then I'm going to change this from letter to A3. Then I'm going to check this zoom in 100%. Then I'm going to click OK. Then I'm now going to click OK. So now it's now going to open our file explorer for us to save the file in our folder. So I'm going to open the folder where I saved the file and I'm going to call this semi-detached PDF. Then I'm going to save this and it's going to print. Okay, so while we're waiting for this, if you have reached this point of this video, I want to congratulate you. It's not easy, but I think if you're able to model this building, you have really done well. So let's just wait for Revit to print it. So depending on the kind of system you have, it will print it faster. But me, I have a decently powerful system, so it has really completed the printing. So I just open my file explorer. I'm going to see it in recent, right click, and I'm going to open file location. Then I'm just going to double click on it to open it, and let's look at it. So you can see this is the site plan, nice stuff, graphically good. This is the floor plan. So if you follow this video to this point, I should not be seeing, I'm not expecting anything less than this. So you can always mail me and show me the reports or progress of your work on the video. So in my next videos, I'm going to shout you out and use it as a good example for these tutorials, how it can be effective. So this is the first floor. This is the paint floor. This is the section, brief section, nothing much. Then this is the 3D view. So this is looking beautiful if you ask me. So I think we have done wonderfully well. So if you are able to have completed this video up to this point, I want to really congratulate you. This is a big feat. So I want to remind you, share this video with your friends, especially if you are in the School of Architecture and you have friends that want to learn Revit. Recommend this video for them. I tried to, as you followed through this video, we try to break it step by step. So with that out of the way, I don't want to remind you again, please subscribe to this channel. Don't forget to hit the notification bell to get notified once we release new videos like this. With that said and done, I'm going to tell you thank you and have a nice day till we meet again in the next video.